Australia, with India, and of course the Republic of Korea. But also it is a clear way to show that the understanding of the priorities is not just a way to show to local powers that there is a return to the region, but also a very strong connection with security at a time when the United States were pointing out the increasing assertiveness of communist China as an actor. Now, the 2021 integrated review, which certainly, as we said, demonstrated a clear shift in a strategic understanding of the region, a clear definition of new priorities, which are not necessarily strictly connected to security, but also a wider recollocation of the United Kingdom within the great power competition, has been criticized immediately after its publication because of two major problems that immediately arise. The first one was the versus a certain type of definition of China as a strategic competitor. There was still the understanding that British politics was balancing to a certain extent its approach to China, and therefore, if on one side there was the clear sense of sending a strong message with the use of certain type of wording in the strategic document and with the deployment of an aircraft carrier, at the same time, there were still very much economic and political connections to China. So this type of balance was not very clear in terms of where the document and how the document would have had influence this wider type of relationship between Beijing and London. At the same time, one of the criticisms, which is not just within Britain, but it has emerged also from around the region, was about the real resources that the British government would then commit to sustain the aims, the long-term aims that the strategy was implying. In particular, in terms of the continuous naval presence, again, the deployment of aircraft carrier with Queen Elizabeth was an important performative act to show a return there, when many countries around the region, in particular in the Indian Ocean region, were demanding what was then the long-term commitments in terms of support, not just for maritime security in a traditional sense, but also in terms of bolstering the capacities and capabilities of local powers for non-traditional maritime security and other initiatives. And this remained one of the major criticisms that was there. A third criticism that later on was raised and that drove the need for a change in the strategic document was the high, what was perceived as a high preference for performative initiatives, for definitions and speeches and narrative versus more practical and specific definitions of policies around the Indo-Pacific. A couple of years later, from the 2021 integrated review, we had the change of government, actually two governments, two successive governments. And in 2023, the Rishi Sunak's cabinet decided to try to address part of these issues with the publishing an integrated review refresh. So after the Cold War, we just had one major document in 2021, and then a couple of years later, the government felt the need to publish a new strategic document. Now, even if this may sound a little bit strange, we have to remember that, of course, 2023, so it's the year when all powers in Europe and around the world started to assess the tragic events of the Russian invasion of Ukraine and how much that had altered the balance of power in the European continent, and therefore had an impact on the way in which medium powers around Europe had to understand the use of their priorities and their capabilities. So the 2023 integrated review tried to balance, to a certain extent, the need for Britain to be strongly present in the support of Ukraine, because that had a strong impact on its own immediate security, the risk that Europe might get in a major conflict and with the immediate consequences in terms of politics, domestic politics, economics for Britain, but also the need to send a strong, clear message around the world to powers which are not democratic in terms of the way they want to challenge international rule-based order, which is something that Britain was trying to support in the Indo-Pacific, and suddenly it became very clear that it was weak in Europe, even if in 2014 it had unfortunately already been quite clear by the Russian occupation of Crimea. So the 2023 integrated review tried to keep in balance this priority, this new priority in terms of European security, with the attempt by Britain to reiterate its commitment to the Indo-Pacific and the wider understanding that the Indo-Pacific was still a pivotal region in the world, and therefore the need for Britain to be very much present there. At the same time, we have two major elements that emerge in this strategic documents that shows very much deepening of the Indo-Pacific understanding and thought within Whitehall. The first one is a new definition for China. One of the characteristics, if you allow me to say this, of these strategic documents is that sometimes we forget that documents are written by words, and words are something which are very important because everyone goes and pick them and try to understand the different definitions and approaches to different words. So China, which was described in 2021 as a strategic competitor, has now been defined as an epoch-defining challenge, which therefore tries to broader and wider the understanding of the type of challenge and threat that China poses, but at the same time, it also probably has a more vague approach and understanding. 2023 is also the year when the strategic understanding of Britain changes along with that of the United States. It's the year when the ties with AUKUS, the new rapprochement and groupsment with Australia and the United States become more relevant and more important. And this shows very much how at the structural level, the decision of the US to shift to a more integrated and structural partnership with certain preferred partners, in this case, Australia and the UK, is something that the UK also shares, not just in the program of submarines, which is the front office of AUKUS, but most importantly, within the framework of strategic initiatives that will, to a certain extent, contain China, not necessarily just diplomatically, but potentially through a security-oriented common approach. Also, the 2023 integrated review refresh gives a quite important space to cooperation, to structural cooperation with other partners. An example of this is the decision of the UK to co-lead along with India within the Indo-Pacific Ocean initiatives and maritime security pillars, which is an emerging framework that arises and has a strong impact specifically in the Indian Ocean region, which will have then certain type of implications. 2023 is also the year when Rishi Sunak is in power. A year later, there are general elections in the United Kingdom, which are won by the Labour Party. Now, 6 months before the general elections, within the circles of foreign policy in London, there has been a long discussion about the further implications of a potential Labour Party win in the general elections, in the sense that the Labour Party was very much perceived as being hostile to a certain extent to the strategic approaches which has been taken by successive government towards the UK's approach to the Indo-Pacific and wider to the UK's role after Brexit. And most importantly, there was a strong perception that the Labour Party would be a very much Europe-centric and Europe-focused administration. Now, we are still at the very beginning of this new Labour government. And of course, as you know, there has been the announcement by the Prime Minister of the need of the new strategic document, which would be the third strategic document in 3 consecutive years. But from what we can say and what we have read from the various ministers' speeches about the Indo-Pacific and the wider approach to foreign policy, which has emerged in the last 6 months, we can already start to make a general assessment of what is currently Britain's approach to the Indo-Pacific and what it will potentially look like in the future. So the first element is that the Labour cabinet is strongly is going through a clear paradox and contradiction. On one side, we see that there's very much an attempt to focus on Europe and people who are in power right now. They have been emerged as very much critics of global Britain because they perceive global Britain as more a political initiative than a strategic national strategy. In this sense, there is a strong understanding that global Britain was the creation of Boris Johnson, and therefore it has a very much party-oriented approach. At the same time, pragmatism and realism has been very much at the heart of the way in which the British government has operated in the last 6 months. And this has emerged very clearly by the fact that the Indo-Pacific has remained, at least in the speeches and in the initiatives, very much a priority for the British government. Recently, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Indo-Pacific at the Foreign and Commonwealth Office has described 3 major priorities that the Keir Starmer's government has for the Indo-Pacific, and these are boosting economic growth, tackling climate change, and strengthening national and global security, which, with different words, are the same trends that we have seen consistently since the 2021 strategic integrated review strategic documents, of course. In general terms, we can say that the attempts by the British government to play a role has also been confirmed in the way in which it has taken care of the decision to find an agreement with Maldives about the Indian Ocean, the British Indian Ocean territory, which, as you know, it was announced a few weeks ago in London, which would probably see a sort of settlement to the dispute that has been ongoing for several decades around one of the last British territories in the Indo-Pacific and wider Asian region. And this decision has been not so much driven by some sort of ideological form within the British government, but very much has been seen as a necessary step in order to further boost and strengthen presence in the Indo-Pacific, within the Indo-Pacific region. Now, the 2024 change of government and the attempt to write a new strategic partnership, strategic document, which will have a strong impact on the Indo-Pacific approach, of course, even though it seems to be very much in the continuity. It also comes at the time when Britain is rethinking again its role, and not so much this time in terms of excluding Europe from its core action or including it, but more broadly as one of the structural effects that emerged from the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And this is very much at the heart of the idea of Britain as a security partner, not just in the Indo-Pacific, but in Europe, and the role of the armed forces and how security and military capabilities should be further boosted and structured around the country. So what we expect to see in the next few months with the publication of the new government document is what new type of definitions will be issued in terms of the Indo-Pacific, how will China be described, what are the new aims and goals, and therefore long-term achievements that the government wants to pursue with its partners in the Indo-Pacific and specifically within the Indian Ocean region, and more importantly, how will it address, if it will at all, the criticism that has emerged from the 2 previous documents and are still very much there. And the first one being the limited resources in terms of participations to the Indo-Pacific, and more importantly, the role that a new middle power as the United Kingdom sees of itself. It's either by accommodating a US approach to the region and therefore becoming even more a special partner for the US in this region, or trying to pursue a more autonomous trajectory which will allow it to operate with different regional partners in support of the rule-based order that the US pursue, but also trying to support its own national economic interest within the region, providing regional actors with an alternative from the straightforward competition between US and China. I will stop here at this point. Happy to answer more of your questions in the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was really an insightful presentation, particularly in terms of the analysis you took regarding analyzing the language, particularly in the strategic documents, which definitely make us understand the emerging British policy and the way it's positioning itself with issues in the Indo-Pacific. Now, I think on that note, I shall move on to the third speaker, Dr. Sitakant Mishra. Dr. Mishra, you have 15 minutes, and I hope your microphone is working now.
Yeah,
Over to you,
just to check
Dr.
it, am I
Mishra.
audible? Am I audible?
You are. We
Okay.
can hear you. I wonder if you can hear us.
Yes,
Wonderful.
perfect. Okay, good morning from India to everyone, all the participants. I can see the renowned speakers here. And since the time limit is very strict and paucity of time, let me straight away go to the topic. Taking forward the discussion that Mauro Bonavita has already pointed out, the centrality of Indo-Pacific in the world politics today. I will focus on the nuclear dimension of Indo-Pacific geopolitics. And to my mind, there are specifically 3 or 4 dimensions of the nuclear geopolitics that is unfolding in this region, particularly Indo-Pacific. The first one is the presence of nuclear weapon states in this region. And of course, as a part of this nuclear geopolitics, nuclear energy programs in the region, which is rampantly progressing. So the first aspect that I'm trying to highlight is the presence of the nuclear weapon states in the region. The second dimension, to my mind, is the domino effect of the Ukraine-Russia war and the nuclear dimension in Indo-Pacific geopolitics. The third dimension, to my mind, is the non-proliferation and disarmament debate within the region. So all the 3 dimensions are actually global, but they are very much reflective today in Indo-Pacific. And one by one, very quickly, I'll highlight each of these dimensions. The first one that I mentioned about, that the presence of nuclear weapon states in the region. I think this is the region where almost all nuclear weapon states are present. At least 8 out of 9, or at least their policies are very much visible in this region. So nearly all nuclear weapon states are located in the Indo-Pacific region or have regular military presence there. So the delivery vehicles of nuclear weapons, that is missiles, both cruise and ballistic missiles, are spreading unabatedly in this region simultaneously. And as the region is amid a geopolitical churning, to my mind, any conflict in the region, no matter what small or big, will have definitely a nuclear dimension. And that's what my conclusion in the first section. Active conflict zones in the region sooner or later will escalate, leading to a major power conflict that I assume. And the existence of nuclear weapons and national policies involving nuclear weapons and technology transfer in the region make everyone actually nervous, and therefore this aspect requires urgent introspection. While introspecting on the contours of Indo-Pacific nuclear discourse, the policies of the United States, Russia, United Kingdom, France, China, India, Pakistan, and North Korea must be taken into consideration, to my mind, because all these countries assert their role some or the other in the Indo-Pacific region, and therefore we must scrutinize each of the policies of each of these countries. If you look at the number of nuclear warheads in the today, if it is around 12,000 to 13,000 warheads that exist in the world by 2023, nearly 12,000 are actually present in this region. Besides, Japan and South Korea are also enjoying the extended nuclear deterrence, and that is called nuclear umbrella, offered by America to defend them amid growing nuclear threats from China and North Korea, respectively. It is speculated that if the situation warrants, both Japan and South Korea can also acquire nuclear weapons on a short notice. More importantly, the relationship between many countries in the region is mostly troublesome. And to accomplish the vision of free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific that my previous speaker was highlighting, regional groupings like ASEAN and Quad need to have de-risk nuclear threats urgently. On the other hand, as I mentioned, as a part of this nuclear discourse, many countries in the region are eager to develop nuclear energy. In fact, majority of the reactors under construction or the new connections in the world are actually located in this region. But what is interesting is, with strong government support, Russian and Chinese nuclear companies are capitalizing on this rising demand in the region, in a way, controlling the nuclear energy drive in the region. And anybody can speculate if any conflict occurs in the Indo-Pacific theater in future, of course, Russia and China's stronghold over nuclear power plants would be a game changer. And that's what we need to focus on. Therefore, from all angles, the Indo-Pacific nuclear weapons discourse is likely to go through an awful situation if not addressed constructively. On the other hand, the region's nuclear energy production prospects look very promising, as many of the nations are really willing and looking for advanced nuclear technology like SMR, small modular reactors. Therefore, in one hand, the nuclear weapons discourse in the Indo-Pacific dimension looks very, very awful. At the same time, nuclear energy prospects are very much good in this region. Now, taking forward this debate to the other dimension, that is the domino effect of Russia-Ukraine war in the region, and which is much more important, and as of course a corollary of the first point that I mentioned, the number of nuclear weapon states present in this region. As I mentioned earlier, nearly all nuclear weapon states are present here. Almost 8 nuclear weapon states are present here. And there is a rapid spread of missiles in this region. So the region has active conflict zones, and relation among them are very troublesome. Therefore, everybody need to worry about, particularly if I point out the countries like North Korea, which poses the most pressing regional threat and adheres to a nuclear brinkmanship to repeatedly threaten South Korea, Japan, and US. As a result, all of them have deepened their extent nuclear deterrence arrangements. If the situation warrants, as I mentioned before, both Japan and South Korea may acquire nuclear weapons at short notice, and therefore, which will have domino effects in other parts of the world. China, on the other hand, poses a complex challenge by modernizing and building up its nuclear arsenal. China is now projected to increase its arsenal faster than originally anticipated to 1,500 nuclear weapons by 2035. China seems to have discarded its stated no first use policy or doctrine and minimum credible deterrence posture. It is also reluctant to engage in an arms control treaty with the United States and Russia. So the most direct and intense pressure on the nuclear taboo today comes from Russia since the unfolding of the Russia-Ukraine war. And Russian high officials have, including Putin, have repeatedly, threatened to use nuclear weapons if NATO US support to Ukraine continues. There is a lot of speculation that Russia might use nuclear weapons to end the war as a last resort, and this has prompted Ukraine to start, to state that had it not made the mistake of abandoning nuclear weapons it inherited from the Soviet Union, Russia would not have dared to actually invade it. So this has a lot of reverberation in the region. The Ukraine-Russia nuclear paradigm has actually found many echoes in the Indo-Pacific today. In Japan and South Korea particularly, they live in the nuclear neighborhood of China, North Korea, and Russia. And the nuclear weapons debate has been actually sharpened their domestic debate. The majority of South Korea now favor the acquisition of nuclear weapons as the way forward, beside allowing the development of US nuclear assets in the territory. And Japan, on the other hand, ponders over nuclear sharing arrangement with the United States, similar to NATO. So most importantly, to unify Taiwan militarily, if China makes similar ploy like what Russia has done with Ukraine, to deter US interference particularly, what option does Taiwan have? Can the nuclear option be far from Taiwan, which has already the know-how and 3 nuclear power reactors present in that country? Then if South Korea, Japan, and Taiwan acquire nuclear weapons, will China remain silent? It will certainly change the nuclear posture, and in turn, it will trigger a domino effect on India, which again will result in a spiral in Pakistan. So the Ukraine-Russia war has a cascading effect on the Indo-Pacific nuclear discourse. That is very much clear. The other aspect that I will skip, that AUKUS that has come up, which has created also ripples in the region, that we can discuss if time permits. So all these represent a profound geopolitical shift unfolding in the Indo-Pacific region. Which way it will turn is a matter of conjecture, but what is worrisome is the safety and security of nuclear assets, as chances of misuse and inadvertent use of nuclear assets cannot completely be sidelined. The third aspect, which quickly I'll finish, and that is Indo-Pacific region and nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament discourse. And as I told, number of nuclear weapons are present here. Number of countries are looking for nuclear energy production. So definitely, this region is the hotspot of nuclear dimension of the world. The multilateral regimes, particularly like NPT and CTBT, have very weakness in the region, and the basic multilateral and bilateral CBMs are at best haphazard or non-existent. The regional forums like ASEAN, Regional Forum, East Asia Summit, Quad have yet to seriously grapple with nuclear threat reduction in the region, to my mind. I may be wrong, but that's what it seems from outside. For example, the six-party talks to dissuade North Korea from nuclear weapons actually untimely failed. It didn't work. However, the Southeast Asian nuclear weapons free zone that we know is established since 1995 as Bangkok Treaty, is the only successful to some extent in a kind of CBM available to control the spread of WMDs. It affirms the importance of NPT in preventing proliferation of nuclear weapons, definitely. But when you look at the larger picture in Indo-Pacific, especially for the increased Russian and Chinese collaboration with North Korea and Iran, which places a major pressure on the NPT. With the collapse of the Iran nuclear agreement and the effort to forestall further growth of the North Korea's nuclear capability, pressures are now building up among the American allies for deeper assurance regarding the US nuclear umbrella on them. North Korea and Iran's nuclear program, actually combined with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, are also igniting debates in other nations about the viability of being a non-nuclear state. So the Indo-Pacific nuclear threats necessitates sustained dialogue. However, as China continues to try to drive the US out of the region, there is limited hope that effective CBMs can be negotiated. Last year, Putin suspended Russia's participation in the START treaty, which is now set to expire in February 2026. Meanwhile, China, with fast-growing nuclear capability, has no nuclear agreement on CBM with America or Russia. China is not in a mood to sign one. It has relatively fewer nuclear warheads, what it asserts, vis-a-vis US and Russia. Therefore, the position of Japan involving the treaty, therefore, the region is actually in a fix from non-proliferation disarmament point of view. And then the ban treaty, which was negotiated long ago, which is called Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, is actually seems to be not working at all. The only country in the world which is affected by the nuclear weapons, that is Japan, has taken a very different view on the ban treaty. Therefore, the non-proliferation, disarmament, and all these CBM initiative in the region has not much effect, and therefore needs to be debated widely. I will stop here and I will look forward to any further question that comes up to discuss. Thank you. Over to you. Hello.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mishra. I was unable to unmute myself. The system wasn't allowing me. But I think that was really fascinating in terms of you again turning our gaze to these multiple scenarios which can open up, particularly in the Indo Pacific. And specifically, I think when it comes to the dual use of nuclear technology in the context of energy transition to climate change. So I think there is an intersecting complex canvas which one really needs to understand and be attentive to. We don't have much time. We spent, in fact, a lot of time was just gone in terms of changing rooms. But now I would like to invite the last speaker, Ms. Urvi, to present her views. And over to you, Ms. Urvi. Are you there?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So I am Ruby Das. I teach as a capacity of being an assistant professor in the Department of International Relations, Jadavpur University, Kolkata. So my paper or my article tries to assess this Indo-Pacific maritime trade game and what can be the prospect for US-India collaboration in this regard. So basically, I would like to start by saying that what is Indo-Pacific and how do we see this particular century as? So this century is not a century of perpetual peace as one would have understood or one would have wanted, but have arrived with the cloak of uncertainty. The world sees a crowded horizon of risk, ranging from Middle East to the Asian waters, from crisis to war, from security threats and challenges from traditional to non-traditional security threats. Okay? And one thing I would like to recall the understanding of Rory Metcalf on mental maps. So in statecraft, what happens? Mental maps matter. So relation between states and competition or cooperation, they ultimately involve a state or the landscape of a mind, and this defines each country's natural regions. It also equates to what academics call a strategic system or a regional security complex. That is a part of the world where the behavior of one or more powerful states has a more strong and is inescapable impact on the interest of other countries. So Indo-Pacific is basically what a nation imagines on a map as its own strategic area of interest. And here it is a marker of what a nation considers to be the most important. So mental maps are basically about powers. So Indo-Pacific, the landscape, strategic landscape of Indo-Pacific is all about how nations look into the power sector or their natural area of operation in the 21st century. So why has the Indo-Pacific area come about to be the most important arena? So this is where we have the confluence of two oceans, which are the lifelines of the world's trade and commerce, and it accounts for two-thirds of the global economic growth. The waters of the South China Sea are very much strategically relevant and also economically relevant because they are rich in fish and are thought to be a source of extensive hydrocarbon resources. We have three of the world's largest economies here, the US, China, and Japan, and it accounts for 60% of the global GDP. And they have stakes attached to it. It is home to about 38 countries of the world, accounting for 62% of the global GDP. And it is a place where 65% of the world's population reside, including 58% of global youth. So all this make up this region a hub of global economic growth. So Indo-Pacific links the idea of strategy with the idea of economic prosperity. And this is what is attracting the countries all over. Having said this, I would like to talk about that what sort or what importance that the Indo-Pacific has in the maritime trade game, or how is the strategic context of the Indo-Pacific evolving. So we all know that the region's strategic importance has intensified due to China's maritime assertiveness, particularly in the South China Sea. Its Belt and Road Initiative seeks to extend its influence through infrastructure investment. So these developments are actually prompting or alarming countries like India, US, Japan, and Australia, and they're trying to counterbalance China's rise. This maritime great game in the Indo-Pacific refers to the context or contest of influence and control over the region's maritime domain. It involves strategic alignments, naval modernization, and establishments of partnerships to ensure freedom of cooperation, freedom of navigation, uphold rules-based order, and counter any kind of hegemonic tendencies. So within this context, India and US have evolved as strategic players or key partners. Now to talk about that, what sort of importance or what sort of uh, uh, strategic convergence that they have, I would like to talk about first about the maritime challenges that both of them face, which compel them to come together. The Indo-Pacific regions have a complex array of maritime challenges. Many of them stem from geopolitical rivalries, resource competitions, and non-traditional security threats. One of them, the most important of them, as I have already said, or my former speakers have also pointed out, is the territorial disputes that is there alongside the South China Sea region in particular. The problem of Nine-Dash Line, having led conflicts which have led conflicts between and among the neighboring countries, and also includes the militarization of the artificial islands and the undermining of the freedom of navigation. Along with this, these two countries are also concerned with the People's Liberation Army's Navy, which has significantly increased its capabilities, military builds up, including blue water operations, threatening the balance of power in the region. Along with this, the Indo-Pacific contains some of the busiest shipping lanes, including Strait of Malacca and the South China Sea. So any disruption in these critical waterways would lead to disputes or blockages that could have severe economic consequences. Coupled with this, there is non-traditional security threats like the maritime piracy, like the maritime crime, armed robbery at sea, the trafficking of drugs, arms, humans, remain persistent challenges, particularly in the areas of Malacca Strait and the waters near the Horn of Africa. Along with this, we also have reporting of illegal fishing and unregulated fishing. So overfishing and illegal fishing have threatened the livelihood of a number of people, and this is common to all these countries, but the livelihoods of coastal communities and maritime diversity are entirely dependent. So Chinese fishing fleets have often been accused of this illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing in the EEZs of the smaller nations. Along with this, we also have the problem of rising sea levels, cyclones, persistent cyclones, and other maritime climate-related changes that threaten the coastal nations, which require enhanced disaster preparedness and response mechanisms. The increasing reliance on digital infrastructure for maritime cooperation exposes vulnerability of the problem of cyber attacks on ports, the shipping companies, and the naval assets. So all this can be countered through US-India collaborations on securing these maritime challenges. So this can include maritime exercises under the Defense and Naval Cooperation, joint exercises like the Malabar exercise, which involve navies of India, US, and other Quad nations such as Japan and Australia. These exercises have been continuous and have a focus on anti-maritime submarine warfare, anti-submarine warfare, mine detection, and ensuring freedom of navigation. Secondly, we have a lot of military agreements between these two countries, something like LEMOA, Logistics Exchange Memorandum of Agreement, which allow reciprocal access to bases, facilitating naval operations and logistics. Then we have COMCASA, the Communications, Compatibility, and Security Agreement, which enables secure communication and data sharing during operations. We all know the importance of cyber attacks and data, how information and data have been critical sources of power in this 21st century. The next point is maritime domain awareness. The US supports India's maritime building efforts in maritime domain awareness through the provision of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance technologies. The two countries collaborate in real-time sharing of data to monitor maritime threats. We also have built up the Quad Information Fusion Center. So India's Information Fusion Center for the Indian Ocean region, which is also known as the IFC-IOR, it serves as a platform for the Quad countries to enhance their maritime domain awareness and monitor maritime trafficking and incidents. Joint patrol and operations in the Indian Ocean. This is very important to counter illegal piracy and prevent these illegal fishings and in the area, and also to counter any kind of maritime disaster or any kind of underpreparedness by any one nation can be tackled by both nations collaborating together to providing technical and logistical support for maritime security. The US and India have come together for capacity building and training exercises, and regular training exercises are conducted to enhance naval capacities, including joint operations, search and rescue missions, and disaster response. India benefits from US technology transfers and assistance in modernizing its naval fleet, particularly in areas like aircraft carriers and submarines. Along with this, infrastructure connectivity. Through the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, India and the US are working to improve maritime infrastructure and connectivity, offering alternatives to China's Belt and Road Initiative. Here, projects focus on building resilient ports and improving the supply chains. The Indo-US partnership extends to technological critical for maritime security, including unmanned systems, underwater drones, space-based surveillance systems. These technologies, they improve detection and tracking of maritime threats. Along with this, India and US are looking for support from multilateral institutions. Both nations support ASEAN-led mechanisms like the East Asia Summit and the ASEAN-led regional forum to address regional disputes and promote maritime security. The Quad's Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness focuses on providing smaller nations with real-time data and resources to secure their maritime territories. So, with all these coupled together, coupled with the joint initiative for climate change and disaster response, can work together in enhancing and the securitization and securitizing the entire Indo-Pacific region. So, we see that India and the US have emerged as critical partners in addressing the diverse maritime challenges in the Indo-Pacific. Their joint efforts in defense, maritime, and domain awareness, capacity building, and multilateral engagement, they aim to uphold the rule-based order and ensure regional stability. So we see India and the US look eye to eye on each other's issue and share the common concern for respect for the nation's sovereignty, rule-based order, and regional stability in the Indo-Pacific region. So their partnership not only enhances their individual security, but also provides maritime nations, smaller maritime nations in their region, with the support needed to navigate the complexities in the entire region. So what we see is that the Indo-Pacific has become a central theater for the entire transition that might take place. However, the stability and the rule-based order, the sovereignty and the equality of all nations is what brings the US and India together, and they work together for not only the betterment of each other, but for the betterment of the democratically oriented and nations who are looking toward a peaceful and a rule-based order in the entire Indo-Pacific region. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Das, and thank you for, in fact, completing on time. We do have some time for questions and answers. And I think Dr. Das rightly invoked the notion of imageries. And I think that really has a critical relationship with the cartographic imagination of the Indo-Pacific. I think I had invoked Sugata Bose's thoughts right at the start of the session. And I think as we really talk about the intersection of and the interplay of different powers, it's also very important to think of what meaning does this have to countries who are sitting at different locations with very different power differentials. And I think this session itself has indeed done justice to its larger theme of Indian Ocean and maritime security. We did see the multiple challenges ranging from high politics, low politics, and there is no neat categorization or no neat binary between them. It's really a gray zone, and it's within these gray zones that countries are also coming in, stepping in, and really trying to forward the individual national interests. So I think on that note, I'll open it for a for the Q&A. I would request the organizers to unmute every. The participants can also write their questions in the chat box, and our speakers can respond to them. Any questions? Do we have any questions? Well, no one is responding, but I do see we do have a good audience there. And maybe then what we could do is, because we also had this, there was this disconnect in between when we were really changing rooms. Okay, so there is one question. I would like to read it for everyone's benefit. This is by Mahadevan Shankar, and his question is: how does the cyber attacks impact maritime security in the Indo-Pacific, specifically relating to critical infrastructure? Maybe we can just have one response from each of the panelists, very short. Dr. Guerrero, would you like to take a lead on this, on critical infrastructure?
Well, is that on cyber attack on critical infrastructure? I mean,
Yes.
cyber attack clearly can affect just any infrastructure existing, and therefore create a problem for the host country of the infrastructure. So, that's a cyber attack. You can block a port, you can block many things, you can block an airport. So this impact maritime security in the Pacific. You can also attack all the control of the traffic and so on. So in very practical terms, it has many immediate implications and so on. But I mean, I'm sure there'll be people who will answer that question much more competently than I just did.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Any other response from the panelists? Dr.
Can I come
Das?
in here?
Oh, please do. Yes.
Yeah. I think that's one very important aspect of the Indo-Pacific geopolitics. If you look at the gray zone activities, particularly by China, in that region has a major cause of concern for all of the members. Particularly in the maritime domain, China uses a tactic called gray zone activity. Jamming the radars, small bits and pieces, pushing the passerbys to a brink, doing some small nuisance below the threshold, which is called the gray zone activities. That involves also the cyber issues, which is a major cause of concern, and that needs to be, I think, sorted around the regional level. That's one response that I wanted to give.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mishra. That was very helpful. Anyone else?
Yeah, if I may add,
Sure.
am I audible?
You are. You are.
Okay. So cyber attacks, they are significantly important, or they impact maritime security in the Indo-Pacific. They can target critical maritime infrastructure. They can disrupt operation. They can pose even national security risks. For example, the port of Singapore, which you know is one of the busiest ports in the world, they experienced multiple cyber intrusions, raising concerns about potential disruption to the critical operations and the flow of global trade. Then, if you talk about espionage and data theft, this is very important. So, maritime cybersecurity breaches can expose sensitive commercial and military information. So, this is especially relevant in the case of Indo-Pacific, where maritime disputes and naval activities are prominent. So, you have also the example of Chinese hackers that reportedly targeted Australian maritime networks, aiming to gather intelligence on naval operations and undersea cable systems. So, these are the examples, and we also talk about supply chains. So the vulnerabilities of supply chain that you can have in this regard. Okay, it's very critical. So these are a few examples of how cyber attacks can impact your maritime security, especially when you talk of Indo-Pacific, because we talk of securitization. So the idea of securitization goes back to not only the military security, but also economic, environment, people, society as a whole. So if you talk it as a whole, so it's about securing your entire assets that lead to your growth and lead to security of your society, of your people. So here, cyber attacks and you know how now in today's world, data and information is the coin of power. It's one of the important coins of power, if not the sole. So this is how the maritime cyber attacks and maritime security are linked in the Pacific.
Thank you, Dr. Das. I think that was very helpful. We have another very interesting question, and this is from Abhinav.
Sorry.
He says
sorry,
that...
Dr. Bish. Sorry, I apologize
yes.
for interrupting. Can I just react to this?
Okay, all right, please do. And
Sorry.
then we can move on to the second,
yeah,
the last
of course,
question.
just very briefly,
Absolutely.
because I think
Yes.
my colleagues, all of them, raised a very interesting point about the issue of cyber attack and how important it is. Let me make a step forward in the sense that one of the elements that we learned from the Russian invasion of Ukraine is the increasing type of threat that we have in terms of multi-domain from hostile actors, which are not just present in Europe, but also around the Indo-Pacific. So one of the major issues here, we all understand that this is an important element because it has an impact, as my colleague said, in a hybrid way, and it's difficult sometimes to attribute this kind of attacks to our enemies and our adversaries. So how do we react to all of this, given that we understand that this has an impact on our infrastructure? The first answer to this is that we have a very difficult situation in the Indo-Pacific because we have certain countries which have already developed a certain type of capabilities. It is the case certainly of advanced countries like India, Japan, Australia, which are working and have the resources to work on it. But we also have a series of countries which are very much under this type of threats, but do not necessarily have, at the moment at least, capabilities to do so. So one of the key elements in terms of cooperation, especially related to the maritime domain in a broader sense, and in this the European powers and some of us have brought this issue, is very much in this aspect. So how can cooperation move forward also to include cyber domain and potentially multi-domain type of threats that you can face? And sometimes you see that the type of cooperation that is going on depends on the country. Sometimes it's very still at the initial phase because of political reasons and because of the investments that external powers need to make to support the strengthening of capabilities, but also because you need still to raise the maritime domain awareness and to understand how all these elements connect, and also for external powers who wants to operate in the region to understand the specific abilities of each countries and to try to work with them at their pace and with their priorities. So I would say we all understand that this is a priority, but then how do we make this operative is a much more complex issue. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. I think that was really a useful addition. We have another question, and because primarily one of the major actors that everyone talked about was China. And this question says, what do you think about the development of maritime infrastructure in Indian Ocean and its contribution in addressing the geopolitical rivalry between China and India? And I think in particular, he's talking about the Kra Canal, which is also known as the Thai Canal. It's a Chinese initiative. If we can have some specific inputs on this. Dr. Guerreri, would you like to respond to this?
Let me say I'm a bit surprised by the question for two reasons. The Kra Canal is still so far an aspiration. Let's see what comes out of it. B, well, actually, critical infrastructure do not play a role in addressing the geopolitical rivalry. It is the instrument of geopolitical rivalry. So, we see that everywhere. We see that in Sri Lanka. We see that even in the Maldives, or even to that matter in Bangladesh. There is clearly zero-sum competition between India and China on the issue of infrastructure. Obviously, China is leading the way, but it's created such problem occasionally that it gives, in a very paradoxical way, room for India to come back in a game where it had acquired a certain advantage. But I mean, we're not talking of addressing the geopolitical rivalry. We're talking of fueling it, because this is by which it is. And that's very important, because that illustrates everything which has been said on the Indo-Pacific. We're no longer talking primarily of military thing. We're talking of the weaponization of everything, to just quote the India's foreign minister in his last book. And that's precisely the way it's happening. And the mechanism is very simple. If you want to change from an infrastructure A to an infrastructure B, you need to invest. Investment means debt. Debt means creditors. And creditors do whatever they want with they own and the way they exercise pressure on the debtors. So this is the way things are being played. We're far from a military mechanism, but this has a very, very, very serious impact.
Absolutely. So thank you. I think these are questions for which we would require another session. But I must say that I totally enjoyed being the chair of the session. It was really an educative exercise. And I think to our participants also out there are issues, there are actors, there are vulnerabilities, there are interests. And I think any strategic watcher of the Indo-Pacific region should be aware of these emergent challenges. This also brings us to the end of the session on Indian Ocean and maritime security. And on that note, I would like to thank all the panelists for their very lucid, intelligent, perceptive comments on the Indian Ocean region. On that note, I would also like to thank NICE for hosting this conclave, which I think really brings in together all the Indo-Pacific experts. And definitely this will lead to the better understanding of the region for people who are working on this in different parts of the world. So on that note, I think we can close off the session. In case there is anything which one wants to put in, I would welcome him or her, but I think it's time for us to close this session.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Medha. Now we'd like to move to the next session. Sorry,
Dr. Pramod, are you there or you disappeared? Well, in the interest of time, while Dr. Pramod Jaiswal is
thank you, sir.
audio visual.
Now we'd like to move to the
Right.
second session, session B, which is on leveraging the blue economy, enhancing trade routes and maritime infrastructure in the Indian Ocean. And to chair this session, as well as also make his own presentation, we have Mahadevan Sankar, who is Honorary Adjunct Fellow at National Maritime Foundation, India. And he is also one of the architect of one of our partner, Arzu International, Australia. So over to you.
Thank you, Pramod, and thank you for putting me in the hot seat. Just as a brief introduction, my name is Mahadevan Shankar. I'm an adjunct fellow at the National Maritime Foundation of India, but I'm based down under in Brisbane, about 10,000, 15,000 kilometers away from all of you in Nepal and in India. So without much ado, I've been given only 10 minutes to speak and then share it with all this wonderful list of speakers. And since many of you must be watching the cricket, Australia seems to be smashing India pretty hard at the Gabba, thanks to all the rains of yesterday not supporting India today. So, and that's pretty important because the sports diplomacy has taken Indo-Pacific trade to another level, with a lot of cricket happening in both the continents of Asia and Australia. And the global viewership has crossed a couple of billion, which is generating a lot of dollars, besides a lot of anxiety and stress between 1.4 billion Indians, especially with Australia winning. Now, while I'm talking about cricket, of course, my origins are in India and live in Australia now, so I'm going to be a bit biased in my conversation over there. So pardon me for that, but I'll try and see how much justice I can do in this short time. Last month, or month before, I was making a presentation at the National Maritime Foundation event, again called the Indo-Pacific Regional Conference. At that event, I spoke predominantly about critical minerals and the supply chain across the Indo-Pacific. Now, when we say Indo-Pacific, like Admiral Chauhan, who was supposed to chair this meeting and has pretty much thrown me on the top of the Himalayas to run the session, he has very emphatically mentioned that Indo-Pacific is not a strategy, it's a geographical construct. So with that background, what has happened in the past 5 to 10 years is everybody is talking about the massive volumes of trade that is ongoing, as well as what will happen in the rest of the 21st century on this massive belt of maritime domain called the Indo and Pacific. Of course, we all know it's the global commons. The oceans are all common, but given different names. And Nepal Nepal fits in pretty well. And the reason I say Nepal fits in well is the entire theme of this conference is from Sagar to Sagar, where the first Sagar is with double A. It refers to the oceans. And the other Sagar is the Mount Everest, which is Sagar Matha. Now, my little understanding from involvement in think tanks in the past 5-6 years is Nepal and Tibet are the third pole on this planet. The amount of frozen ice and glaciers and water that is stored in the third pole pretty much determines what happens in the Indo-Pacific. Why? I'll explain very simply. When the Himalayas during summer or other times melt, they flow eastwards, they go into the Yangtze River, which takes care of the entire China. It also flows down into Southeast Asia, and all of those ASEAN countries enjoy a lot of agricultural activity thanks to water flowing from Tibet and Nepal from the third pole. That water also takes like a chicken neck hook along Northeast India, and it comes into Bangladesh and flows into the Bay of Bengal. Then on the westwards, it flows into what used to be called the Indus River, the Indus Valley civilization of many thousand years ago. And then it takes another left hook and it becomes the Ganges, and it flows again into North India and takes care of the basins down south. So the third pole pretty much controls what's happening in the whole of Asia and into the Indo-Pacific region. Now, why this is relevant is because if you see on the west of the Indo-Pacific, you have the African continent, you have Australia in the middle out here, and then you have the Pacific Ocean and Latin America. If you take this whole global south, they are pretty much holding massive amount of critical minerals and other resources, which is going to be feeding the 8 billion population on this planet and also taking care of future technologies. So coming back to critical minerals, you have graphite, cobalt, nickel, lithium, copper, gold. All these are pretty much determining how we communicate with each other. The Zoom technology using fantastic tablets and phones and smartphones. Everything happens through space-based communications nowadays. In the earlier session, that's why I threw the question about cybersecurity and cyber attacks. Maritime domain doesn't happen only on water. Maritime domain happens deep sea in the oceans in terms of submarine cables as well as deep sea mining. When I say deep sea mining, there is huge amount of resources in the ocean bed, in the central Indian Ocean bed and in the Pacific region. But there are certain environmental concerns on how we should go deep sea at 5,000, 6,000 meters below the ocean, extract those minerals and use them for the benefit of humanity, whether in healthcare services, whether in technology, whether in agricultural farming, for drone technologies, building ports and infrastructure. So there is a myriad of things that can happen across the maritime domain. In terms of trade, that's where my specialization is. I'm an accidental think tank person, a chartered accountant by profession. But I've traveled around in these countries. When I lived in Papua New Guinea, I traveled a bit to Solomon Islands, New Caledonia, Fiji, the small island nations. And then you have in the Indian Ocean region, you have Maldives, you have Sri Lanka, you have Mauritius, you have a few Seychelles. All of these countries have a massive maritime domain bigger than the size of Europe combined. Now, these maritime nations have massive amount of fisheries and resources which needs to be sustained, which needs to be taken care of. And the bigger economies like the ASEAN economies, Indonesia, then you have India and Southeast Asia, then you have China, you have Australia, you have Japan, the US. All of these rich or growing massive economies have to take care of these smaller nations. How do you take care of them? Sustain their economic development by providing them infrastructure. Now, infrastructure can and has been going on through the Blue Dot network. You got the BRICS Bank that is taking care of infrastructure requirement, providing good loans and funding facilities. You have the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative. In fact, the Australian government is putting out some wonderful grants into the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative. And all of you researchers out there may want to look it up also, because these grants are towards facilitating the maritime domain. Now, Australia has a vested interest in this. Why? Australia as a continent, the entire East Coast is on the Pacific. The entire west coast is on the Indian Ocean. So technically, Australia as a continent takes care of both the sides of this massive global common, on the Indo side and the Pacific side. Now, on the Indian Ocean side, of course, there is huge amount of contestation that's happening out there. We are seeing a lot of weapon systems being deployed out there. Who's going to control what kind of capabilities, and how are these sea lines of communication, the SLOCs, how are these SLOCs going to be secured? Now, there are some choke points. These choke points are the Malacca Straits, then you have the other ones in Indonesia. These choke points pretty much determine almost 60% of maritime domain trade volumes, and also in terms of value. They also determine the energy security of many countries. For example, a few years ago, when I did some research, Australia had more than 90% of refined fuel products coming through the Malacca Straits. Someone chokes that straits, Australia will be back to burning coal and doing barbecues in the wild bush areas. Now, there's need for diversification. So how do you diversify? You create new supply chains. Now, these supply chains have been accentuated and pushed hard by the Quad countries. So there is a particular new concept which has been going on for the past 4 or 5 years called the JAI, Japan, Australia, India, where Japan is going to be putting in some of the money, Australia putting in some of the technologies, and India is saying, we have massive amount of skilled labor, let us become a manufacturing base. Now, to avoid that same China plus one scenario, you have countries like Vietnam, Bangladesh, Indonesia, all of them are coming into the manufacturing supply chain, which is great because then you're de-risking the entire Indo-Pacific. Then you have African countries like Mozambique saying, hey, you know what? Why should only the Middle East provide energy? We have massive amount of LNG. We are going to come into it. Talking of which, Australia is currently the largest producer and exporter of LNG, competing with Qatar in the world. How do we do all of this? And how do we get all of this to make it a sustainable, peaceful coexistence is going to be a challenge. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to kind of sum it up by saying the potential is there. It's a question of the political will for all of the geopolitical leadership in this region to come together. Then you have the non-region actors like the European Union and UK who also want to have a say on it, because what happens in the Indo-Pacific waters maritime domain impacts their existence up north in the northern hemisphere. You have the International Seabed Authority, which is taking care of a lot of licenses and approvals for deep sea mining. And last but not the least, there is a lot of regional groupings like the BRICS, the IPOI, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. How can all of these synergize themselves to make sure the maritime domain trade routes will be continuing for the rest of the 21st century? So I'll stop there in the interest of shutting up in 10 minutes. And what I would like to do is invite the rest of the speakers in the order of how the program schedule is. We'll stick to the 10 minutes timing, and pardon me if I jump in while you're speaking to interrupt you at the 10-minute slot, and then we'll save some time for the Q&A. So over to you, Dr. Daisuke Kawai from Japan. I would welcome you to take the floor and present yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to extend to the Nepal Institute for International Cooperation and Engagement. Am I audible? Since this session title, so thank you so much to the chair. Since this session title is leveraging the blue economy, enhancing trade routes and the maritime infrastructure in the Indian Oceans, if I remember correctly. And I'll be sharing the perspectives of how Japan integrates a sustainable infrastructure development, advanced port technologies, and ESG-oriented financing to foster a more resilient maritime environment. As you know, the Indian Ocean forms a vital artery of international commerce and resource exchange. So its importance is underscored provides a volume of energy supplies, and as the chair mentioned a little bit, and the goods flowing between Africa, Middle East, and Asia. But yet the region also faces significant challenges, including climate change, maritime pollution, and marine pollution and infrastructure gaps. So as a key maritime nation with heavy reliance on stable sea lanes, Japan has long championed initiatives that align economic, environmental, and societal priorities in ocean-related development. So Japan's efforts rest on a few fundamental pillars, which is quality infrastructure investment and port modernization, the free and open Indo-Pacific vision. And these are evolving green bond market that increasingly direct fund towards ocean sustainability. So the concept of a quality infrastructure is essential to how Japan plans and finances project abroad, particularly through the organizations such as Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, and the Japan Bank for International Cooperation, JBIC. So quality infrastructure entails far more than constructing facilities. It involves evaluating project entire life cycle to ensure the climate resilience, this socio-economic inclusivities, and the robust governance. So rather than developing standalone ports without a follow-up plan, these principles aim to integrate sustainable design and local stakeholder engagement and through environment assessment from the outset. So one of the examples is the Matabari Port Development Project in Bangladesh. JICA supported the deep sea port designed to handle large-scale container traffic. Its location ties closely to the power plant project that is projected to deliver a sustainable share of electricity to the capital, Dhaka. By combining maritime logistics with a regional energy supply, the plant mitigates the local power shortfalls while improving trade capacity. So another example is Indonesia's Palembang Port, co-financed through the public-private partnership (PPP), in which Japanese entities help ensure transparent bidding and balanced risk allocation. These infrastructure projects illustrate how focusing on the quality aspect, life cycle cost management, skill transfer, and environment safeguards can lead to sustainable outcome. Turning inward, Japan's own domestic ports provide a look at the cutting-edge maritime technology, which might be adapted to Indian Ocean ports as well. Yokohama Port in Japan, near Tokyo, under the Port 2030 initiative, employs artificial intelligence and automation to streamline container operations from self-driving cargo vehicles to remote-controlled cranes. By analyzing real-time data, Yokohama aims to reduce logistical bottlenecks and lower labor burdens and enhance on-site safety. Similarly, Kobe Port has a piloted IoT solution to track cargo status in real time, enabling more efficient cargo routing and a better supply chain visibility. So these are not merely technological experiments. They show how process the digitization can reduce costs, increase throughput, and improve environmental performance by curbing idle times and lowering emissions. So while operating conditions in Indian Ocean nations may differ, the underlying logic and the software-driven solution remain adaptable. Japan's broader maritime engagement also unfolds under the free and open Indo-Pacific framework on FOIP. So launched to promote the transparent governance, open sea lanes, and collaborative capacity building. The FOIP recognizes that the maritime infrastructure not only drives trade, but also underpins security. Japan works with partners, countries on programs like a Coast Guard training, disaster management, and sustainable fisheries. So this multi-faced approach broadens the benefits of a port development beyond pure economic, encouraging stability and inclusivity. So FOIP also promotes synergies rather than direct rivalry with initiatives led by other regional powers, emphasizing a multilateral methods to Indian Oceans as a collective commons. A key area of emerging relevance is ESG investment. So where Japan's financial sector has been actively channeling capital into green and blue bonds. According to recent data, the green bond in assurance in Japan reached the record highs in 2023 and 2024 with various actors, from utility companies to shipping firms, and tapping capital markets to fund climate-aligned projects. So commercial shipping giants, for instance, have used the green bond proceeds to develop LNG-fueled vessels, advanced bauxite water treatment, and low-emission operations. So utilities like Hokkaido Electric Power and Kyushu Electric Power have mobilized the bond proceeds for offshore wind project and hydropower facility upgrades. These initiatives not only help reduce carbon footprints, but also support ocean-friendly technologies. The Japanese government has introduced a guideline on the green and sustainability-linked bonds to standardize reporting, boost transparency, and build investors' confidence in the integrity of these financing mechanisms. A subset of this financing is dedicated to the Blue Project. Notably, Maruha Nichiro, which is a Japanese company, issued one of Japan's first blue bonds, and dedicating funds to marine conservation and sustainable fisheries. So this development responds to urgent need to address plastic pollution, coral reef degradation, and overfishing. As the Indian Ocean states grapple with a similar marine threat, expanded to access to the ESG financing that targets ocean protection could help them preserve fishery and safeguard the marine tourism and strengthen resilience against the climate change. So lastly, it's worth emphasizing that maritime infrastructure must serve people living along the coast, as well as JICA project strive to cultivate local ownership through the stakeholder dialogues and community engagement. The workers learn skill sets, and the local business gain momentum through the improved logistics or direct investment in port operations. So if carefully planned, so new ports can become hubs for other industries such as fishing, tourism, and agriculture, aligning well with the blue economy model that many nations hope to foster. So in conclusion, the Indian Ocean stands at the crossroads where accelerating trade demands meet ecological pressures and developmental inequalities. So Japan's perspective focuses on a quality-driven investment, advanced port innovation, and the green bond financing tools that embed marine protection into architecture of infrastructure expansion. We recognize there is no simple formula to replicate these models across vastly different nations' contexts, but nevertheless, the core principle, life cycle plan, transparency, community benefits, and the synergy with the ESG finance can guide more sustainable outcomes. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope this presentation can be helpful for the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Kawai. That was fantastic. I think you touched on a few key areas on port facility, JICA funding, especially the use of artificial intelligence. So I think we'll come back to that on the Q&A. There are some thoughts, and I'm sure questions will pop up. May I invite Dr. Shahnawaz Hussain, please, to take the floor and present your wonderful thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair of the session. Am I audible? Thank you. Let me to share my PPT. I want to use some PPT. Is that visible?
Yep. You want to get it onto full screen mode at the bottom, that icon?
Okay.
Just at the bottom of your screen, that icon next to the sizing.
Okay, next to the sizing.
Go right to the bottom of take your mouse down. I'll tell you where to, at the bottom right-hand side.
Yes.
You see that little icon, you can make it full screen.
Can't see the full screen here.
Beside the notes, you can see the below the slide, there's a notes.
Right.
Then you can see the
bottom of your
icons.
screen.
Yeah, in the bottom.
Okay, share
You see
round.
the word notes, the fourth icon after that.
Okay, fourth icon of the notes, share. You mean the dot area? Sorry, I can't find it here.
Does the NICE team have your IT software, your presentation?
They have also. So let me to do it full screen.
Look at the
here.
bottom of your screen, the word notes, right at the bottom of your screen. You see the word notes?
I
Do you
can
see the percentage of your battery at the bottom right-hand corner?
Yes, I can see that one. I can see that one.
Go to the left and you see the first icon out there. That is your full slide presentation. After the percentage, ignore that little bar and the first one, click there, you'll go to full screen.
No.
Okay, let's continue with this. We'll see how the IT team can work it out.
Okay, let me just see whether I can. Okay, no. Thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you, Honorable Chair of the session, and let me also thank Nepal Institute for International Cooperation and Engagement, NICE, and also particularly Dr. Pramod Jaiswal, Research Director of NICE. I think the talk from my previous speaker as well as the chair of the session has created some ground for my presentation, so I will skip some of the things. In my presentation, I am particularly going to focus on connecting Indian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal potentials and way forward. As you've already seen some of the things, so my focus will be made mostly the session already said some of the potential for the countries here. So I want to show some of the things already talked. So basically the content will be, I will first give a brief introduction of the Indian Ocean and Bay of Bengal, which most of us know, and then I will discuss what is the opportunity of liberalizing blue economy, both the Indian Ocean and also in the Bay of Bengal region, and potential for connectivity. Finally, I will focus, as I said, mostly on Bay of Bengal, and with some way forward, I will finish my presentation. Okay. As we know, the Bay of Bengal region in particular, the Indian Ocean, which is about approximately 72 million square kilometer and roughly roughly about 20% of the global 20% of the global ocean. The Indian Ocean is the third largest ocean after the Pacific and the Atlantic. It is more than 20% of the world GDP will be from the Indian Ocean by 2050, one study said, and estimated at least 20.8 billion equivalent of gross marine products will be shipped through this one. Indian Ocean economy is accounted for about 35% of the global iron production. Thus, my main point from this slide is that Indian Ocean is a very important route for not only for this region as well as for the world economy. Similarly, if we move to the Bay of Bengal region, Bay of Bengal Ocean or Bay of Bengal, we can see it formed about 120 million years ago, an enormous water body with an area of about 217 hectares. It covered around 1,000 miles. So the Bay of Bengal countries consist 1.7 billion or around 20% of the global population. So again, here is a huge population and market is connected through this. As the Honorable Chair and the previous speaker, Dr. Daisuke, rightly mentioned some of the points. I want to show a picture here. I don't know how much you can see here. If you can see, the left picture basically shows the Indian Ocean, which is a gateway for the Bay of Bengal. And the right picture shows how Bay of Bengal is connecting the whole region I mean, the South Asia as well as the South Asia. Thus, we can see basically from Bay of Bengal to Indian Ocean and then Pacific Ocean and through Atlantic. This whole area is connected to the world by to this ocean. So I can say rightly this session or this conference named as Connecting Sagar to Sagar has a lot of potential for this area or region. We go next. Particularly, if I now focus on the Bay of Bengal, it connects, as I said, particularly India, Bangladesh, Myanmar, Thailand. And this area is basically a huge connection point, as previous speaker said, also through Malacca Strait is a connecting point to the rest of the world. So Malacca Strait is as a gateway for connecting this area to the rest of the world. And particularly for not only Southeast Asian region, if we see the China, Korea, Japan, this figure we can see most of their energy links starting, which comes from Middle East, India, Saudi Arabia, comes through Hormuz Canal to then goes to Malacca Strait, Bay of Bengal, and thus ultimately is going to the Korea, Japan, this area. So for Asian economy, this Bay of Bengal region is playing a very important role. This picture shows that. What happening for this importance? My previous speaker rightly said we can see a lot of ports and a lot of special economic zones are created throughout this region. As he mentioned rightly, the Paira port in Bangladesh is also very important. And also he mentioned about the Matarbari. Right now I'm staying very close to the Paira port here. So I can see a lot of economic activities here is particularly going through this connectivity area. And also in Matarbari area in Bangladesh context. So there's other port, as you can see from starting from Sri Lankan port to Colombo, Hambantota, Chennai, all over the region, this area is connected all to this economy and special economic zones of this area is created, particularly focusing the economic activities and the blue economy opportunity of this region. So basically, as I mentioned, this area is also a bigger part of Bangladesh, China, Myanmar, and Indian economic corridor as a part of. So all these economic activities that are focusing throughout focused based on this importance of this area. So as early mentioned, particularly if I focus now, these two C connects basically East Asia, Southeast Asia, South Asia, Pacific, and the global connectivity for all these countries. What are the potential of this connectivity? I think the Honorable Chair rightly pointed out some of the importance of this area. For example, it is one of the world's biggest marine ecosystems. The Earth has 64 large marine ecosystems, and Bay of Bengal is one of them. It contains expansive forest cover, waterways, coral reefs, estuaries, deltas, and serve as a breeding ground for numerous animals and fish species. Marine animals like whales, yellowfin tuna, marlin, and other species also found here. The famous Irrawaddy dolphin, which is found in Irrawaddy River of Myanmar, also found is in this water area. It is also a very highly profitable fisheries sector we can see for this area. Then this fisheries sector is contributing hugely to the economy of this region. For example, from only one single fish, that is hilsa, contributes about 1% of the GDP of Bangladesh. And overall, fisheries sector contributes around 4% of the GDP of Bangladesh. So we can understand the importance of this region for Bangladesh. Beside economic reason, the marine ecosystem is also playing important role for this one. However, as Dr. Daisuke rightly pointed out, there are a lot of challenges also in this region, particularly for fisheries. I can say there are a lot of overexploitation, inefficient fisheries management, and lack of contribution, lack of policy cohesion among the countries of this region. Also, we can see this important rivers of India and Bangladesh flow into the Bay of Bengal. For example, River Ganga, which originates from the Gamut Mountains and enters Bangladesh, where it is known as Padma, drains into the Bay of Bengal after joining the Meghna River. Thus, this bay basically contains a lot of important rivers, starting from As I said, it also contains Ganga, Hooghly, and other rivers. Brahmaputra also goes from this area and ultimately goes to Bay of Bengal, entering the name as the name of Yamuna from Bangladesh. So there are a lot of opportunities for hydrocarbon resources. I think some are mentioned by the speaker of this session. He said that it has a significant petroleum and natural gas reserve in this area, Bay of Bengal regions. The abundance of hydrocarbon resources is also here. The famous Ratnadeep Island is rich in valuable stones like amarths, rubies, sapphires, topaz, and others. Valuable minerals also found in this region. It is also a geostrategic gateway for many countries. As we know, there are a lot of geostrategical things are happening only due to the importance of this area. It is central to the regional organizations like ASEAN are created to force cooperation in trade, security, economic, and cultural matters. Bangladesh, India, and China have signed several naval agreements with Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand for preventing terrorism and piracy in the Bay of Bengal area. It is estimated that tourism around the Bay of Bengal can generate a revenue of about $200 billion for the countries of this region. Thus, this area has a lot of potential. It is dotted with more than 16 major ports. As I said, I will overlook this one as I already mentioned this one. A lot of ports are connected and a lot of new port activities new ports are built to connect this region. I think the previous speaker also said that there are a lot of challenges and opportunities, including competition for resources as well as the geostrategic resource. So what should be the way forward in this dynamic and always ever-changing geographic region? If I can summarize, I just want to show this famous noodle ball of Asian geographical connectivity. We know Asia or South Asia, Southeast Asia, or East Asia has a lot of regional mechanisms, starting from SAARC to ASEAN, the big things and others, many others. But one of the things I just want to mention here, whenever we try to solve something with a bigger thing and we fail due to our internal or bilateral conflict, we try to make another shorter organization. As a result, we ultimately fail to bigger prospect from our connectivity in the Bay of Bengal. So I think if this area wants to gain something big, they have to think about the bigger connectivity of this region as a whole, going beyond political and geopolitical and other interests. So finally, what should be the final thoughts and way forward? I want to just summarize saying with that, countries need to come together in collaboration to assist in mutual growth, which has immense potential in the Bay of Bengal. And as I say, for this reason, for these things, countries should have to have a greater political will and have to come beyond bilateral conflict. Bilateral conflict should be kept aside of greater interest of the region. The growth should include economic, diplomatic, energy, and other crucial angles. Right now, unfortunately, we see in many cases countries are focusing very small things, keeping aside these big interests. Uniquely given the ongoing energy crisis, shared battles would make it easier for all nations. To share that we are fighting all the common thing that is energy for the whole region, then it will help them to go beyond other shorter things like religious and other conflict. Maritime resources of Bay of Bengal needs to be explored and utilized collaboratively and equitably. And finally, I will say the tensions to be reduced by increased engagement, cooperation, and not by competition. And only by that we can think of a connecting region to region, which through the Sagar to Sagar connectivity. And with this thought, I want to finish my presentation and thank you all for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hussain. That was pretty interesting presentation, besides the initial IT glitch. And you emphasized quite a bit on the energy supply routes and the importance of energy overall in the region. I like that closing statement, more cooperation and less competition and less contestation will make it. I think maybe Once this is over, I'll try to see how I can get your noodle bowl diagram, because that was a pretty juicy, delicious noodle bowl that you had over there. It was pretty representative of what's happening in the Indo-Pacific. Okay, I'll stop over there. I would like to invite Dr. Ulupi Bora, and if you could, I'll try and stick to the time. I just gave Dr. Hussain a bit extra time because of the initial glitch, but Dr. Bora, floor is yours, please. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Dr. Pramod, for giving this opportunity. So my topic, I'll be speaking on India-Japan Maritime Partnership, a vision for connectivity, security, and resilience. Actually, Dr. Daisuke has mentioned most of the parts, also Dr. Hossein, but anyway, I'll try to continue with my parts now. So in the introduction, I have just tried to give a brief background of why Japan and India actually are trying to collaborate in this aspect. If we see Japan, Japan is a maritime nation which has one of the most extensive jurisdictional waters. And we have seen that in the last 1.5 decades, maybe, the country in the Indo-Pacific which is undergoing immense shifts in its security policies, it's Japan. So Japan is also trying to shift from a defensive defense system to an offensive one, which is a pacifist constitution, trying to reinterpret Article 9 and the security legislation passing in 2015. So whatever, at the same time, India is also initiating and going through a phase of shift to an extent. We are focusing on strategic autonomy, and we are also we do not want to be aligned, or we do not believe in any kind of alliance, although we are part of multilateral and unilateral initiatives. And at the same time, we also want to enhance our defense modernization. So going back to a common platform, both the countries have their own reasons and they have their own objectives to collaborate in this aspect, that is maritime domain, and especially when we talk about connectivity and infrastructure. So why are we interested? Why does both the countries are interested in this? Why are we dependent on this domain, or say like the sea lanes of communication? So obviously, it is the trade part is the most important thing. 90% of Japan's oil imports to the Indian Ocean, and 92% of crude oil passing to South China Sea. While we talk about India, 95% by volume and 70% by value of India's trade relies on this maritime routes. 85% of India's crude oil imports transit through the Strait of Hormuz. So obviously, securing these sea lanes of communications become extremely important, because any instability will have an adverse impact in our economy. Second thing is how is maritime connectivity related to supply chain resilience, actually? If we talk about Japan, there has been tensions with China. And of course, Japan is trying to prioritize India and ASEAN as key investment destinations. And obviously, leveraging a robust maritime connectivity is very significant, is the need of the hour. And if we talk about very critical products of Japan, especially like semiconductors, storage batteries, then they rely on secure maritime routes for diversified sourcing and for a supply chain. Now, therefore, we need a joint collaborative effort from both the parties, so that our objectives, our trade objectives, our economy remains stable. Now, when talking about Japan, Japan's vision for connectivity is a part of Japan's free and open Indo-Pacific vision. And they obviously this vision for connectivity, it focuses on development of ports, logistics, infrastructure, etc. And when late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe visited India in 2015, we came up with something called Japan and India Vision 2025. Here also, we mostly focus on promoting free and open Indo-Pacific, with maritime connectivity being one of the most important aspects. And of course, synergy between India's Act East policy and Japan's partnership for quality infrastructure. One very important agreement between India and Japan in terms of logistics, we cannot leave India-Japan Acquisition and Cross-Servicing Agreement, that is AXA. AXA came into being in 2020, and this is mostly reciprocal access to logistics, food, fuel, etc. At the same time, we also have access to Japanese bases. Say like Japan has imprints in Djibouti, and of course we have our facilities in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So if required, the two countries can have access to their bases. Like India can have an access to Djibouti, Japan can also use our facilities in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Now, while talking about in Japan, India, we are always discussing about Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force, Indian Navy. But what is the role of Coast Guard? I believe that the role of Coast Guard is also immense here, because recently in the year 2023, Indian Coast Guard actively participated in this 19th Heads of Asian Coast Guard Agencies meeting. And this is also a Japanese-led initiative mostly to promote connectivity, collaboration among the Asian Coast Guards, and it's focused on mostly maritime law enforcement, safety, environmental protection, etc. Now, the two coast guards have also recently, with the 2+2 dialogue, which happened in 2024 August month, both the coast guards, India and Japan, they tried to initiate a MOC for again better connectivity, better infrastructural development, and progress of both the parties in the maritime domain. Now, joint statement highlights, another joint statement was also signed during this 2+2 dialogue, and highlights that we will again collaborate in terms of ship maintenance. And that will happen in India. Especially, we'll support Japan's MSDF operations in the Indian Oceans and Japan's anti-piracy deployment of the coast of Somalia. Now, we can take the example of India's role in terms of combating piracy with an example incident which happened in 1999 when this stolen Japanese ship Alonder Rainbow was identified by the Coast Guard near Sri Lanka. But later, the ship was found in Arabian Sea because it was handed over to the Indian Navy, and Indian Navy mission was initiated under UNCLOS clause number 3 with the initiative of our former Foreign Minister Jaswant Singh. So this definitely demonstrates how India's capability to combat piracy and how we have upheld international maritime law. And this strengthened India's global standing and showcased the importance of maritime cooperation. Now, India-Japan cooperation in Bay of Bengal, Dr. Hussain has spoken most of the things. I would not want to include that. But another initiative is IPOI, Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative. This is also was launched in 2019 by our Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It has 7 pillars. I won't discuss all the 7 pillars, but the 7th pillar, which is trade, connectivity, and maritime transport, is being led by Japan and US. And under this 7th pillar, Japan has focused on enhancing port infrastructure, shipping networks, maritime trade, and most of these aspects have been already discussed by the previous speakers, especially the LNG infrastructure in Sri Lanka, where the 3 countries, India, Japan, and Sri Lanka, they have invested at least $250 million in terms of LNG import terminal. Then 2019, India, Japan, and Sri Lanka again entered into a trilateral MOC regarding the Colombo port. And India, Japan we have also tried to encourage Japan contributed to pipelines and electrification projects in Myanmar. India also fostered infrastructure development under its Act East policy. Now, road infrastructure in Bangladesh also is a project which both the countries have supported, with Japan International Cooperation Agency, ZICA, being one of them, which has fostered connectivity between northeastern region of India and the Bay of Bengal. And we have finance, especially in the Motorbari port project. Now, we have had projects, we have our objectives, we have our plans, but the question arises how far these initiatives have been successful, or what are the challenges we are facing. Of course, if we look at Sri Lanka, we know what they have been through, the economic constraints, the financial aspect. So Sri Lanka's progress have not been that much the way it has been expected, and Sri Lanka's economic difficulties affected its capacity to basically support the large-scale infrastructure projects. Now, while talking about the 2021 military coup in Myanmar has also disrupted this project timeline. Then again, in Bangladesh, of course, land acquisition, and that is an issue because securing necessary land for this infrastructure also is important, but that has again delayed. So these are certain challenges. Now, another aspect very important while discussing about maritime domain is maritime domain awareness. So maritime domain awareness is all understanding the activities happening in the maritime domain. It involves gathering information, sharing data, etc. Now, in 2023, the Quad Summit, we came up with something called Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness. And in the year 2024, the recent Quad Summit, it was extended to Indian Ocean region as well. Now, here, I believe that technology plays a significant role here. Technology is an enabler here when we talk about IPMDA, because technology helps in combating IUU fishing or dark shipping or piracy, whatever we talk about, advanced technology helps to a lot of extent. If we talk about technology, of course, we can speak about satellite-based tracking, which where we utilize commercial satellite services to improve the vessel identification or provide faster, wider maritime intelligence. Then information fusion centers are equally important. IFC, IOR, which we already have in Gurugram, in India, and Japan also has it, MSIL. Now, but another very important the aspect here is the UNICORN, which is known as Unified Complex Radio Antenna, which is very important as a technology to enhance maritime domain awareness. And India and Japan recently signed this memorandum of implementation, where we are going to collaborate. And this is one of the first time that co-development.
If you can wrap up in the next 60 seconds, please.
Okay, sure.
Three other speakers left, so thank you.
Okay. So, okay. And then, but there has been roadblocks, of course, in this aspect. I would just quickly finish the challenges. Data sharing and sovereignty concerns have been there. There has been technological gaps between both the countries. Then there has been geopolitical sensitivities also. We maybe funding is an issue. And now, quickly, I will just say, mention about the Asia-Africa Growth Corridor also, where we wanted to focus on infrastructure and infrastructure development. But here also we have funding issues, and that is why our execution has got delayed. Then another aspect is lack of technology transfer between the two countries. As Japan is dependent on US military hardware, so technology transfer to a third country becomes difficult. And our regional focus also mismatches because India is mostly focusing on the Indian Ocean region, while Japan focusing on East China Sea and South China Sea. Then, however, what I would like to say that the way forward or what comprehensive insight would be that both the countries need to enhance the finance mechanisms, and that too on an equal footing. It is not that Japan invests more, we invest less, or we invest more, or Japan invests less. We have to be on an equal footing. We need to have access to advanced technology and expertise. Especially, we could focus on underwater platforms, underwater surveillance systems, robotic solution, this kind of cutting-edge technologies. And also, we could diversify import partners. We mostly focus on look up to US, we look up to Israel, France, Russia when it comes to import of defense equipment. At the same time, Japan looks towards US. But why not we focus on each other and in terms of technology or equipment transfer or co-development or co-production? I would like to conclude by saying that we have a lot of potential to collaborate, and we have enhanced coordination. We could enhance coordination under platform like Quad and can unlock untapped opportunities, ensuring sustainable and impactful collaboration. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Guru. I think you touched on some key issues. I'll come to that in the Q&A, depending on how much time we have. The road connectivity, some rail connectivity, and the ports, terminals, those are pretty critical infrastructure that facilitate a lot of trade. Mritika Goa Sarkar, she's somewhere up in the Northern Hemisphere, I believe, in America. The floor is yours. Please do justice in your 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And good afternoon, and it's a good morning here. But then thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much, Dr. Pramod and Mr. Mahadevan. So I'm really grateful for the speakers previously who have talked a lot about the Indian Ocean. And Mr. Mahadevan, you were talking about the importance of the Indian Ocean in terms of trade and the energy movements that happen. Even the previous speakers talked about. What I would want to focus on is the importance for the Indian Ocean, for especially India, how the Indian Ocean is not just a trade artery, it is a backbone of its economic ambitions, a stage for geopolitical competition, and a theater for addressing sustainability challenges. This brings me today to my focus of the presentation, which is how transforming India's ports into green sustainable hubs can align India's trade goals with its climate commitments, while bolstering its geopolitical positioning in the Indian Ocean. Thus, green ports are not just an environmental necessity, they are a strategic imperative. Now, what exactly are green ports and how do they work? A green port is defined as one that integrates sustainability at every stage of operation, reducing the environmental impact while maximizing efficiency. So I would break this down into 4 key features quickly. Renewable energy integration. Green ports rely on renewable energy sources like solar, wind, and tidal power. For example, the port of Rotterdam has successfully integrated wind and solar farms to generate 50 megawatts annually, reducing its dependence on fossil fuels and cutting emissions by 20% since 2018. In India, a similar model could be replicated throughout various ports. Another feature is the shore power and electrification. A key feature of green ports is the electrification of berthing facilities. Ships docked at ports can connect to the local electricity grid instead of running their diesel engines. Smart automation. Green ports utilize Internet of Things enabled sensors and AI systems to optimize energy usage, monitor emissions, and predict maintenance needs. These technologies reduce operational inefficiencies and ensure that ports remain competitive and sustainable. And lastly, circular waste management. Advanced waste treatment systems recycle ballast water and industrial waste, minimizing pollution and conserving resources. For instance, the Port of Los Angeles recycles over 80% of its waste, setting a global benchmark. Now, why green ports are vital for India? The importance of green ports is multidimensional, spanning economic, environmental, and geopolitical concerns. In the economic context, India's port handle 95% of its trade volume and 70% of its trade value. However, inefficiencies in logistics raise India's trade costs to 13 to 14% of GDP, compared to the global average of 8 to 10%, according to World Bank. Green ports, with their advanced technologies, renewable energy integration, and streamlined operations, can significantly reduce these costs. For instance, by adopting electrified cranes, renewable energy, and automation, ports like the Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust could reduce operational costs while improving the output. Modernizing Indian ports for sustainability would also attract global shipping lines, which increasingly prioritize global neutral supply chains. The environmental necessity. Ports and maritime logistics are significant contributors to environmental degradation. Ships idling at berths emit harmful pollutants, including sulfur oxides and nitrogen oxides. Poor ballast water management contributes to marine biodiversity loss. Rising sea levels driven by climate change threaten port infrastructure in cities like Mumbai and Chennai. And lastly, the geopolitical considerations. India positions in the Indian Ocean is also under pressure. China's Belt and Road Initiative has developed strategically positioned ports like Hambantota in Sri Lanka and Gwadar in Pakistan. These ports, equipped with modern infrastructure, draw regional trade flows and project Chinese influence. India's response could include the creation of technologically advanced, eco-friendly ports that not only meet global environmental standards, but also position India as a favorable hub for trade in the region. When we come to other strategic value of green ports, the green ports can actually strengthen trade corridors. If we look at the potential of linking through maritime corridors with Africa and ASEAN nations, which would make India a key player in global trade. These corridors could bypass traditional choke points, diversifying trade routes with reducing geopolitical risks, as well as global South leadership, where developing nations grapple with dual challenges of economic growth and climate action. India can lead, for example, showcasing its green ports as model for balancing sustainability and trade. Now, when you focus on India's current gaps in progress in terms of the green port, what's the progress in it? India's Sagarmala program, launched in 2015, has laid a strong foundation for modernizing the country's maritime infrastructure. With 120 billion allocated across 474 projects, the program aims to transform India's ports into globally competitive trade hubs. It has focused on reducing logistics costs, improving connectivity, and integrating ports with industrial corridors. However, while the program has achieved significant progress in operational efficiency, it falls short in addressing the sustainability and environmental challenges. That threatens the long-term viability of
Sorry to
India's.
interrupt you there. I'm just messaging offline. In the interest of time, I'm going to cut you down to a couple of minutes more because we have a couple of more speakers and their time also I'll have to curtail it. There is something happening on the Zoom sessions. So if you can try to wrap it up in the next 2-3 minutes. Thanks.
Okay, absolutely. I just have one more slide, sort of. So the key achievements include the enhanced connectivity for the Sagar Mala program, the industrial corridor, which has reduced transit times for manufacturing exports, enhancing the region's competitiveness, the pilot renewable energy projects, which, as I was talking about, the Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust, which has implemented a 2.5 megawatt solar power plant, and the Adani Mundra Port, which is piloting LNG powered systems. But there are also key gaps in sustainability, which would be the reliance on fossil fuels. Majority of the Indian ports still rely heavily on diesel-powered equipment and fossil fuel-based power grids. The absence of shore power infrastructure, electrification of berthing facilities is a critical component of green port development. And berthed ships continue to rely on these diesel engines, contributing significantly to local air pollution and GHG emissions. Fragmented policy frameworks. This is important where Sagar Mala emphasizes modernization. It lacks a cohesive sustainability strategy. There is no unified policy mandating renewable energy adoption, emissions monitoring, or waste management systems across ports, leaving these initiatives to the discretion of individual operators. And the investment shortfalls, transitioning to green ports requiring significant capital investment, estimated to around 50 billion over the next decade. Current investments focus primarily on physical infrastructure rather than sustainable technologies. Now, what could be a roadmap for transforming India's ports into the green hubs? This is my concluding thought, but then I just want to explore a bit on it. To address these gaps, India could adopt a varied phased approach that aligns modernization with sustainability. The transformation of ports into green hubs require both structural reforms and targeted investments. The first could be scaling renewable energy, where solar and wind projects already piloted at ports like the Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust need to be scaled nationally. Coastal states like Tamil Nadu and Gujarat, with the vast wind energy potential, are ideally positioned to host offshore wind farms that can power port operations sustainably. Electrifying berthing facilities, installing shore power systems where docked ships draw electricity from grid rather than running diesel engines would drastically cut emissions. For example, California's ports have reduced emissions by 50,000 tons annually through mandatory shore power adoption. A similar mandate for Indian ports, supported by government subsidies or tax incentives, could catalyze the transition. Another would be driving public-private partnership. Financing green technologies at ports requires substantial private sector involvement. Adani's Mundra port, which is piloting LNG-based systems, demonstrates the potential for PPPs to fund low-emission infrastructure. Establishing a regional green port alliance, where India must position itself as a leader in sustainable maritime development by spearheading a green ports alliance in the Indian Ocean, collaborating with countries like Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and Kenya, would enable resource pooling, technology sharing, and the creation of sustainable trade corridor. These 4 pillars provide a clear and actionable framework to transform India's ports into global benchmark for green logistics. And for the interest of time, I think I would just wrap up my presentation here.
Thanks, Matika. Very kind of you. You went on like the famous Bollywood singer Shankar Mahadevan. You went breathless. You just went on. That's good. But I just got clarification from Pramod Jaiswal. Looks like he went into a bit of a freak mode, and apparently the time deadline was for someone else. So anyway, good. But you raised some important key points. I'm going to come to that on the waste management and the hydrogen technologies, because these are definitely going to be changing the way we do trade, especially on the maritime domain. If the shipping companies can transform themselves into hydrogen cells and use it on the ships, how and where it impacts the ports, especially the VLCC ships, and what kind of trade volumes that go on over there. So I'll come back to you. We do have time, which is the good news. if I can invite Nafisa Lutfat to take the floor and share some of your wisdom so that we do not end up in a bit of a time stress like Pramod just put me under in the past 5 minutes. So are you there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Am I
The
audible?
floor is yours. 10 minutes. Please go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening to my honorable distinguished guests and maritime stakeholders. We are all here to collaborate and share our knowledge to enhance our cooperation and collaboration centering this Indian Ocean. Last month in Bangladesh, we held a Bay of Bengal conversation, and in that conversation, I was a very active role player because I was working there as a advice giver. But in that case, I have seen the most of the panelist members, they were saturated. No, none of them actually talked on Bay of Bengal. They were talking about piracy and many other things, plethora of focal point, but not focus on the Bay of Bengal. Actually, because we forget that maritime strategy or maritime security is a integral part of our national security. And when it comes to ocean of the world, it is a vast and mysterious space and increasingly becoming the focus of intense economic, strategic, and environmental attention. This is particularly true for Indian Ocean. And it's not only a bed of water, rather I will say it is turning into a field where stakeholders like USA, China, Japan, Australia, they are coming and participating, and the competition is increasing, and it will turn into a fiasco in the coming days. As we are here talking about blue economy, we need to understand what blue economy actually is. The concept came from Gunter Paul from his book named Blue Economy, 10 Years, 100 Innovations and 100 Million Jobs. So what was the main aim of blue economy? It was to make the water beds sustainable, to put some ideas that will bring sustainability in this area. But what we are actually sharing, what we're thinking and seeing, that it is becoming more and more area of conundrums, tussle, and matter of distrustness, because we have our big brother India here, and India is inviting USA, and China is another regional hegemon here. So the whole situation here, if you see, is turning into a place where you cannot put something, you can go for collaboration or cooperation so much easily. And coming back to what is blue economy, it's an ocean system to we are talking about ecosystem health, the ecosystem health of ocean. And if you see what World Bank is talking about, they're saying it is a sustainable way of preserving our ocean. European Commission is talking about coast, seas, ocean, climate change, fisheries. See, all there are plethora of places to work, but we actually don't know where to work, where to collaborate. And Indian Ocean is the mother of three choke points, if I say Strait of Malacca, Balvi Mandib, and also we can say Suez Canal, because Suez Canal is connecting Atlantic with Indian Ocean. So it is a place where 2.5 billion people are living and are connected. And it has 80% of global shipment. So what we actually are doing, we are pulling out our interest from this area, but actually we are doing nothing to preserve the area, I can say. And if I say the two main points that we are here to talk about, one is enhancing the trade route. India is trying its best to enhance the trade route, because we have seen under Modi regime and when Trump was in power, they both collaborated to bring a drastic change in Indian Ocean. And we have seen the term Indo-Pacific was also introduced during Trump era. But see, whatever policies came under this fallacy, Indo-Pacific or Indian Ocean, are very short term. From my point of view, even Quad is also a short-term idea. Let's talk about Seattle. It was established in 1954, right, when Cold War was happening. are we talking about Seattle now? But at that time, Seattle was a very strategic partnership led by USA, right? So now USA doesn't need Seattle, so Seattle is dying. Quad or any partnership in surrounding Indian Ocean will also die when USA doesn't need them anymore. So USA will leave us, but we have in the Indian Ocean is our neighborhood. So what we are doing, we are depending on India or USA or the partnership between India and USA. For example, I can say TPP, right? It's a phonics partnership where 12 Pacific Rim countries came together under the invitation of USA, right? And in 2016, USA left. Then these countries, these 11 countries with Australia, they created CPTPP in 2018. But see, these 11 countries, when 11 people sit together, they have their different ideas. One will say, I like pasties, and another will say, no, I like to follow gluten-free diet, right? So these 11 countries, when it comes to nations, the self-interest and national interest and self-help becomes so much evidential that they don't actually cooperate. It's a very time-consuming thing to cooperate. So when time passes, after a certain time, the enthusiasm for cooperation dies. So who is our leader here? So whom we actually are trying to follow? Another one was in 2012, Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, which came under Joe Biden, right? 14 nations were there. The outcome, they had promised a plethora of sustainable things. They'll take these policies, they will use AI, they will solve the problems regarding fisheries piracy, but the outcome was very limited. And even today, the outcome is very limited, which puts us in a position that I must say that we have to initiate our own cooperation. That can be a bilateral cooperation or multilateral cooperation. But we have to set our own narrative. For example, India has their narrative of Indian Ocean from 5,000 years. You have seen they had their their narrative is 5,000 years old. They have their dockyard in from their Harappan civilization. So they have their narrative. They have mandala system, though mandala was given by Kautilya based on land, but they are implementing in ocean, in bed, and that is why they have introduced sagar, they have introduced mosam and IONS, IORA. All these are some ideas, creative ideas that India has introduced to control the area, right? And even Panikkar, I can deny Panikkar has given the idea of nuggets, which was much more earlier when China gave the implemented the idea of string of pearls. Right? So India has their own narrative, but the smaller countries in South Asia, or I can say Indian Ocean, the smaller countries which are in the rim region of Indian Ocean, they don't have their narrative. It is maybe because we are dependent on someone's narrative, or it is because we don't have the capacity or capability to think creatively to make our own narrative. And coming to the enhancing the trade routes, we can also talk about CPEC and its investment in Gadwal port. Pakistan came forward for the investment, and China helped it, right? This investment highlights the need for balanced investment. Why India is very much anxious about CPEC or Gadwal port, because it is the only port in that region. So the investment from China was not much balanced, and over dependence on one port made India thoughtful about it, that what India is actually doing, right? And it is called
Okay,
balance
sorry
of
to
power.
interrupt you. I am actually engrossed in your conversation, but if I'll give you another 16 minutes to try and wrap it up.
Okay. Yeah, I actually I was in a verge of wrapping it up. So the second point was maritime infrastructure. If we need to develop the maritime infrastructure, we can talk about Tanzania and Kenya, they have many things to offer. See, these two countries, Tanzania and Kenya, are also Indian Ocean countries. They have their exit to Indian Ocean, but we don't talk about these small countries, but they have many things to offer to world economy, right? And you can say there is a project named Lamu Port South Sudan Ethiopia Transport Corridor, where their main aim is to connect landlocked countries with the sea, with the ocean. So Nepal is a landlocked country, right? But we cannot you can give it a feeling that you are left out. You are not invited. If we can invite these small nations, whether they are landlocked or they have an exit to ocean, only then we can actually implement a brotherhood concerning Indian Ocean. And if, in conclusion, I must say, USA is trying to improve the idea free and open Indo-Pacific or Indian Ocean. We all should warmly welcome it, but we are forgetting that what we are doing to make it a sustainable project or make the ocean sustainable. For that, we should forget our self-interest and we should foster collaboration to fight against piracy, pollution, climate change. That means I'm talking about non-traditional security threats. And we have to attract investment, not only bilateral investment, but also public and private investments. And last but not the least, that is innovation. We have to encourage innovation concerning this area. We have to enhance the supply chain and welcome transparency. And as AI is a new fashion, we have to also input AI here and use it in a best way so that we can secure the space and make it our home. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. That was pretty interesting what you were saying, and I was taking a few notes over there. I think at a macro level, you were trying to say that all these regional groupings that are happening, because they are short-term by nature, they are more political groupings. And as the center of gravity keeps moving globally, depending on which economy is becoming more powerful, these groupings tend to either fall off the radar or they just don't take off. And I think now at 21st century being the Asian century, there is a lot of gravity moving out here, but everyone wants to be part of it in the so-called Indo-Pacific region. Although this has been the domain, that ocean floor has been the domain for a lot. So I'll come back to quite a few of your points that you raised. If I can invite Mahesh Ganguly and Mohammad Haji Raza from the MMAJ Academy of International Studies. I'm not sure which one of you is presenting, but I got a list which says there are two of you. So please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Sir, our topic of presentation is
Sorry,
the
Mahesh,
channel.
can I request your camera? Is it deliberately upside down to give us a twist, or is
No,
it?
sir.
Oh, okay. I was going to spin my laptop upside down. I thought my camera flipped. Just check if your camera can be made 180 degrees upside.
So we are checking it, sir.
Sorry about that, guys. Bit of a technical glitch, but my neck will get twisted if I try to look at him in that angle. Talk about Indo-Pacific. He came across like a submarine on the screen, suddenly upside down. So I thought that was Mr. Pramod Jaiswal testing my skills.
Excuse me, sir. I think you can rejoin the meeting, Mahesh, sir, and I think the camera will work fine.
Sure,
There we go. While Mahesh is doing that, can I suggest for the earlier speakers to just go through a couple of the questions that have been put over there? I think one's to Dr. Hussain and one is to Dr. Kawai. Have a read through those questions, and maybe when we get the Q&A session started, we got just about 10, maximum 12 minutes left. So Mahesh, if you want to skip the video part of it and go ahead with your presentation, then we can stick to our timeline. Otherwise, we may end up losing some time there.
Okay, sir.
Thanks, Mahesh. Go ahead.
Sir, the presentation's topic is the Canal Conundrum and Indo-Pacific, understanding the importance of Kra Canal project in present political rivalry between China and India. As we know that for many years, the Kra Canal project had been mooted as a game changer for Thailand's economy and current geo-economics and political landscape of the Indo-Pacific. If the project come in reality, it will not only allow China to bypass the Malacca dilemma by diverting its oil and gas flows from Straits of Malacca, but it would also speed up the PLA Navy's entry to the Indian Ocean from the South China Sea. Now, what is the significance or what is the strategic significance of Kra Canal? The Kra Canal would considerably cut down shipping distances and prices for vessels transporting from the Pacific to the Indian Ocean. As we know, that the Straits of Malacca currently transport 80% of the world's maritime trade, making it susceptible to congestion and piracy. So by offering an alternative rule, the Kra Canal could enhance regional trade efficiency. And it will also shorten the shipping routes by approximately cutting 1,200 kilometers and bring billions in fuel and transit cost saving each year. So it will also solve the Malacca dilemma that China faces currently as a country without independence in oil and gas imports via the Straits of Malacca. As we know that not just China will find an alternative route of energy imports for naval deployment of the Indian Ocean, it will also enhance China's ability to project its power in the Indian Ocean and Indo-Pacific region. So what India can do? India can shoulder its responsibility and join hands with several nations like USA, Japan, and Australia, and deploy a multilateral approach so that we can counter the strategic dominance of China in the Andaman Sea. Heightened Chinese influence in the region would require a wider naval capability and a stronger alliance partnership. So what are the opportunities before India? India, by participating in the development of the Kra Canal, India could count on support of Quad partners with BIMSTEC member states. And economic integration with Southeast Asia is in response to the growing need for closer relations with the rest of the world and necessity to prepare for one of the world's fastest growing regions. Now, what are the challenges for India? If China invests in the Kra Canal, then it could gain a tight grip around India strategically in the Andaman Sea. And the Chinese naval activities could intensify in the waters of India's eastern coastline. So because of the involvement, the canal guarantees environment. It also brings challenges to the environmental susceptibility while securing its maritime interest. To address Thailand's internal political sensitivity and to suit Thai national interest, India will have to collaborate effectively. So what could be India's strategic approach? India could, of course, having already said about India could shoulder the responsibility of promoting a multilateral approach, which means working together with the Quad countries as well as the BIMSTEC, all while maintaining its own strategic freedom to reject any or all the BRI, so that the Kra Canal remains a neutral commercial waterway rather than a strategic choke point in the hands of a single power. As we know, the principle of Quad is freedom and rule-based order in Indo-Pacific region. So together, India and Japan, USA and Australia, along with Thailand, can jointly come together and find an alternative financer in the Kra Canal region. To safeguard interest of India, India must improve its operational readiness of its Andaman and Nicobar Command. To conclude, while the Kra Canal project offers opportunities to India about the trade efficiency and regional connectivity, there are challenges such as environmental sustainability. There are challenges like political sensitivity and strategic interest as well. The canal is an opportunity for India to stamp its mark, but it also presents a quandary of how to balance China's incursion in the Indian Ocean. For India, if the Kra Canal is a catalyst for regional development and not a source of geopolitics, then it can take some multilateral approach, leverage platforms such as Quad and BIMSTEC, and invest in a strategic infrastructure to make it so. Thank you, sir. I'm done with my presentation.
Thanks a lot, Mahesh. That was fantastic. I think that's the best time management, better than me, I guess. So we got another 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Can I request the panelists to light up your videos and unmute yourself, because I'm going to combine the 2-3 questions on the chat and try to make it a generic question, because the theme I'm seeing across is Japan has funded quite a bit of the infrastructure along the Indo-Pacific region domain, including the small countries and big countries like India. And this is facilitating significant amount of trade in energy, in renewable sector, as well as in commodity. Like Bangladesh has become one of the big global hubs for garment exports. Like India became the vaccine capital of the world. Bangladesh is pretty much becoming the garment hub also. Sri Lanka is getting its own capabilities. So can I ask a generic question for each speaker to just try and do justice in 60 to 70 seconds? What do you think is the way forward using Japan's funding and technologies, Australia's resources, and the skilled manpower that's there in the ASEAN region, South Asia, and how can the small island nations piggyback on the bandwagon and make some good revenue for themselves? So, Dr. Kawai, I'll start from you and we'll go in the same order.
Thank you, Chair. So when it comes to the funding from Japan for in the critical tech and investing in the Southeast Asia countries. So as you may know, Japan is dedicating to the economic security, which encompasses the innovation of critical technologies. And one of the pillars Japan is pushing is investing in 10 billion Japanese yen in the critical tech to foster the innovation. In line with that, Japan is willing to fund critical technologies and with like-minded nations to develop new technologies. But problem here is that even though we are willing to manufacture the basement in Southeast Asia or other countries, putting the technology there, the urgent issue is how can we protect from leaking these technologies which Japan put? So if we can make any assurance from the countries which we going to manufacture or set up this basement, I think the Japanese government is happy to provide the funding for tech and for basement manufacturing. Thank you.
Okay, that's wonderful. I think IPP copyrights is one of the key concerns, as with any other manufacturing. Dr. Hussain, are you available? Okay, while we're waiting for Dr. Hussain to come back, Dr. Bora, you want to share your
thank you. I am available.
okay.
Just let me to say, as you said, that what role can be done for small countries, yeah, and Japan's role can be done. Is that your question?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. So I think for Bangladesh case, the first thing is that the challenge Bangladesh is facing, that Bangladesh is in kind of in a geopolitical trap, I will say, in one hand. And for Bangladesh, the most important thing is that try to get infrastructure investment for this kind of blue economy development, particularly not depending on one country, rather depending on multiple countries. We have seen such a tension situation in here when we saw that investment from particular countries in increasing in Bangladesh. Bangladesh was trying to kind of balance by taking from multiple countries. Again, Bangladesh was in challenge. So first thing, definitely Bangladesh don't have their own capacity to use infrastructure development. So in that case, Japanese investment certainly has a lot of confidence among the Bangladeshi people. But there are some investment which has created some of the challenges, some of the controversies. For example, as I say, some of the one I want to mention particularly related to that coal-fired power plant that Japan wanted to invest. So for Japan, they have to really understand the pulse of the people and shouldn't go for investment which will create some of the controversy. That is the thing. Other way, I think Bangladesh for Bangladesh, we'll have to one thing Bangladesh will have to understand very, very clearly that not controversy with any other country, rather try to focus as much as possible mutual gain and mutual respect for each other, and try to have a good relation with all the neighboring country, going beyond politics. That's what very important. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Hussain. Dr. Bora, your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir. I would like to focus on the technology aspect, considering Japan to be one of the technologically advanced countries. So first of all, since you have mentioned about the small island nations, for example, say like Palau. So I think India, Japan, or Japan that way could focus on something called radio access network. That is mostly telecommunications. Then in Fiji, something like early warning system because of the environmental degradation and climate change. These are the issues which the small island nations are facing. When we talk about surveillance system, especially say like patrolling aircrafts and all, they use certain advanced devices including sensors and microcontrollers which use semiconductors. So Japan is one of the countries which is known for its semiconductor manufacturing, especially since 1980s, although later it declined to an extent, but now it is pumping a lot of money into it. So for especially in terms of semiconductor materials, today 56% share Japan has at the global market. So this is one of the aspects which we can look into. Another thing is underwater surveillance system, which I have already mentioned in my the slide, and say like robotics, then UGVs and underwater platforms we can focus on. Then the fourth point is, of course, the stealth technology. Japan is very much known for it. And obviously, I have also mentioned it in my slide where India has already signed an MOI. But I think it is not that something should be between India and MOI for radio antennas, which is called Unicorn. But I think in the Indo-Pacific region, both the countries as being part of Quad, using the Quad framework also, and also the Free and Open Indo-Pacific framework. The third and the fourth pillar also talks about advanced technology. So I think these platforms could be used to leverage the technology aspect of Japan at a larger level.
I think that's pretty interesting what you just said, and I'll try and discuss this with Pramod later. That particular technology, how can the small island nations benefit, especially with maritime surveillance, early warning systems, and preparing themselves for HADR activities while they become the shipping routes? Thanks for that. Pretty good insights. And I think Major General Ashok Kumar is keeping you very busy at St. Joe's with so much of technologies. Nafisa, Lutfa, would you like to share your thoughts, please?
Sorry, did you ask me? Sorry, just muffled, the voice muffled a bit.
Sorry, Mritika, you go ahead. Sorry, I jumped the line. Yep, go ahead.
Oh, so okay. No, I mean,
Take a breath.
thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think Dr. Bora, all my thoughts, a lot of my thoughts were actually said by Dr. Bora, but then I really liked her points about the Japanese technologies, and my thoughts were Japanese technologies in especially renewable energy, disaster resilience, and urban planning. I know that Dr. Bora talked a lot about the disaster resilience. I would just like to add that countries like India can also partner with Japan in terms of the disaster management. When we talk about earthquake resilient buildings, early warning systems, you can have Indian partnerships to enhance regional resistance. When you talk about renewable energy, Japan's advanced solar and wind technologies can help small states transition to sustainable energy systems. Here, countries like India could facilitate trilateral collaborations where, Japanese technologies support renewable energy adoptions in states
I'll
like...
just interrupt there. My question was not so much specific to Japanese technologies, but how can Japanese technologies integrate along with others? Like Australia has a lot of the rare earth metals that come out also, and they are also used in it. So how can the wider Indo-Pacific, rather than focusing on India and Japan, how can the wider Indo-Pacific, right from Latin America across to ASEAN and the African countries? So just try to see if you can put something on the macro.
So I think I would have just kind of say that especially in the renewable energy bit, you can have initiatives or partnerships like the Quad, or bigger Indo-Pacific
Hydrogen
partnerships, which
can play an
can become.
important role.
Yes, in terms of the renewable energy bit, and especially the reason I said Japan, because it has solar and wind technology, that I'm sure there are other countries in the Indo-Pacific also which can collaborate to ensure that smaller states who don't have that facility can get the, can utilize those technologies, and
Okay.
especially smaller states like Bhutan, Nepal, and Maldives.
Thanks a lot. I wish we had some more time, but I'm going to cut you there. But some stage we have to have a longer conversation on these, especially the circular economy and waste to energy. Nafisa Lutfa, would you like to share your thoughts, please, to wrap it up?
Japan is a middle power from my point of view. That means
Yeah.
it's a country which is not a superpower or a great power, but it plays a significant role in world order. And the most important thing that Japan holds, that it can influence some power. Like it can influence USA, and it can also influence China, and it has the ability to influence the smaller countries as well, because it is a bridge builder. They have that aura. They can build a bridge between different nations. So Japan, from my perspective, it's a trustworthy country. And if they invest in smaller countries, I think smaller countries will accept it with will welcome it warm-heartedly, because whatever Japan has done for the world order after World War II actually has claimed the idea of transparency, trustworthiness, and as well as eco-friendly. So, and there are some controversies as well while we came with eco-friendly, but most of them were not hurting any sustainability of the world order. So, or the environment wasn't hurting the soul of environment. So I can say that their projects are more environment friendly, and that is why we have seen that in South Asia or in Southeast Asian countries, they have accepted the funding from JICA. And on the other hand, Japan is very advanced from the in perspective of their technology. And we have seen the Taiwan was the hub of semiconductors, and that is why we always see that USA threats China concerning Taiwan. But if USA can actually shift this production to Japan, then I think Japan will gain more power to become a fascinating nation to help the smaller countries. And for Japan, I have one concerning thing, that is, though we are claiming Japan as a very warm country and we welcome their help, but in case of Quad, we have seen that Japan holds a grudge and doesn't want to invite South Korea, because South Korea is trying to enter Quad as a nation, but Japan is building a wall against
I'm going to
it.
cut you there, Dr. Nafisa. We won't go into the politics of Japan and Korea over there, but more in the interest of time, because I'm getting some reminders on WhatsApp and I'm watching my phone over here. So I'm going to cut over there, and really thanks a lot to you, Dr. Kawai, Dr. Hussain, Bora, obviously Mritika, you did fantastic, and Mahesh Ganguly. I personally have learned quite a bit from this. Unfortunately, because of the time constraint, there's only so much we can pack into our 10-minute slides and presentation. So apologies, I wasn't being rude. I was given a deadline and I'm getting some messages to cut it off, because the next session, it has a domino effect also. And thanks a lot to everybody for your questions, and thanks a lot to the Nepal Institute for hosting us. Look forward to some more wonderful sessions today and tomorrow. Thanks, everybody. Back to you, Pramod Jaiswal and Sumitra Karki. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you so much, sir. With the end of this session, I would like to thank Dr. Mahadevan Shankar for chairing this session. I would also like to thank all the speakers for giving their point of view on this subject. Now we move on to session number C, which is going to be chaired by Dr. Abhiruchi Ojha, an assistant professor at Jamia Millia Islamia, India, Professor Rajiv Shaw, a professor at Keio University, Japan, Dr. Dhanashri Jayaram, assistant professor at Manipal Academy of Higher Education in India, Judith Mwaniki, director of Consortium of Economic Research and Development Studies in Kenya, Dr. Ornella Kushi, former deputy minister of Tourism, and Environment of Albania, Dr. Marufa Akhtar, Department of Global Studies and Governments, Independent University, Bangladesh; Genevieve Donnellan May, Oxford Global Society, UK; Jayantika Rao Tiruvalur Viavuri, Research Associate at Delhi Policy Group, India. I would like to hand over the mic to Dr. Abhiruchi Oja to take the session forward. Hello, sir. We'll be waiting for our chair for a while. Till then. The session is yet to progress because the timing is still a bit late. We are going to start it at 2:15 Kathmandu time. So we'll be waiting for a while. Thank you. Hello, Dr. Abhiruchi. Hello, ma'am. Hello, Abhiruchi, ma'am. Yes, now you can speak.
Yeah.
So we're still waiting for a few of our speakers. We'll start in 15 minutes.
Sure, no problem.
Hi, Abhiruchi. How are you?
I'm good. All good. So I see that our three participants are yet to join.
Yeah, we are waiting for participants. We are a little early. The previous session got over a little early, so we still have 10 minutes. We have got messages that they are
Interesting
joining.
sessions. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Hello, Dr. Pramod.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing
So nice to
well.
see you.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix my video. I mean, something wrong. I mean,
Okay.
I cannot put my video on, and it's like, I don't know. I'm
Okay.
trying to.
Maybe you can try from your cell phone, or maybe if you're a cell phone, then on computer. You have 10 minutes, so don't worry.
Yeah, yeah, cell phone, it could be. This Zoom, workplace Zoom is something, they're showing a weird desktop. You see, when I put my video on, I'm showing,
Okay.
I'm seeing this, but I don't
Oh,
know what is this.
okay.
Actually, I'm also seeing it for the first time, so won't be able
Yeah.
to help you.
Actually, we had a problem with our previous Zoom link, so I don't know. There's some.
Hmm. So in that case, I may not show my face, but it will not be nice.
In next 5 minutes, you try to log in from some other device. If it doesn't work, then that's okay. You know, many times the videos don't work and
Oh,
shouldn't
sure.
be that big a
Hi,
problem. Yeah.
Jayantika. Jayantika has also joined.
Dr. Jaiswal, in the earlier
Hello,
session,
sir.
your IT person suggested the panelist can log out and log back in, and the video can be fixed.
Okay. Maybe we can try that.
Good morning, Dr. Pramod.
Good morning, Judith. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Good to see you. I hope my video is up.
Yes,
I am
you're
also not sure
visible,
what I'm
audible.
seeing on my end, so
No, we can see you clearly. It's perfect.
thank you.
Yeah, you're back to Kenya?
Yes, I am back to Nairobi.
Okay. How is the weather there?
It's a bit sunny today.
Okay.
As has been, I think, over the past about 3-4 days. Then before that, there was quite some rain. So it's cool, but a bit sunny.
Okay. Here we are having good winter.
It's already winter over there.
Yes. But this winter, due to climate change, which you'll be talking with, is getting very complicated. It's sometimes severe cold or sometimes it's very unpredictable.
I look forward to the topic.
Hello? Hello?
Since it's already time for the session to start, we still have one more speaker left to come, but then instead of waiting, we can start so that he arrives in between the session.
Yeah. Shall we start?
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
Yeah. All right then. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Depends on where you're joining us from. But thank you so much for being with us today to discuss this very important topic, which is climate change and its effects on the Indo-Pacific nations. I'll keep my remarks very brief and reserve it towards the end. Let's get the session started. If we have our first speaker for today, Professor Rajiv Shaw. If you can unmute and also you can start your video. Yeah. So Professor Rajiv Shaw is joining us from Japan. He's a professor at Kyiv University. You can find the details of all the speakers in the booklet that has already been shared. Welcome, Dr. Shaw, and over to you for your presentation. Each one of you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, and a very good evening from Japan. Thank you very much for inviting me in this very important platform. What I would like to express a little bit or share a little bit about the climate change in Asia, especially from my work in IPCC. In the screen, you can see different types of affiliations I have, starting from academia, science policy interface, startup innovation, and grassroots actions. But today, my main work is the one which I highlighted as the IPCC coordinating lead authors of the 6th assessment report. I was the CLA for Asia chapter. Before I go into the climate change itself, let me put 5 specific context, which I think it's very relevant, especially when we talk about more on the regional perspective. I'm not sure whether you are aware about this global risk outlook of World Economic Forum. This is published every year in January in the Davos meeting. So it talks about different types of risk, and the color coding, the green ones are the environmental risk, then it has geopolitical risk, then technological risk, societal risks, and so on. These 4 years, 2020, 21, 22, and 23. When I say 20, it's the analysis of the previous year because the report is published in January. You can see that in 20, most of there are quite a bit of green boxes, which are related to the environmental risk, which is climate change, extreme weather, then biodiversity losses, disasters, and so on. But if we go into 21, of course, that time we had already COVID-19. So we had infectious disease as one of the top risks. But there are new risks which arise because of our changing lifestyle, changing working pattern, changing education system, and so on. So the digital divides means we are very fortunate to have possibly a good connectivity, but not the whole world is equally connected. So this digital divide or digital power concentration became one of the critical risks. 2022, when we went more towards the different types of digital activities, cybersecurity becomes one major risk. 2023, because of the Russia-Ukraine war, which started in 2022, this energy crisis became one of the major risks. If you look at this year's report, one of the critical thing was the misinformation and disinformation. I just give you one example here that in Japan, we had a major earthquake on 1st of January this year. And after that, there were what you are seeing here in this particular screen, that there are around 370,000 posts in X, in Twitter, that this particular earthquake was due to nuclear explosion in North Korea. Then the Prime Minister himself with some technical people had to make the press conference to explain that this is nothing to do with the nuclear explosion. This is just a pure tectonic movement. So what I'm trying to point out here is that every year we are seeing many new type of risk for last 4 years. It's all listed here. The risks are becoming more interconnected. But if you see the little bit longer term perspective, the 10 years, like the future risk, extreme weather events, climate change, biodiversity losses, disasters, and so on, this becomes in the top risk in the longer perspective. So that's my context one. Context two, many of you are possibly aware about that 2015, we had all major frameworks, we had Sustainable Development Goal, we have Paris Agreement, we had also a very little bit less known, I will say, the framework, which is Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, SDGs for Development, climate change for, of course, the Paris for the climate change, and Sendai for the disasters. And we try to make some analysis of that, what these particular frameworks talk about. And we saw that there are quite a bit of correlation between development, disasters, and climate change. But I highlight one specific issue, this particular term called local. It has been used 10 times in SDG, 48 times in Sendai, 9 times in Paris Agreement. And my main takeaway from this particular analysis that although we talk about global framework, it has a very strong local implication. So that's my context number two. Context number three is the CCA, Climate Change Adaptation and Disaster Risk Reduction Synergy. The one which you are seeing in the top is from the disaster report, Global Assessment Report. So where we are talking about this particular word, that living with uncertainty. I think more the world is becoming a different sense. It's not only just the disasters in terms of the natural hazard, but also there are lots of war, conflict, geopolitical risk. So this living with uncertainty becomes one of the critical aspects. In the lower part, in this climate change report, which I will be talking 2022, this is on the left-hand side, this is the previous report, assessment report 5, where we tried to define the risk terms of climate change, human society, ecosystem, and so on. Here we put all the three things the same, the future climate change, human system transitions, ecosystem transitions, but we talk about the climate resilient development pathways, like we need to possibly deal with the climate change, we need to cope with the climate change, how we go in future as a resilient pathways. So that's a very important context of 3. Context 4 is gradually we are seeing more complex emergencies. In 2020, in January, we published this book on public health and disasters, talked about the health emergencies, but we never imagined that this whole year we'll be spending more on the public health issues, which was COVID-19, and more it becoming, say, more complex emergencies. So public health, disasters, climate change, this becomes very, very interrelated. And the last context here is this digital inclusivity. So what you are seeing here is the percentage of people having digital access. This is a little bit old data, 2022. So 5.3 billion globally. Out of that, Asia has the largest digital connectivity, of course, because of its large population, almost 60%. But the important thing is this digital divide, what I say, this urban area, last 10 years, the urban area and the rural area both have increased, but this gap of 15 to 20% has not yet reduced. And for that, Japan has started what we call the digital Denentoshi, which is the urban-rural connectivity. It was started by Kishida, the previous prime minister's cabinet in 2022. So mainly how we develop this digital human resource, I think that's a very, very important point. So based on these 5 points, let me just walk you through this IPCC report. So this was the report which I'm mentioning, especially this Asia chapter where I was the CLA. So we call the IPCC upper level statement, which are possibly very higher level statement, flood, regional drought, and fire. So these are becoming increasingly attributed to the human-induced climate change. Mortality, then impacts on the species on land and ocean becomes very, very severe. In IPCC definition, we use this particular term called very high confidence or medium confidence. As maybe some of you know that in IPCC, what we try to scan all different types of scientific reports, the scientific papers. So when there are a large number of scientific papers talking to a similar direction, then the the confidence level become high. So the heat becomes also, we have seen the increasing heat wave. That's also major challenges, and also different types of biodiversity losses. So in Asia, the characteristics, I think that these four specific things, one is the heat wave, coastal urban flooding, biodiversity losses, dust storm, sea level rise, and urban heat island. So this becomes quite important, and it becomes actually, these are not just isolated risk, and it's become very complex, compound, and also what you call the cascading risk. And for that, in this disaster risk reduction terminology, we often use this word called systemic risk approach. It's not just one system, it's a very, very integrated system, starting from human health to food security, agriculture production, livelihood losses. So it's a very complex phenomenon, and we need to identify that one and what we try to emphasize on this. So there are many different aspects. Again, for a limited time, I won't go into the detail of that. I just show you the three specific impacts. One on the agriculture system, then what are in the urban systems, which are the cities, and another one is the health system. So and these three again are very interrelated. We are seeing more climate change impact on different, whether in terms of the flood, whether in terms of the lack of water, which is the drought, whether it's the heat wave. So there are different analyses in the Central Asia to North Asia to South Asia to East Asia, and differential impacts on the cities. On the agriculture part, there are many different crops which will have different types of quality problem, the yield problem, and possibly we need to have a very strong impact on the adaptation in the agriculture sector. The health impacts in climate change is also extremely, extremely important. We are seeing new disease in many cases, the waterborne disease as well as the vector-borne disease are coming or becoming more prominent, and those also health sector also becoming very challenging. So my last slide here is possibly means we can talk possibly hours on this climate change impact in the Asia-Pacific region, but there are a few highlights. Again, I must say that there are lots of in-depth analysis. What I am telling is only a very short summary of this. One is that the cities in the whole Asia-Pacific region is a very, very challenging issues, whether it is the water system, food system, job security. So the urban-rural connectivity becomes very important. Then we also have this maladaptation or short-term adaptation. In the name of the adaptation, what we do sometimes is a very short-term adaptation. Sometimes, say for example, when we have a water shortage, we try to extract lots of water from underground for the agriculture purpose, which is called the irrigation system. In many of the countries in the Asia-Pacific region, they have developed very strong irrigation system. But we also need to think about that when we extract water, we also need to recharge our groundwater. So there needs to be a larger macro planning. So irrigation in agriculture is a short-term adaptation, but sometimes it may also create the maladaptation in certain aspect. We also need to think about the limits to adaptation, that in spite of different types of severe impacts of the adaptation, there would be severe limits. Say, for example, some of the species in the coral that will definitely disappear. Then also, say, for example, small farmers or small landholders, they have limits to the adaptation because it is very much impacting on the agriculture sector and all these different issues. And this particular report, I would like to use these particular terms like this whole aspects of the climate resilient development, which needs to be inclusive, which needs to have a very strong governance aspect, which needs to be multi-stakeholder and different types of urban-rural connectivity. So with that, again, what I could possibly share is a very, very small part of this very large and complex issue, but I look forward for the future discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Keeping to the time, and also realize if I was a speaker, it would be practically impossible to wrap up in 10 minutes, but you have been very kind. So I can't see our next speaker here. So I'll go to the third speaker, and when Dr. Dhanashree joins, or if she joins, then we'll come back to her. Our next speaker is Ms. Judith Mawaniki. She's the Director of Consortium of Economic Research and Development Studies from Kenya. Over to you, Dr. Judith, and you have 10 minutes. We will come back to question and answer towards the end of the session.
Thank you, Dr. Orji. I am not sure if you can hear me from your end. My apologies, my network
Yes, we
connection
can
is a
hear.
bit
We can.
shaky.
Yeah, we can hear you, and we can also see you. So you can start your presentation now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I must start by congratulating the NIST team for organizing and putting together this forum. And a big thank you to the organizers for planning this particular panel and inviting me to speak as you deliberate with experts and scholars and look at the issue of climate change at a global level and its effects on the Indo-Pacific region and the global South at large. The current status of climate change actually troubles me, and it really is an issue of concern, looking at the world and where we are, and thinking of the world that we'd want our children to inherit and the world that we leave behind for them. But it also brings me joy to have sessions such as this and have people like the esteemed panelists in this panel so that we discuss and have meaningful discuss on this matter of profound global urgency. For me, it's both a privilege and a call to action speaking at this forum today. And speaking from a Kenyan perspective and maybe also an East African perspective, and standing in solidarity with nations across the Indo-Pacific region, where we are united by our shared challenges and opportunities in addressing one of the most pressing issues of our time, that is climate change. We appreciate how much cooperation amongst ourselves will be the solution, will be one of the most effective solutions to helping us addressing this issue of climate change. I know that the Indo-Pacific region, one, is home to over half the world's population, but then also with this population encompasses diverse ecosystems, cultures, and economies. So making it a region of immense diversity and spanning from small islands, dynamic coastal economies, and vast agricultural lands. It is therefore of very strategic importance. And extending beyond geography, it embodies both our vulnerabilities and resilience that define the climate narrative of the globe and of the global South as well. The region is a microcosm of opportunities and challenges that we face in the 21st century. Today, I will want to focus on the three critical components of climate action, and I look at adaptation, mitigation, and climate financing. And even as we look at these three components, we cannot forget a just energy transition, because even as we look for climate solutions, these have to be equitable, leaving nobody behind. And together, these pillars will form the foundation of our collective efforts to combat climate change. We all agree that climate change is a global crisis whose implications are far-reaching. The world is currently grappling with rising temperatures, erratic weather patterns, and sea level rises that affect all regions. Their manifestations differ though, based on geography and socioeconomic context of the regions. So climate change now continues to supercharge devastation from the effects. And we are seeing tropical storms, heat waves, and floods across the globe. The East African region, for instance, after coming from prolonged drought for about 3 years, then again this year has been a wet year, and we are seeing flooding across the region. So it feels like we are oscillating from one extreme end. If it's not drought, again, it's flooding that we can't even control. And these have led to unprecedented economic challenges and untold human suffering, because again, this affects the livelihoods of people, especially across the region. The climate catastrophe is hammering health, continues to widen inequalities, harming sustainable development and rocking the foundations of peace. The vulnerable, who are definitely we who live in the global south, are the hardest hit. Maybe looking at some statistics, this year actually is going to be the hottest year on record, and the first in which the average global temperatures will exceed 1.5 degrees C, above the pre-industrial period levels. Even as we continue to try to put in efforts to cut emissions to net zero, and as many governments continue to pledge to eventually support the populations to cut emissions, and looking to stop global warming from getting to worse, these pledges, somehow we still end up with having the highest carbon emissions. And again, this is set to be these are set to hit a record high this year. The East African region has over 4 million people who face food insecurity due to drought in the year 2022. While again, like I've said, we experience flooding within this year that displaced again a very big number of people. However, even as we look at these extremes, and even as we look at our individual and collective responsibilities as nations, we need to maybe deliberate on how we can cooperate in terms of addressing the issues that affect the Indo-Pacific region. So the region, again, when we look at rising sea levels, statistics show that there is about a rise of an average of 3.3 millimeter per year. And this leads to endangering of small islands. And also, I think we're also seeing the same happening within the East African region, where the lakes within the Great Rift are having rising water levels. And interestingly, nobody understands, but these are part of the effects of climate change. So these regional nuances underscore the need for tailored strategies, which will align with local realities and promote global cooperation. There's a need for urgent, well-coordinated climate action that addresses these impacts. And therefore, we need to actually, this is actually like a call to action before it's already too late. When we look at adaptation, this is necessary for us to build resilience to climate impacts. And it's essential for communities to safeguard against the adverse effects of climate change. For the East African region, we talk a lot about climate-smart agriculture, which has emerged as a lifeline, enabling farmers to withstand erratic weather patterns and sustain food production. Part of what we talk about is growing drought-resistant crops, which have always been like our local land races and that require less water, meaning that we are securing the livelihoods of farmers and also ensuring that we're able to produce enough for our own consumption. There is also incorporation of techniques such as intercropping, agroforestry, and water harvesting, which have proven effective in enhancing our resilience. We look at improved water management, especially to reduce the risk of floods when it rains, which actually has helped to safeguard livelihoods, and especially like for Kenya in our Tana Basin, which over years has always had these issues. And again, when we look at from the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC, and the country's national adaptation plans, even though there really is still a lot left to do, it's still a step towards addressing, systemically addressing climate vulnerabilities. And if we look at across the region, we need to acknowledge that adaptation is not a choice, but a necessity. But this will require a substantial investment and political goodwill to scale up the initiatives and make the initiatives now for adaptation accessible to vulnerable populations. And this way we will safeguard the population's livelihoods. But even then, even as we look at adaptation, we cannot underplay the role of mitigation, and especially in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, because, well, adaptation will address the symptoms, but mitigation will target the root cause. And a significant part of mitigation will involve transitioning from fossil fuels to renewable energy sources. I am proud of my country, Kenya, because currently our energy mix is over 75% renewable, thanks to investments in geothermal and solar power. Again, here geothermal currently provides for more than 47% of Kenya's electricity. And these successes demonstrate the potential for renewable energy to drive economic growth, even as we combat climate change. And similarly, this across Indo-Pacific particular strategies that have been taken up, harnessing the abundant solar, wind, and hydropower resources to accelerate shift to clean energy and reduce dependence on fossil fuels. And therefore, even as we continue looking at how countries and nations across the Indo-Pacific, such as Indonesia and Philippines, continue to make strides with solar and wind energy, we must acknowledge that coal still accounts for quite a huge percentage of energy production in most countries. And under the Paris Agreement, countries have committed to their NDCs, which outline their plans to reduce emissions. However, mitigation efforts must also include reforestation and sustainable land use practices. For instance, in the East African region, we continue to have reforestation initiatives. In Kenya, we have what we call the Kenyan Greenbelt movement that serves as a model for large-scale carbon sequestration projects. And these are probably part of what we can look at as nations in the Indo-Pacific region, as in terms of knowledge sharing, and also looking at how we can work together to continue addressing the issue of climate change. Even as the nations in the global south continue to work very hard to ensure that, one, they are making great strides towards adaptation and mitigation, the global north needs to step up, because again, they are the bigger contributors. Actually, if the global south just did by their own efforts, we really would not be making any strides towards maintaining a less than 1.5 degrees C. And when we look at climate financing, there is need for the global north to support the global south to bridge the resource gap, because adaptation and mitigation will require significant financial resources, and these often exceed the capacities of developing nations. Climate finance, whether through international mechanisms such as the Green Climate Fund or regional partnerships, is crucial for bridging this gap. Equitable access to climate financing must be prioritized to ensure that most vulnerable communities can implement effective climate solutions. For instance, the smallholder farmers in East Africa, for them to adopt climate resilient technologies, there's a need for funding. And not just that, there's also a need for us to invest in research that advances their efforts towards implementing effective climate solutions. Again, for the small island nations of the Indo-Pacific region, they require resources to maybe build seawalls or relocate their at-risk communities. There's also a need for South-to-South cooperation. And this is an opportunity for knowledge sharing and resource mobilization. Africa and the Indo-Pacific nations can collaborate on innovative financing model. And also noting that our communities are very similar in our ways of life. And also because we are so reliant on the environment for our day-to-day sustenance. We can borrow from each other on issues such as community-based adaptation, funds, and microinsurance schemes that address localized needs. But even as we look towards all this, we cannot forget the issue of a just energy transition, which is an inclusive path forward. The shift to renewable energy must be fair and inclusive, ensuring no one is left behind. A just energy transition will acknowledge the social economic realities of communities reliant on high carbon industries, because again, we cannot just look to transition without thinking of the livelihoods of the people that are around the ecosystem of high carbon industries. And there's need to provide pathways for alternative livelihoods. For instance, in Kenya, we in the need to ensure a just energy.
I would I'm so sorry for interrupting, but please wrap up.
Thank you. I'm wrapping up in the next 1 minute. So we have solar mini grids that actually have brought electricity to more than 700,000 rural households and reducing dependency on kerosene. We also have a lot of initiatives around ensuring that rural households transition from use of firewood to use of LPG. and now again, which now trickles down to not just protecting our forests, but also has health benefits to the people. So the Indo-Pacific region and East Africa may be separated by oceans, but we are united by a shared mission to combat climate change and secure the well-being of our people. And together, we can build a future that safeguards livelihoods and ensures food security and protects our planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me quickly move to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Ornella Susi, if I'm pronouncing the name correctly. Dr. Susi is former Deputy Minister of Tourism and Environment of Albania. So over to you. You have 10 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for inviting me and for having me here. But also, I have been a part of the GCF board representing the East European and Central Asian countries for many years, and also a council member for GEF and the representative of the ECA region for GEF for their replenishment process. And in this case, also I have done in my academic work, I have done some analysis on the adaptation funds, the multilateral adaptation funds in the last 10 years. And but except this academic analysis, which show to all of us that our developing countries will suffer more and more from climate change impact. And I'm coming from a country, Albania, that we are the more attacked country from climate change in all Europe in the last 10 years now. I want to bring here some points about the results of my studies that address the climate funding crisis from promises to performance. And in this case, I have analyzed almost 5 prime minister speeches in the last 5 years at the UN Global Change conferences. So in this frame, we can't talk about climate smart growth and resilient infrastructure without comforting a hard truth. Global leader promises often fail to materialize where they are needed most. So these 5 prime ministers that I analyzed, they are coming back from the UN conferences in New York, and they are zero reflecting their promises in their annual budgets of their governments. So they are just talking there, and nobody is caring about these promises that they are doing, or the promises on the on their also NDAs. The gap between the pledged funds also and delivered actions in the these multilateral adaptation funds also highlights the systemic inefficiencies in our financial system, global financial system on the climate funds. At this rate, the paperwork for climate funds might outlast the planet itself. So the other topic that I want to bring here is the bureaucracy and inefficiency of this bureaucracy on the climate funds. So my recent article at the ORF India explores how billions in climate fund are pledged, but only a fraction makes it past the maze of bureaucracy to reach the global south, our small islands, developing states. So these regions bear the brunt of climate impact, yet remain last in line for meaningful support. Their support is from 3 to 5% of these funds. The global south doesn't need more promises. Climate action, it's not just a New Year resolution competition, as the developed countries are realizing until now. What's next? It's the challenge of all the system, because we are talking about innovative financing, green bonds, climate funds, debt reliefs. But how innovate can they be if countries must still navigate endless red tape? If multilateral banks and private investors truly want to make the difference, they must simplify processes and deliver faster. By the other hand, the big need in our countries is the accreditation of our own entities. What is happening in the Balkan countries that I'm coming from is that we are taking these funds through the accredited agencies, and they are there working, all the experts from developed countries. And in the Balkans, for example, we are just buying German expertise for Albania reality. They are coming, they are seeing our country, they are taking their big budget salaries, and they are leaving. And so we are not able to build our own capacities, our own expertise on this, and how to realize that we can work on this in a sustainable way. So what we need is to consolidate fragmented climate funds into regional and accessible platforms. Why? Because they are almost now 8 adaptation multilateral global funds. Only 3 of them, they are allocating the half of their pledged funds. And only 2 of them, GCF and GEF, they are having touchable results for the adaptation funds impacts on the small developing countries. So what is happening with these funds? Why they are so fragmented? Why they have so big bureaucracies? Why we can't have these funds? They are there, but we can't touch them. And if we touch them, we can't have the results of our infrastructure, on our capacities, on our expertise. So what we other need is to cut the transaction costs and align priorities with the needs of the frontline communities and hold donors accountable to ensure resilience funding. It's delighted or reproposed. So what is happening with these funds, and what is happening every year that they are doing, or every 3 months that they are doing this board analysis or council analysis? They are just slogans there in all their plans, and they are multilateral, very expensive plans with slogans. But the time for slogans, I think it's over. Loss and damage financing must become a functioning systems, and delays cost, not just trust, but lives. So I think that we have all to work, not only for these funds, and not only to realize to have more funds, but in the meantime, less much promises with performance and rhetoric of our leaders with resilience. The world cannot afford for the most vulnerable economies to suffer because of a broken system. And this is a broken financial system. So I want to thank you, and I want, if you need these data, you can find my articles and my researches on the ORF systems and ORF papers. And I think that except these conferences, we have to be more and more in our countries back, more, let's say, to push more our governance, not only for having the impact on these funds and having more transparency on these funds, but also to take measures how to bring our own capacities, not only to bring these funds in our countries, but also to have results, touchable results on our countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that sort of gives us a lot of insights and links us to the previous presenter, the issues raised by previous presenters as well. We quickly now move to Dr. Marufa Akhtar. She's from Department of Global Studies and Governance, Independent University, Bangladesh. Over to you, Dr. Akhtar.
Thank you. I was thinking that I will be the fifth speaker, so but it's good. So thank you for inviting me, and thank you for be part of this conference. It's a very important one on the climate change. So I think the previous three presenters have covered a bit of about the impact and then collaboration, how it is affecting the people and the community of this region. So let me focus on a bit of geopolitical aspects. So if we look into this Indo-Pacific region, as the previous speaker also mentions, is a home to almost 65% of the world population and kind of accounts for 62 of the world's GDP. And this is the region also very crucial for strategic purpose, as 46% of international trade is going through this Pacific zone. Half of the global maritime transport is actually here. So now we can see that the importance of this region is a geo-economic importance, geostrategic importance, and which actually led major powers to develop, as we see, the Indo-Pacific strategies, which focused on national and regional interest. But at the same time, the Indo-Pacific region is one of the most climate vulnerable region globally, facing more frequently and intense natural hazards and such as typhoons, cyclones, extreme heat, sea level rise, as previous speakers all you have mentioned this. And also we have we have in this region countries like Bangladesh, Cambodia, India, Indonesia, Philippines are among the top 10 most vulnerable to climate change impacts. Because of this reason, this climate change is also exposing these countries to escalating resource conflict, migration pressure, and political instability. For instance, the coastal nations, such as if we look into the Vietnam and Philippines, face severe threats to urban centers, agricultural deltas, and fisheries from rising seas, and it actually amplifying that economic impact. And also it is causing kind of a dispute over scarce resources. Similarly, similarly, like Southeast Asian countries, particularly in Indonesia, we see how this climate change actually exacerbating the sovereign debt challenges, slow economic recovery, and undermine the climate adaptation effort. So the purpose of telling you this kind of a climate change, that it has a security concern, it has an economic security concern also, and also from the human security perspective. Also, this region, we have seen the countries like Kiribati and Tabulu confront existential threat from rising seas, right? So this also leading to mass migration, which has a regional consequences, and also it will have potentiality to stabilize the regional security. So these challenges actually demand a kind of a robust international legal frameworks for climate displaced populations, because ultimately in the coming in the future, this is the thing that this region people will be facing, the climate induced displacement. So if we look into the geopolitical realities in this region, we kind of see that there are kind of a overshadowing the climate challenges, kind of, because this Indo-Pacific region countries remains very entrenched in traditional security concern, such as territorial dispute, military modernizations, which actually dominate the strategic priorities of both regional and global powers. For example, the United States Indo-Pacific strategy, which emphasizes alliances such as the Quad to counter China's assertive tactic, while China's Belt and Road Initiative focuses on regional infrastructure investment, and often sidelining these environmental sustainability issues that we are actually talking today. At the same time, the disputes over maritime sovereignty, such as those in the South China Sea, this escalate regional tensions, diverting kind of an attentions from non-traditional security issues like climate change. So this militarized focus creates a kind of a policy imbalances where climate security is often deprioritized kind of, and which will have a far-reaching consequences for regional stability, because it established, the researchers have shown how climate can actually create a traditional security concern in terms of resource conflict, climate-induced migrations, and so forth. So these regions, if you look into, they have also emphasis on economic growth, infrastructure expansions, so much that they often prioritized over environmental sustainability. Of course, this create the climate vulnerabilities. This is the real truth, that economic development is obvious, but it's very important to make a balance between this two. For instance, rapid industrializations and developing Indo-Pacific economies remains in fossil fuel intensive, right? Sidelining the climate initiatives. And then so regional cooperations is also in this region. There are a couple of regional cooperations took place, but they are also constrained by kind of a bilateral trust and the disputes over land, and also kind of a regional security threat, or also national security threat, is actually obstructing them to become a more fruitful regional cooperations, because they give more importance on national interest. Having said that, there are also some promising climate security initiatives took place in these regions that I want to highlight. Although they were actually lacking of more effective, also often there is limitations, and that limits its effectiveness, but it still is worth pointing out. For instance, Japan's free and open Indo-Pacific strategy, which actually include disaster risk reductions and climate resilience, with specific support for island nations and developing economics in South Asia and the Pacific region. Also, India is positioning itself as a climate leader through the National Solar Mission and frameworks like Sagar, emphasizing kind of a regional cooperation on maritime and energy issues. We have also South Korea example, and we have Quad, QCHAMP initiative aims to kind of strengthen regional resilience, although it often limits its effectiveness because of the geopolitical tension, but it's worth mentioning. And then also there's a Pacific Island Forum, PIF, which was adopted the Boe Declaration, identifying climate change as the single greatest threat to the region's security and livelihood. So it's a kind of it's a good initiative. These countries are coming to understanding the security risk, climate-induced security risk, and it's a risk to human life also. So what is important here in this region, more into redefine the security for climate resilient, and whatever we say, or we can say reimagining regional security. So there is a huge literature also on this topic, that traditional state-centric security paradigms are often ill-equipped to address kind of a climate-induced challenges. And climate, when we are talking about climate-induced challenges, they are transcend borders, right? So this is not limited within the national periphery. It transcends, it has a cross-border effect, and it is disproportionately affecting vulnerable population, the population we are living near the sea. So there are several scholars like Chaturvedi and Vijay and Amartya Sen. They actually advocate for a shift towards a human ecological security framework, which actually kind of reintegrate environmental sustainability into the national and regional security agendas, because it's a growing need, and this is a time that we should talk about, because from the previous presenter we have realized that this is a huge impact on lives. impacts on economy, impacts on people's health, people's life, so and well-being and health, and so it is important to even the states, the states in the Pacific, especially including the big powers, they should come out from their priority from the security point of view, but rather focus on greater well-being of the community people here. So their approaches actually suggested that regional cooperation should prioritize human security, and urging states to move beyond the narrow economic goals. Of course, economic is very important. We understand that, but we need to invest more in the climate resilience for long-term stability, and that should not be only the state-centric. It has to emphasize a kind of a collaborative effect, because this climate has a transcendent impact. Also, we have realized that we have different policies, but there is a failure to adopt kind of a risk marginalizing vulnerable groups' voice into this framework, especially the regional framework, because these are the people, the most vulnerable. Their experience, their perceptions, their own way of adapting the climate, the climate risk is also important, and it will give a voice to the regional level. Because of the failure of this, including the voice of the vulnerable groups, it's exacerbating the tensions, and also undermining the sustainable development across the Indo-Pacific. So it is imperative that we include, we redefine regional security issues, and these national security issues should incorporate climate resilience, moving forward, narrow economic development goal. Second, we also need to bring the human-centric approaches. So these human-centric approaches will value the environmental values, and these environmental values should be viewed in terms of sustaining the livelihoods and communities, rather than as a resource for state power. So this is very important, and I feel like this is the way we should move away from the traditional concept of security of the nations across the Indo-Pacific. Third, the strengthening the regional governance. We do have different regional mechanism. It's also important to have a kind of a sharing experience. So effective and inclusive governance structure must be amplify the voices of vulnerable population, while kind of a balancing power dynamics among the states. So this three is kind of a very imperatives at this moment, especially this 21st century, when we are dealing of very unknown challenges. As the first speaker says, that we know some of the risks, but every year the new challenges are coming into. So it is also very important that we do kind of a collaboration. So there is a need to rebalance the security priorities also in this region. The challenges of traditional and climate security, a kind of a rebalancing of the security priorities is essential here in this region. Regional cooperation, such as institutions like ASEAN and the Quad, emphasize multilateral cooperation to address transboundary challenges. So ASEAN's outlook on the Indo-Pacific promotes maritime cooperation to mitigate climate impact on fisheries and ecosystems, while the Quad climate change adaptation and mitigation package focuses on kind of a resilience building imperatives. You know, so these
Dr. Please wrap up. Your time is up.
1 minute. So we do have existing framework, and then we need to have there's a grassroots advocacy, so that needs to be connected. So in conclusion, what I would like to say that the Indo-Pacific region stands at a crossroad where there is an urgent need for climate security intersects with entrenched geopolitical rivalries that we are facing and experiences. So a sustainable future kind of requires reimagining security to include human and environmental well-being. So regional governance structure must be strengthened to ensure this kind of equitable representation and address the needs of the vulnerable communities. Next decade will be very, 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 very critical for placing climate security at the heart of the national and regional agendas. But it is obvious it is must needed things which can ensure the survival and the prosperity of the millions, almost more than half of the people in this region. And only through collaborative and inclusive and forward-thinking governance can lead the Indo-Pacific effectively to address the kind of a climate challenge the countries are facing here. So I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have our next speaker, who's also the second last speaker for today, Miss Genevieve Donelon May. From Oxford. Right. Yeah. Hi. So she's from Oxford Global Society, UK, and she will be our next presenter. You have 10 minutes.
Yes, certainly. So thank you so much. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. It is an absolute pleasure to be with you all today. For this important discussion about climate change effects on the Indo-Pacific. And a special thank you also to the organizers for kindly extending an invitation to me. Apologies that the Zoom on my laptop isn't working properly. There's some kind of issue with the screen freezing, so I'll just have to do without the slides and without the video, unfortunately. Also, I realized that much of what I had prepared for this important presentation has actually already been covered by the previous speakers. And so with that, and also the time limit, keep my remarks brief when speaking about the topic from the Australian perspective. And so to begin with, as we have already discussed, the Indo-Pacific is one of the most climate-affected regions on the planet. We see that there are more than half of the world's population living in the region, and it is also home to 14 of the top 20 countries that are considered the most vulnerable to climate change effects. Notably, we see that the Indo-Pacific is home to both the world's fastest sinking city, so that's Jakarta, and also the fastest sinking country, which is Kiribati. And we can already see the complete dangerous effects of climate change play out, whether that's rising sea levels, typhoons, floods, and droughts. All of these increasingly devastating climate change impacts are unfortunately putting infrastructure, ecosystems, and local populations at risk, and they're also exacerbating any existing social inequalities, and rapid urbanization is also adding to this situation as well. And so what we're finding is that many people in the Indo-Pacific, developing countries in particular, already live close to the poverty line, with their livelihoods heavily dependent on natural resources, and the effects of climate change are making this much more concerning and worrisome. And so there have been various estimates that we have already discussed today, and various projections, one of which is that by 2033, global temperatures could rise by up to 1.5 degrees Celsius, and that would have even more devastating consequences for the Indo-Pacific. We've already seen an increased frequency in disaster and severity of natural disasters over the past few years, and as previous speakers have already discussed, that the coastal and archipelago nations are particularly vulnerable to rising sea levels, and this also has a concern in terms of displacement and, of course, climate-induced migration. One of the key challenges with climate-induced migration is that it has the potential to not only strain resources, as well as also lead to greater instability, with millions of people being potentially forced to migrate from uninhabitable environments across the region, which could further escalate the region's existing challenges. Projections on this particular topic are really quite grim. And so one coming from the World Bank is that by 2050, up to 90 million climate refugees would be displaced throughout the region. And of course, this will put more pressure on national governments, and also in terms of the other governmental institutions that we have in the Indo-Pacific to be able to properly address this situation. So what can we take away from this so far? Well, from our discussion today, it's clear that climate change is a threat multiplier that intensifies pre-existing issues, whether that be food security, economic instability, some cases political unrest, as well as access to energy and resources. And of course, the socioeconomic consequences of climate change are going to be one of the more concerning ones. The same goes in the maritime security and in the maritime space, where it is predicted that piracy and transnational crime could increase significantly as a result of climate displacement, poverty, pollution, and ocean warming. And of course, these pressures are expected to further overwhelm state resources, leading to even more increased demands for maritime security efforts, including policing and disaster management. And of course, at the same time, the heightened pressure on government capabilities also plays a role in threatening not only the peace and stability, but also, of course, the prosperity of the region. As we have already discussed today, both financial and technical support for the Indo-Pacific is essential, as the regional impacts of climate change and the national impacts of climate change will be increasingly felt in the coming decades. Based on the climate projections, with a so-called business as usual scenario for many countries in the region are incredibly dire, and again will exacerbate all kinds of existing challenges faced by the region. And so without robust financial support, noting, of course, as some of the earlier speakers have mentioned, the concerns that with the bureaucracy and that the holdups mean that the financial support is not actually being received by the countries that need it the most, that these nations may in turn struggle to adapt to the rapidly changing climate. And so, where do we go from here? Well, from what we've seen at the recent COP29, that aside from national contributions from developed countries, and of course, there was so much more pressure on developed countries globally to contribute more, to have much, to increase their financial contributions to different climate financing funds. There's also a role in public development banks. So that could be something like the Asian Development Bank, which help in terms of financing climate resilience projects. We've seen this all throughout the Indo-Pacific, and we see this in terms of, for instance, capacity building to help countries in the Indo-Pacific mitigate the effects of climate change and other related risks. So that could be one way that we could further encourage more climate financing that is more in line with what what those countries most vulnerable are needed. And then aside from that, in terms of what's next, well, from an Australian perspective, the Indo-Pacific does need a genuinely regional response to the increased threats posed by climate change. And so from Australia's perspective, the current government is looking at how to better involve countries, whether that's from Southeast Asia, from South Asia, and also from the Pacific, to ensure that all of these countries are having their say in some kind of forum where the larger nations within the Indo-Pacific are listening in. There's also concerns and also questions when it comes to when we look at from geopolitical perspective about the role of China, and if China could or will be playing a much greater role not only in the Indo-Pacific but also more globally when it comes to climate change, with Trump expected to pull out of all kinds of climate change agreements in his second term as the President of the United States. Of course, as we've already mentioned earlier today, the climate change does not stop at either national borders or political alliances. It's a global challenge, a regional challenge, and it requires coordinated efforts across countries, regions, and political divides. Now, as climate change exacerbates issues like poverty, resource scarcity, particularly in oceans, as well as political instability, unfortunately, we are more likely to see greater pressure on governments and on other key sectors to collaborate in order to address these challenges. As the previous speaker mentioned, both multilateral and minilateral cooperation could have a greater say in responding to the crisis. So that could be looking at existing organizations like the Quad or at the Pacific Islands Forum, could even be looking at ASEAN and so on. And so they can and must continue to play a more pivotal role in coordinating climate action and providing humanitarian support as well as technical assistance to all of those affected. The second point would be that research and capacity building programs that promote climate resilience development are absolutely essential for mitigating the impacts of climate change, and that countries like Australia, in particular my home country, which has a strong education sector, can and should be better supporting these efforts as well. And finally, and bearing in mind the time here as well, to wrap this up, that strengthening these initiatives will not only protect the Indo-Pacific vulnerable populations, but also contribute to the broader foreign and security policy objectives of regional stability and prosperity. And I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Also very happy as a chair that you finished in time. Our last speaker for today is Ms. Jayantika Rao, who's a research associate in the Delhi Policy Group in India. Over to you. You have 10 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon and good evening. I would like to first begin by thanking the organizers for inviting me to participate at this conference. As Genevieve has mentioned, a lot of things have been covered already, so I will try to avoid repeating whatever has been said. However, I want to just re-emphasize that by 2035, the average global temperature is expected to exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius, which was agreed during the Paris Agreement. The scientists also suggest that there's going to be a rise of up to 2 degrees Celsius. And this is not about a far future that we're talking about. This is just within the next 10 years. There are other studies that are a little bit more pessimistic that talk about based on current national emissions, the commitments, and the actual progress. Temperatures could range between 2 degrees Celsius and 3 degrees Celsius. And that's why I would like to just say that or reiterate that climate change is a global challenge. It affects every part of the world, but it also has a difficult experience for countries in the global south. It exaggerates the existing vulnerabilities and worsens development problems. As Dr. Marufa has emphasized in her presentation, the region is normally focused on traditional security, which ignores environmental concerns. But I'll add another aspect to it is that climate change is also going to affect traditional security. A recent study that assessed the China-India rivalry talked about the implications of climate change on the rivalry, and the answers were concerning. So we can discuss that later on. As the previous speakers have highlighted, the Indo-Pacific is highly vulnerable to climate-related and other hazards, and this poses a huge risk to human security. Studies have suggested that the amount of people that will be displaced due to flooding in the Indo-Pacific is 50% for each additional degree of warming. And this is especially concerning because the region accounts for 70% of the global coastal population, and they live 10 meters below the elevation. And the Indo-Pacific is also facing the highest relative sea level rise. Now, during a scenario exercise conducted by ASPE, it was hypothesized that by 2035, in a country like Indonesia, due to the sea level increase, the 1 in 100-year extreme floods that was rare is going to become an annual event. That annual event is going to cause large displacement, and this is going to be at least 2 to 5% of the Indonesia's population every year. Now that is going to create huge displacement issues for Indonesia and for the region. And as such, the Indo-Pacific is very vulnerable. And the unfortunate reality is that a lot of Indo-Pacific nations and their people rely on natural resources, which is at risk right now because of the climate change and the lack of action that is happening. Now, the increased poverty and reduced state capacity related to the predicted climate change will also contribute to the creation and the sustenance of a functional space which will allow organized crimes and networks to flourish. Now, while the relationship between climate change and transnational crimes are not unidirectional, there is a huge potential that the climate change is going to have a huge impact on the transnational crimes, like especially human smuggling and human trafficking. Now, human trafficking is largely driven by socioeconomic factors, and in marginalized areas, this is going to become exaggerated by the climate change related factors like drought, loss of soil moisture, flooding, etc. It's going to affect the livelihoods of many in the region. And as such, people are going to look for migrating options and look for something better for their families, and this will make them vulnerable for human trafficking networks which are already in place in Southeast Asia and in South Asia. Human trafficking is deeply entrenched and interwoven with the world's more complex migration flows. And therefore, when we talk about climate change, we also have to talk about the transnational crimes like human trafficking. Another aspect to it is that climate change is not gender neutral, and women in particular are going to experience the negative effects of climate change much more. So, keeping in mind and trying to wrap it all up, I would like to just conclude by reiterating that climate change is intensifying and it will continue to intensify the existing socio-economic and ecological pressures that are feeding the regional mobility and human trafficking networks. Vulnerability will increase directly as populations are displaced and indirectly undermine human security. Natural disasters produced and exaggerated by climate change will increase the vulnerability by physically displacing people and creating a disorder that these traffickers and criminals can exploit. Thank you. I will end it here.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the time that you have allowed us. Also, together, all the speakers from 6 speakers from 6 different countries that you have joined from, you have been able to capture a big canvas of the issues that we have regarding climate change. We have one question which is there in the chat box, and I guess we can start by responding to this question. This, I think, is an open question, so any of you, or maybe a few of you, could respond to you from your own subjective positions. So the question is, what are the examples of successful climate change mitigation projects in the Indo-Pacific region? And how can these projects be scaled up to benefit the broader region? Any speaker can really respond to it, or we can have responses from different specializations. We had some examples from East Africa that were shared regarding this, but this is more specific to the practices in Indo-Pacific region. Now, before we respond to this question, I also invite speakers, if you have any questions or a comment for each other's presentation as a first round, in addition to the one question that we have, we can take the questions from the speaker's end to each other, or a comment to each other's presentation as well. Who would like to respond to the question that's...
May I?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think it's a very broad question, and there are plenty of examples of successful mitigation project. Mitigation projects, you can categorize it based on whether it is the energy efficiency, whether it is your agriculture emission control, or whether it is, like, say, for example, different types of transport, whether you are using more the e-vehicle or the industrial your emission control and so on. I will just give one specific example, like in Japan. What we try to promote, of course, there are like broader aspects of the mitigation when you talk about your emission target reduction, and often this becomes the major focus for the negotiations, and those who are particularly joining the COP, the Conference of Parties, they will be able to know that. But in Japan, I think one of the very interesting aspect what we do, or some of the local governments are promoting, we call the 1.5-degree lifestyle. So 1.5 degree, yes, to target although we know that we are possibly not being able to limit our emission or the overall global temperature changes up to 1.5 degree, but how with our own individual lifestyle, how we can make that 1.5 degree as part of our own lifestyle change. What does it mean? That we encourage using more energy efficiency appliances. Then we try to reduce the water usage. Then we try to reduce the waste, and also a little bit of the food habit change. Actually, I have a PhD student who is focusing on this 1.5 degree lifestyle and try to see that how much even of course it's maybe it may look like that it is very small in when we talk about the overall carbon emission, but I think it's more like a citizen-based approach and bringing the incorporating this into different types of education processes, both in the elementary, junior high school, and high school. So my main focus here would be like the climate change is a shared responsibility. Of course, the government needs to do what they are doing, and that's where possibly we got stuck most of the time. But this, the example which I'm talking about, this 1.5 degree lifestyle change, so that is more possibly a citizen-driven or the education, more basically on the education perspective. So, and those who are interested, you can just Google 1.5 degree lifestyle, you'll be able to see some of the documents. Thank you.
So any other panelists who would like to respond to that question? Because as rightly pointed out, it's very general. So we can have response to that from different positions as well.
Thank you, Oja. Maybe I could also give it a go with regard to just energy transition and ensuring, or rather cooking, clean cooking initiatives. There are projects that I know of in Bangladesh and India, and whose target is actually aimed at providing LPG connections to most of the, or rather to about more than 50 million of people living below the poverty line. And the target actually is like the Indian project is where the government provides a subsidy to enable families acquire LPG gas. We all know that for LPG, the biggest investment is actually in acquisition of the cylinder itself and now subsequent refills. So with various projects which sometimes include subsidizing the cylinder and also ensuring that families are able to access LPG for clean cooking. And now this again, like I'd said before, leads to us protecting our forests, also reducing deforestation and greenhouse gas emission caused by burning firewood, and also reduce indoor air pollution, which actually disproportionately affects majorly women and children who are exposed to harmful smoke from traditional cooking methods. And this also, as a trickle-down effect, contributes to women empowerment, because remember here we're freeing women from the labor-intensive and time-consuming task of collecting firewood, and also and giving them the convenience of fuel, or rather cooking fuel at a go. And here we allow them more time to do other productive activities. And this has been very successful, has been a really, really successful project. And the two countries I know of that run with this project is Bangladesh and India. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see any more questions in our chat box. So, and we have some time left. So, yeah.
May I?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm coming from Albania, which is a small country in Balkans, and we are 93% of our, more than 70% of our territory. It's mountains, and because of this, we are blessed by waters. But as every blessing, you have to manage it. And next to the communist area in my country, we haven't managed at all this blessing. So we haven't invested in the management of waters. And in 2011, the half of our territory was underwater, and it was the biggest flood period in our history. We lost lives, we lost animals, we had a big cost lost here. So we had almost 140 millimeters of water in 24 hours. And our annual rate of water, it's 1,500. So it was 1/10 of our annual floods in 24 hours. And we couldn't manage it at all. So we had big losses in our territory. But lastly, in 2021, 10 years later, we had done something very, very important. We had the early warning system working in our country at our emergency points. So, and we had a big management of a big cooperation between the central government and the local government and the inhabitants. And so we had almost 148 millimeters of waters in 24 hours. But we had, let's say, only a small part of our territory under floods. And it was just this realization. So the collaboration, we had done a strong collaboration under the Civil Protection Agency within the three components of all this. And it works. It seems that without big investments, but only with this kind of collaboration and the monitoring of all water systems in our country, it seems that it works. So probably we have seen that it's not only investments. Yes, we need the investments. Yes, we need to invest in the fire protections, in the flood protections and everything else. But without this kind of collaboration, it was impossible to find the way how these investments can be part of our own lives here and also of the management of the local and central government. Thank you.
We have another question. This is Mr. Jamilon, and he's asking, how can Indo-Pacific nations strike a balance between climate adaptation and economic growth, particularly for small island nations and coastal communities that are disproportionately affected by rising sea levels and extreme weather events? Now, this is also something which no particular panelist has been the question is open to whosoever is ready to reply. So do we have anyone who would like to respond to this question? Am I audible?
Hi, I can say a few brief comments about that to kick us off if you'd like.
Yeah, sure, please.
Yeah, great. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges, right? How can countries strike a balance between climate adaptation as well as economic growth? In Australia at the moment, there's a lot of discussions about renewable energy and what percentage of the energy mix renewable energy should be, especially when it has received a lot of criticisms for being unreliable, particularly our wind power. If it's not windy, how can we store wind power? How can we store solar power at the times that we do need it? And when we're looking at things like the base load power and so on. And so that's one challenge. And then small island nations are another challenge. So the conversations that I am, sorry, I'm losing my voice, the conversations in which I have been a participant or a discussion in with our counterparts in Pacific Islands have spoken about their concerns that they are already running out of time and that the situation is incredibly grave, and that there are discussions with their governments, the governments of the Pacific Islands, as well as the governments of Australia, to look at climate migration and refugees and the percentage to which Australia, in its role as a regional power in the Indo-Pacific, can and should be accepting climate refugees as well. There are a number of discussions, particularly with the country of Tuvalu, so a very small country in the Pacific Islands as well. Similarly, in terms of coastal communities, that's another challenge. There's been a lot of discussions again in Australia, particularly along the eastern coast, which has burnt the brunt of climate change impacts, whether that has been severe floods, severe droughts, and so on. In terms of severe flooding, rising sea levels and so on, planting mangrove forests has been one area that has received a lot of attention, and a number of grassroots and also community and NGOs are very interested in doing that, because this will not only help sequester the carbon and address climate change from that perspective, but it's also able to better protect the communities in there as well. I realize others may want to add to the discussion, so I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
May I? May I?
Yes, please.
So I am seeing here these two concrete measures. The first, the climate resilient infrastructure, and the second, transition to renewable energies. And why? The coastal communities and small islands nations face immediate threats from rising sea levels and extreme weather events. So if they are having this kind of strong collaboration between the private sector, the academians, and the government, they will have to focus their job on building protective infrastructure. For example, seawalls, elevated roads, cyclone-resistant housing, and they have to ensure the survival of critical industries like tourism, fishing, trade, and safeguarding human lives. And their assets also. And the second one, it's a transition on the renewable energy, because they have this kind of dependence on expensive imported fossil fuels. And it's a significant economic burden for small island nations. So scaling to the renewable energy, solar, wind, that they can do this, reduces energy costs, enhances energy security, and also they will create local jobs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Dr. Akhtar had to leave for a meeting, so she's not with us anymore. There was a question. You might know that we are also live streaming in Facebook. So Dr. Akhtar isn't there, but I see a specific question for Professor Shaw. And this is a question from Facebook. Given Japan's vulnerability to natural resources, how can its disaster risk reduction strategy be adopted to help other Indo-Pacific nations? What lessons from Japan's climate resilience initiatives can be applied to improve the regional cooperation in the Indo-Pacific?
Yes, thank you very much. I think that's a very, very important question. And we do some work on very specifically on this topic on Japan's experience, sharing it in the Indo-Pacific region. There are many examples, but let me give you a couple of them. One is like Japan has developed what we call the APPLAT, like which is the Asia Pacific Platform for Adaptation. And this is by the Ministry of Environment of Government of Japan, and where they have the regular meetings and sharing what we call the technical transfer, mainly on different types of technology. There are many categories of technologies, whether it is the energy sector, agriculture, infrastructure and so on. So this particular platform actually talks about, if you just Google AP Plat, you will be able to do that. You'll be able to find that one and try to go a little bit deeper into that. So these are the regular, just the platform for sharing the technology, sharing the knowledge. In spite of that, Japan, through its ODA, provides different types of support system. One is the resilient infrastructure. So whether it is the critical infrastructure, whether it is the communication infrastructure, whether it is the connectivity infrastructure. So Japan has invested quite a bit on the infrastructure development in the Indo-Pacific. But now it's not just an infrastructure development, but climate resilient infrastructure, climate and disaster resilient infrastructure. And that's the very specific way within Japan we also try to do the climate and disaster resilient infrastructure. That's one very specific thing. Then I personally actually work with many of the Japanese Japanese private sector, especially try to see the applicability of different types of technology. I just give you two examples on that. One is, as you know, that in many of the Asia Pacific region or Indo-Pacific region, we have this heat wave as a major challenge. So I've been working with one company called Teijin, which is almost an 100-year-old company, Japanese company, to develop some cost-effective heat-resistant paint, which actually, if you just make the paint on the rooftop, it reduces the temperature, and I repeat it, 13 to 15 degrees centigrade. I personally had went to their specific experimental site where you have one part which is without any paint, another one is with the paint, and you can really feel the differences. So we try to use this type of paint in the school buildings, especially in many of the developing countries, then the government offices, and little bit costly paint is for also the public transport, like the buses. What it helps is actually helps also to reduce the air condition in the public transport, and that actually saves a significant amount of energy. So, and another example I give you, like I work with another small startup, which is called Headspring, and try to develop some very specific technique for high energy savings. Like when we have, as rightly mentioned, that Japan has lots of disasters, especially in the coastal areas, whether it is tsunami, whether it is typhoon. During the disasters, the public schools becomes, like, say, for example, in Bangladesh, also, like the schools become the shelter during cyclone. So in Japan also we use mainly the schools as the shelter, as well as the government offices. So we try to have this very small, the energy saving battery system, which in the normal time it is connected to the solar system, so it actually can store the battery. And during the major disasters, when you have the failure in the national grid, then this particular battery can run for almost 72 hours, which is the critical first 72 hours after a disaster, so that your hospital, then schools, then the government offices, that can function without any power disruptions. So these are some small technologies, and we are now trying to promote this type of technologies through, of course, one is this AP plant, but also through different types of bilateral collaboration between Japan and other countries. Thank you very much.
Before I proceed towards the questions that have been asked to other speakers, Professor Shaw, there's a question for you which you have already answered in your while you were answering the previous question now. The other one is more in the sense of comparative experience. So the question is that if we look at climate change vulnerability in a small island nation of the Indo-Pacific and compare it to larger nations like India and Australia and Indonesia, what are the sort of differences in the issues?
Yes, thank you. I now see the questions. Thank you very much. It's very difficult to compare the vulnerabilities in small island nations with the larger nations like India, Indonesia, and Australia. The small island nations, we all understand, is the space problem is a major challenge, whether it is the Pacific small island nations, whether it is the Indian Ocean small island nation, or whether it is the Caribbean small island nations. And all of us, we understand, and every conference of parties, we see that how the small island nations actually appeal to different types of other larger countries, the major emitters globally, that there are no place like the climate-induced migration is possibly the most prominent, most visible in some of the areas, some of the small islands where you have nowhere to go. So many times it happens that you go to possibly a larger nations, if it is an international migration from the coastal area, and leave your country. But it's a very complex dynamics, and it's not just leaving your place. Like, it has an tradition, it has the custom, it has the sort of connectivity with your roots in those small islands. So it's very complex actually, just to leave the place because of the sea level rise and move to a different places. On the contrary, the larger nations like India, Indonesia, Australia, at least the three countries which you have mentioned in this particular question, it has possibly a different types of challenges. While except Australia, India, and Indonesia, I think the high population is another major problem. Like, wherever climate change is impacting, whether it is in the northern part of the country, whether it is in the coastal area, whether it is in the very dry area, all these areas are impacted by different degrees and at different severity level. So there again, like we have seen that during like past couple of years, the heat waves in India has been extremely bad, and that had possibly, especially in the rural area, it has a huge amount of casualty. Not only just the casualty, also different types of human health impact, and also the other productivity issues like agriculture, severe water shortage, even in the major metros. So the complexity, it's a different level in the larger country. The complexity of the vulnerabilities in small islands, it's possibly more challenging, more severe, because of the lack of the land. What I'm trying to say, what I can say only that yes, the degree of severity is different, but maybe it's very difficult just to give you one answer which fits for both these different types of nations. But I think gradually in the global climate negotiations, we all understand the importance of the small island nations. There are different types of funding mechanism, but only funding mechanism will possibly not be addressed and not be able to address all the challenging issues, which are, we often say that the non-economic losses, like the cultural aspect, the traditions, they have to leave everything. So it's a very complex thing, which I can say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A very comprehensive response, I guess, and a lot of questions were addressed to you as well. Now I move on to the question that has been asked to Dr. Judith, which is from Facebook. How can Kenya's initiatives in the blue economy align with the broader Indo-Pacific efforts to promote sustainable ocean governance? You did mention there are lots of learning and unlearning that has happened from both the regions. But this question is addressed to you, Dr. Chijitan, if you'd like to respond to it.
Thank you for the question. And I think based on my area of specialization, I'll want to answer it from an angle of marine conservation and climate resilience and sustainable livelihoods, biased towards fisheries. And so Kenya has implemented several initiatives aimed at creating marine protected areas and restoring mangroves. These actually align with the Indo-Pacific efforts, like what we call the Coral Triangle Initiative. And for this, maybe coastal communities, like we talked of South-South cooperation in terms of information exchange, in terms of knowledge exchange, in terms of research, can exchange best practices with Indo-Pacific nations on management of marine protected areas and leveraging on ecotourism for sustainable livelihoods. Collaborative research, knowledge sharing on adaptive strategies, and access to blue financing would be a very important and very critical area of collaboration to ensure both regions build resilience to climate change. Again, also on the aspect of sustainable livelihoods and fisheries, Kenya continues to promote sustainable aquaculture, and a lot of initiatives are community-based with regard to fisheries management. And again, also this would also be an area of collaboration, whether it's knowledge exchange, it's information sharing, it's technology, issues around market access, and also sharing on good practices, best practices to transform livelihoods for both regions. And again, like I said, South to South cooperation is the way to go for the Indo-Pacific region and the global South at large to address the issues on climate change, because most of what affects the East African end of the Indo-Pacific is sort of replicated across the region. And when it comes to, again, livelihoods and the issues that affect sustenance for communities, it is more or less what happens across board. And therefore, collaboration to ensure that we are able to address climate change is one specific way that I think for me comes out very strongly for now Kenya and the Indo-Pacific, and also not just Kenya, but even the East African coast and the Indo-Pacific to collaborate and come together so that we can promote sustainable ocean governance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And towards the end, we have two questions for Dr. Ornella. The first question is, how can countries of Indo-Pacific region draw upon international frameworks such as Paris Agreement to enhance their efforts in combining climate change while maintaining sustainable tourism and environmental conservation? And the second question then again to you is, with increasing frequency of climate-induced disasters in Indo-Pacific, how can nations strengthen their disaster risk reduction frameworks? Part of it in terms of finance you have already answered, but maybe you would like to expand that aspect further.
If possible, thank you so much. So what I'm thinking about the first is access to climate finance mechanism for sustainable tourism and conservation. Small islands, small countries. We are small countries with big problems and small budgets. And by the other hand, the governments, they are coming from the parties. And the parties, they know only one economy, the economy of votes. And the investments on the climate change, the investments on the environment, they are not producing votes at all, because you have to invest now and you have to take your investment back in less than 20 years or more than 20 years, sorry. So in this case, yes, we have to concentrate ourselves in other opportunities like GCF, for example. And I want to bring here the Samoa's case. They use the GCF financing to build resilience infrastructure, which protects both tourism and biodiversity. And this fund provides vital financing to develop climate resilient infrastructure, to restore ecosystems, and also to promote ecotourism. By the other hand, we have to enhance ecosystem-based adaptation for tourism and climate resilience. And I want to bring here the case of Botswana also, and they have the best maritime protected area because they integrated the tourism and the climate adaptation, created jobs, and protecting the critical economic and environmental assets that they have. And they created this kind of cooperatives between with the all small businesses working on the area, and they are protecting themselves and they are investing themselves to protect these areas. And it's the best case how you can protect your areas, and you can develop the area also, and to produce in the meantime budgets on this and money of all this. And we are just in some the whole globe now, the whole planet now, it's under 60 elections this year. The biggest part of the global population, it's under election. It was under election. And I think we are going to a new area now. Yes, we are academians, and we don't care about politics, but politics, they care about the Paris Agreement, by the other hand. So if big nations like US, they are going and coming back from the Paris Agreement, what we will do with the Paris Agreement, by the other hand, and how the Paris Agreement is implemented in our countries. We have, for example, the Kigalis Protocol example. It was ratified by 198 countries, and now we are not talking anymore about the ozone problems in our planet. So it's working. It seems that if the all countries, they are able to work together on something, yes, it works. What we have for the next question, what we have to do for what we can do, the first one is strengthening the early warning systems, and it seems that in so many countries it's working on this. For example, I want not only to bring here my own country example, but also Bangladesh. Advanced cyclone has been the early warning system on this has been credited with drastically lowering death tolls during the major storm. So it seems that our focus on the early warning systems are cost effective and can significantly reduce casualties and economic losses. By the other hand, we have also to invest in resilient infrastructures, as I responded before. And there are a lot of cases here, a lot of examples here, how can climate resilient infrastructure minimize damages during disasters while protecting critical economic sectors like tourism, trade, and also agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the presenters. Together, what we have been able to do is to map the issues related to climate change together. We have been able to identify the issues, but we have also been able to identify the areas where we have best practices that are already in place. It is one thing to say that climate change is the most pressing issue of our time, and nothing really in the contemporary time requires more collaborative effort than climate change. But this is also one area where we are failing ourselves collectively, in the sense we have not been able to come together as a whole. We also have issues where state, the territoriality have been one of the biggest hurdles. The question of territorial security many times really tosses the question of climate and related issues. But we have together in the panel been able to come up with several issues where there have been cooperations, learning and unlearning that have happened, and also possibilities of future due to the questions that were asked have also been discussed in greater details. Thank you to all the participants who have helped us to unpack a lot of areas. I know the time was really limited, but we hope that you will be together with us in the due course of this entire session and for further engagement with NICE, so that we can take up the issues, we can bring in solidarities, learn from each other, wherever possible. Thank you so much to each of the participants. And I'm also extremely thankful to the organizers of this event that you have been able to put up a panel like this. We did not see any overlap, as in everybody had different expertise, which meant that there was a possibility of covering as much ground as we have seen happening today. So congratulations to the organizers on that front as well. I'm thankful to all the listeners who have joined us here, not only through Zoom platform, but also in Facebook and other places where it is being live streamed. Stay tuned, be with us, be part of our dialogue now and for future as well. Thank you so much. Really a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abiruchi ma'am, for sharing this
Thank
session.
you.
I would also like to thank all the speakers of today's session for this fruitful discussion and the answer question round. Now we'll be moving on to session D. Session D is about great power competition in the Indo-Pacific. It will be chaired by Dr. Shakti Prasad Srichandan, Assistant Professor at Jawaharlal Nehru University, India. And the speakers are Dr. Roger Kangas, Academic Dean near East Southeast Asia Center for Strategic Studies, USA, Dr. Alexei Kuprianov, Head of the Center of the Indo-Pacific Region, Institute of World Economy and International Relations, Russia, Dr. Pascal Ab, Senior Researcher at Peace Research Institute, Frankfurt, Germany, Professor Sahab E. Khan, Chief Executive Officer of Bangladesh Center for Indo-Pacific Affairs in Bangladesh, Dr. Uma Purusthot, I'm so sorry, Dr. Uma Purusthotam, Assistant Professor at Jawaharlal Nehru University, India, Gitanjali Sinha Roy, Assistant Professor at Jindal School of International Affairs, OP Jindal Global University at India. We'll be waiting for the speakers to join. Till then, please. Hello, Dr. Shakti. Can you please check your audio if it's fine or not?
Hello, I'm audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay.
Hello, Gitanjali ma'am. Can you please check your audio? Hello, Alexi, sir. Could you please check your audio as well?
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible. Excuse me, Gitanjali ma'am, could you please turn on your mic as well? Hi, Sathi sir. Some of the speakers are still yet to
Yeah.
join. We can
Hello.
start fully.
Yes.
I think
Can you start?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay. So, good afternoon from India, because it's an afternoon in India. I know many of you have joined from different time zones. Welcome you all. It is an absolute privilege to welcome all of you to this critical session on great power competition in the Indo-Pacific. From the beginning, I must thank and congratulate my dear friend Dr. Pramod Jaiswal and his team for organizing such an important conference. Very well done. Now coming to the theme, Indo-Pacific region encompassing the vast expanse from the Indian Ocean to the Pacific has emerged as a focal point for international politics in the 21st century. With its strategic waterways, dynamic economies, and diverse geopolitical interest, the Indo-Pacific is not merely a geographical construct, but a theater where global power dynamics are being redefined every day. Today, as we delve into the nuances of great power competition in this region, we must address the complex interplay of national interest, alliances, and regional aspirations. On one hand, United States, EU, they continue to uphold their vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific, emphasizing democratic values, rule of law, and the freedom of navigation and other aspects as well. On the other hand, China asserts its ambitions through initiatives like the Belt and Road, the militarization of the South China Sea, and its growing economy and military influence. So in this competitive landscape, we also witness the rise of middle powers, India, Japan, and Australia, among others. Each of them shaping regional security and economic frameworks in ways that reflect their strategic priorities. Meanwhile, some other players, some other actors like ASEAN and Pacific Island nations, they also strive to assert their agency amidst these competing influences. So against this background, our session today may seek to explore some of the key questions which will be relevant for the discussion. First, how are the strategies of the great powers impacting the stability and prosperity of the Indo-Pacific region? Secondly, what roles do alliances, partnerships such as Quad or the AUKUS, they play in balancing these power dynamics? Last but not the least, how do smaller nations navigate this competitive environment without compromising their sovereignty or economic growth? The stakes could not be higher because the Indo-Pacific is not only just a strategic chessboard, but a microcosm of different challenges and opportunities that define our globalized world. Right, from ensuring freedom of navigation to addressing climate change, fostering inclusive economic growth, and mitigating different kind of security risks. So I look forward to the insights and perspectives from our esteemed panelists as we examine these pivotal issues. I look forward to a stimulating Q&A discussion as well. Just to remind you that, just to remind you gently that you are being given 10 minutes for the presentation, and I have been asked by the organizers to be very strict with this time limits. So without any further may I now request our first panelist, Dr. Roger Canjas, to present his viewpoints. Dr. Roger Canjas is an academic dean at Near East South Asia Center for Strategic Studies, United States. So, Dr. Canjas, this virtual floor is all yours now. Over to you. I think Dr. Kanjas has not joined yet. So may I request Dr. Alexei Kupriyanov to present his viewpoints. Dr. Alexei Kupriyanov is head of the Center of the Indo-Pacific region, Institute of World Economy and International Relations, Russia. So, Dr. Kupriyanov, over to you.
Thank you very much, dear Chair. Many thanks to organizers for the invitation. First of all, I have to apologize for two things because I will have to take my leave quite soon since it's Sunday and day off here, and they have a further responsibility to my kids. And second, I'm afraid my speech will emerge somewhat from the thematic section. Actually, I'm a big fan of the history of maritime rivalry and military conflict, but today I will try to play devil's advocate because I'm not sure that we have anything like real rivalry between great powers in the Indo-Pacific. I think that it's a classic example of applying a familiar formula to a fundamentally different phenomenon, and it can lead to dangerous post-sledging. I'm not a supporter of political realism, I'm rather a constructivist, and I will try to consider the issue from this point of view. So some theory for the beginning. I would like to remind that the very idea of rivalry between nations is relatively new and is associated with the late modern era. Before that, so it was kings and rulers who competed, not nations as powers. And this is important because often the desired outcome of this rivalry was the ruler. So for the ruler was the change of comparative status, not the abstract balance of power. And in addition to status, so territorial acquisitions, of course, were important because in those days it was direct taxation that helped fill the treasury. And plus, the larger the population you have, the larger the pool of recruits. And this is important because so due to jour per gros bataillon. As mercantilism spread, trading rights also began to matter, but for a long time they remained quite secondary. So after monarchies were replaced by republics and democracies in the late modern period, we found ourselves in quite strange situation because so if the question of status was clear, what we spoke when we spoke of ruler and his so rights, then what does the status of the democratic nation mean? What determines it, and what does the status practically give in general? So the idea that the goal of conflict is territorial expansion has changed as well because direct taxation of the population is no longer the only means of replenishing the treasury, and the quality and skills of populations, the state's place in the production and value chains, and so monetary policy are more important than the pure number of people. And moreover, the acquisition of few territories is now considered as negative sign and is avoided unless it concerns important strategic points. So finally, trade rights are not so important now either because the era of mercantilism is gone. The current economy is mainly free trader economy, in fact. And despite all borders and barriers, and a typical example is that FDI is considered an important driver of economic development. And this is a huge difference compared to the era of rivalry of past centuries. And so, what it means to practice? What do we mean when we talk about rivalry between powers? So, in pre-imperialist times, it was about status. Now, status, in the sense it existed then, gives nothing. In the times of imperialism, rivalry meant a fight for markets. The country that won that rivalry could export its goods to the markets of third countries and tie the economy to its own. And now we live in the era of free trade, and so do businesses of great countries compete in the region? For the most part, no. Because small and medium businesses do not compete at all, and big businesses sometimes compete, but in general, there is a larger division of spheres of interest. For example, Chinese companies are active in building cheap infrastructure. Japanese companies focus on high-quality infrastructure. Indian companies are building digital infrastructure, but in general, their projects are concentrated mainly in spheres of finance and light industry. Rather, from my point of view, of course, we are witnessing a symbiosis between the businesses of great power. Because so where Chinese corporations are laying down infrastructure, Indian small and medium enterprises are emerging. And we can analyze, for example, so East African crude oil pipeline EACOP. In its construction, Chinese, European, Australian companies were involved for varying degrees. In fact, the economic rivalry between the great powers in the region now means rivalry for individual projects, and China is clearly winning in this, since the Chinese economy is now interested in exporting capital. Often this export is perceived as state-directed, as part of grand design, and we can see this is often, from our point of view here in Russia, it's a chaotic process. This is largely inspired from below, because Chinese firms are trying to move capital abroad and seek to enlist the support of the state. They usually use the rhetoric as a Belt and Road initiative or something like that. It's understandable and close to authorities. And as a result, Chinese economic projects are perceived from the outside as in a quite distorted way, because their successes are obvious, but their failures are not visible. And so classic example is the case of Hambantota port, because we already know that the lion's share of loans that the Rajapaksa's government used to build Hambantota were not Chinese. So we know that the initiative to build a port in this area was Rajapaksa's own idea and was caused by internal reasons because he wanted to improve the living conditions of his hometown. We know that the Chinese ended up leasing Hambantota for a small sum because the port was not really needed in the Colombo context. In fact, even the United States and China are hardly economic rivals in the true sense of the word, because until recently the economies were so closely linked that we saw there was talk about G2 or Chimerica format, and now this idea has been shelved, of course, but despite all the loud phrases about decoupling, American companies are still operating in China and are not in any hurry to move production to other countries. In fact, we are witnessing a continuing growth and interdependence between all great powers in the region, albeit in different forms, of course, and this interdependence cannot be shaken by any political issues. And after the conflict in Ukraine began, for example, European countries and the United States imposed sanctions on Russia, stopping buying oil from it directly. But this led only to one result, because they continue to buy oil from Russia only through laundromats. And their governments pretend that Russian undemocratic oil becomes democratic after refining in Indian democratic refineries, or after adding a drop of Saudi democratic oil. So during the Cold War, a great power rivalry was fueled by ideological difference. Now there is no particular ideological difference because, yeah, Chinese regime is special. In the West, it's called authoritarian, totalitarian. In China itself, it's called a people's democracy. And in any case, it doesn't resemble the Westminster system, but China is not trying to export it as the Soviet Union tried to do. In China and in the United States and in India, in Japan and Russia, the economy is essentially capitalist, with varying degrees of paternalism. So I cannot see any ideological rivalry in the region. And in fact, the entire discourse of great power rivalry is supported by the governments, so the political military elites and expert community that serves them, and the media, of course. Of course, by urbanized middle class, which is always more interested in foreign policy issues than any other part of society. In fact, it's within the framework of perception and transmission of the views of these social groups, so this discourse of great power rivalry exists. And this discourse is different in each country, because in the United States, there is a growing idea of inevitable clash with China, and mentally, this concept completely repeats the scenario of Japanese attack in the beginning of Second World War. It's implied that China will attack either the United States or Japan or any United States allies, and the United States will intervene or win, of course. And this idea is actively sought after by the American middle class, is supported by the writers, by the media, by the authors of coffee table books. Well, every year a bunch of paperbacks editions are published in which the future war is described. For intellectuals, there is another product, for example, discussions about the Thucydides trap and all that. In fact, so Western military experts with a magnifying glass are looking for any signs of growth of Chinese naval power and are trying to find among Chinese thinkers a Chinese Mechan who could inspire the emergence of Chinese Yamamoto in a way familiar to Western mind. But in China, things are viewed very differently because no one is going to repeat the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor or attacks, well, or the United States Navy, because the United States Navy is significantly superior in the combat capabilities to Chinese Navy. In essence, the Chinese approach boils down to defending its territorial claims as much as possible, nine-dash line, disputed talents, and so on. So, striving to do business in the entire region and numerous complaints about United States attempts to hinder Chinese growth. It's not a fact that situation will not change, of course, because Chinese are actively absorbing the Western military theory. So I was surprised when I visited Shanghai last year. So there are a lot of Western military theory books translated into Chinese. So it's in fact dozens of them. So they are sold everywhere, and there is a risk that sooner or later this will affect the situation, affect the Chinese minds. But for now, the maximum Chinese military activity is local exercises and single submarine trips to the Indian Ocean, and one little base in Djibouti, of course. And finally, India. So there is the idea of Chinese string of pearls, Chinese plans to strangle India in the possible conflict. Obviously, this is, from my point of view, is absolutely hypothetical scenario, since in order for China to achieve any success in the fight against India in the Indian Ocean, it needs to transfer its entire navy there, which will also have to be supplied through the Straits of Malacca. And there are no guarantees of victory since India has coastal-based missile complexes, base aviations, other means. In fact, China now has just one base in Indian Ocean in Djibouti, and this base cannot be compared with the American base in Diego Garcia, either in size or in equipment. So it's impossible to conduct full-fledged operations based on, well, this point, which means that the Chinese threat to the Indian Ocean is, I can repeat it, is hypothetical. India is actively building the navy, strengthening the Andaman position. In fact, in a sense, this is something like the risk theory and TPS strategy with only one difference, but very prominent difference, because India, not China, is an advantageous strategic position. At the same time, the Indian authorities are extremely sober in their assessment of the situation and understand that they have lived side by side with China for several thousand years. And despite all problems, well, they will continue to do so. So the American approach to the problem is alien to India. And so the elites of one great power are afraid for position of this, so its position, the elites of the second are concerned with the local problems, the elites of the third so use imaginary construct to solve these problems. And all this look like a situation in which the outbreak of conflict is not very likely from my point of view, but this is not a reason to calm down, because the decision to start a conflict is made not by businessmen, but the political and military elites. And the more there is talk about that the rivalry can escalate into war, the greater likelihood to war. And the more unilateral formats are created to contain in China, the greater the likelihood of conflict, because it becomes more difficult to control the actions of aggressive junior commanders who want to prove themselves and are confident that the big daddy will step in for them if necessary. The problem of actions of the ground is generally one of the most acute, so they have repeatedly led to unwanted conflict and incidents throughout history. And I can remind the most recent example in Galvan Valley, where the actions of local Chinese border commander led to bloody clash, and in fact led to the problems in bilateral relations between India and China for 5 years. This could easily happen with any European, Australian, any other ship. In this respect, people are the same, and junior and mid-level officers are the same to a greater extent. So, what about Russia? It's a great power, a nuclear power, of course, but although Russia generally recognized as a great power, it's a not great power in Indo-Pacific, because Russia has no industrial base in the region, no shipbuilding base, has great population deficit, Militarily, it's very weak in the region. The Pacific Fleet, for example, excluding strategic nuclear submarines, is inferior even to the Japanese self-defense forces. And at the same time, Russia, under sanctions, is now turning to the east. So it's most actively interested in the region, being calm and business-like, and the rivalry between the great powers being minimized. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kupriya. I hope Kupriya. Oh no, sorry, I'm sorry for the pronunciation. It's all right. For highlighting the status of all the players in the region, Russia, China, US, India, and you have, looked into different aspects. I mean, how they can. What is their status at the moment, and what is their different kind of strength, weaknesses as well. So thank you so much. Now the first panelist, meanwhile, he has arrived. So may I now request Dr. Roger Canjas to start his presentation. Dr. Roger Canjas is an academic dean at Near East South Asia Center for Strategic Studies, United States. So, Dr. Kanjas, over to you. This virtual floor is all yours. Just 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes for the presentation.
Indeed. Well, thank you so much. And apologies for the late arrival. I know we were having some technical issues on the various Zoom chat rooms, so it looks like we're all now here in the same place. And actually, I feel fortunate that I had a chance to follow Alexei's presentation because a number of the things he said are points that I would have raised and are points that I agree with in terms of how we perceive or frame great power competition. So first, just to get started again, I thank you all for hosting this event for NIICE, for putting this rather complex two-day event together. The panels all work in, and I think, a really interesting mosaic of topics and perspectives. I will say from my vantage, not just coming from the US, but the Near East South Asia Center, which is a US government entity. I'll have to use the disclaimer of the views I express are my own and not that of the NISA Center or the US government, but that's fine. And I'm also happy to answer any questions on points I've raised or points perhaps I don't raise, given the time limit. And I should say, given the time limit, and especially given what we've just heard, I want to raise three quick points and then really turn it to the other speakers and then beyond for our discussion. And the first is when we look at this issue of great power competition, and I do think it's an important term to bring up, but we also have to reimagine it. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely one who believes we have long since passed. In fact, I'm not even sure if we ever really had a so-called unipolar moment. We're in a multipolar phase, or what I sometimes suggest is a non-polar phase. Because given the subregions, given the areas of the world, certain countries are engaged, others are not. Some countries focus primarily in the Western Hemisphere, others in Europe and Africa, Latin America. So the Asia-Pacific states, we really have to look at who's engaged within this region and why. I will say, and this is a reality, in the US, we're definitely looking at a change. And obviously, with what's happened last month with the election of Donald Trump for a second non-consecutive term, the second time in US history this has happened, we're going to see some of our perceptions of great power competition challenged. You just have to go back to his first administration and look at how he framed issues. And yes, there is a notion of targeting specific states. Our colleague from Russia knows full well that we look at Russia through a particular lens, and obviously the conflict in Ukraine. We look at China as the so-called near-peer competitor. I don't think that perspective will change. And then you look at what I consider to be episodic challenges or challenges of a specific nature, Iran, North Korea, and we can look at others. What I would say in this context is we're seeing the US broadly, not just the president, not just, Donald Trump and his perspective, but I would argue a greater share of the American population is increasingly looking away from the so-called, global policeman or the approach of the U.S. as an actor that engages throughout the world, that starts forever wars, and is rethinking where it's positioned. As I look at the past years, and I can see, the administrations of George Herbert Walker Bush, of Bill Clinton, George W. Bush as kind of the prime example of the post-Cold War globalist approach to security. So all the issues of rules-based order, Western-framed security organizations or economic organizations in many ways were at their height, even using the United Nations to promote certain views. I even look at the so-called freedom agenda of George W. Bush, right? This was the view that somehow democratization, Western approaches would develop in other parts of the world. This is part of our engagement. Interestingly, we can almost go back to the 2008 economic crisis, a retrenchment in a number of European countries, in the US, about where we prioritize our resources. But you almost see the succession of administrations. I look at it in my country from Obama to Trump, yes to Biden, now back to Trump, as ones that are more inward looking. And you look at their narratives, yes, they did raise issues of foreign policy and security policy, but so much more of their discourse is on internal issues, on domestic issues. And we take a step further, I would say, in Trump 2.0, and we're going to see very much this, so-called America First approach of national policy. What does this mean? Pure and simple, it means focusing on the homeland, on the economy, on our borders. You look at the Heritage Foundation Project 2025, it's publicly accessible. I would read this. It is a roadmap for a number of key officials within the Trump administration. Will all of it be carried out? No, but a significant portion at least is aspired by the administration, and so much of it focuses on economics, demographics, and security as narrowly defined as security in the borders. And so what does this mean for foreign adventures? It means we'll be selectively engaged. Just look at Trump's comments on Syria. That's not our problem. These are the sorts of challenges we'll have. So as kind of a final thought, I would say, when I look at, a great power competition is in a non-polar world, we're going to be looking at national interest. I'll say, looking ahead, if I'm examining where the US will play in the Asia-Pacific space, and also what could be priorities, it's going to be on economics, economics, economics. And in particular, the rivalry or competition, if we'll use that word, with China. Again, I appreciate the previous comments because I do believe we have two countries that are linked together. Yes, there are efforts to de-risk. That's the phrase or term of art. There's a saber rattling on things like tariffs and trade limits, etc. We'll see how these go. I look at this sometimes as the opening salvos in a negotiation. And you're going to present extreme positions and somehow work to the middle. Because in all of this, I do see the chance for not just competition, but cooperation. And don't be fooled that, these are not ideological divides. These are rather divides on views of one's role in the region and one's role, if you will, as a national power. If the US is less concerned about being a global policeman, perhaps it will focus more on some of these, if you will, domestic challenges that have international implications, trade being the most important. And so it really is going to be based on how we frame this. And I will make, as I close, an important comment, that is, any prediction about what's going to happen in the next few years for the US, particularly as it relates to the Asia-Pacific space and also its view as a so-called great power in a competitive space, take with some caution. We have yet to see who the players are going to be. I was speaking with a number of Chinese academics the other week, and you know, as we look at the appointments of certain individuals, Mark Rubio as Secretary of State, Waltz as the National Security Advisor, you know, these are China hawks. These are people who are hard on China. Trump is that as well, but he also was looking for an opportunity to make a so-called deal that could be beneficial for the US, and that's something you'll want to think about. So when I look at competitive spaces, increasingly I'm going to tell the audience, and I'll be curious what the next speakers have to say, how other countries step up in the region, you know, India among them. But how do we look at multinational organizations, ASEAN, SCO, you name it? I think these are increasingly going to be important in the region. And so just to close, I'll leave with looking ahead with 3 quick thoughts. If we only look at the region through great power competition, we do this at our peril. We need to expand really and reframe how we look at countries interacting in the region. And while it sounds idealistic, I may say that there are going to be local and regional elements of cooperation. We need to take our 20th century terms and move them into the 21st century. Secondly, US, China, clearly competitive, but don't rule out the possibility of even some, you know, at least hoped for aspired summit. President Trump invited Xi Jinping to his inauguration. Of course, it's not going to be carried out, but don't expect that to be the last effort to engage or interact. And then thirdly, we are going to have to look for wild cards in the region. I made reference to Syria. For Middle East watchers, of course, that was a surprise. What we saw in Bangladesh months ago, again, a surprise, at least to a number of outside observers. Could we see other crises or other wildcard events that may shape how large powers interact with each other in the Asia-Pacific space? Absolutely. I'll leave it at that. I look forward to hearing what our other speakers have to say and for the questions and comments from the audience. So again, thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kanjas. In a very concise manner, you highlighted many aspects of the rivalry in the Indo-Pacific, especially what has been U.S. Position and what is likely to be with the new presidency, especially the unpredictability part that is attached to it. So thank you so much. Moving on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Pascal App. He is a senior researcher at Peace Research Institute, Frankfurt, Germany. To show Dr. App, over to you. This virtual floor is all yours now.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. So I wanted to start by offering a few thoughts on competition in the Indo-Pacific region and what distinguishes competition from either conflict or cooperation. And then thought you might also be interested in a European perspective on how these processes are playing out locally. So to start off, there are certainly reasons to look on competition in the Indo-Pacific region with worry. So reasons to believe that it might tilt into open conflict. As was already pointed out, the region is the primary arena for the US-China rivalry. This, I think, is a trend in international relations that's going to be permanent. There's very little that is still keeping this competition from maybe shifting back into cooperation, but several reasons for why it might turn into conflict, or in the words of Graham Allison, why these two countries may be destined for war. As was already pointed out, the region is multipolar in nature. We know that this is a general setup in IR that is relatively conflict prone when you have multiple great powers competing with each other. And certainly beyond just the US and China, as was already said, India is a very big player there. Japan is getting more and more involved. And to some degree, even though I would not describe the European agency as that of a great power, there's also increasing engagement there. When you look at geopolitical flashpoints, so although, of course, Ukraine and Gaza have grabbed the spotlight in recent years, There is still a multitude of them that might spark a direct US-China confrontation, most notably, of course, Taiwan, but also the South China Sea, in addition to a number of others. So, for example, the India-Pakistan rivalry, the border clashes between India and China that we saw in Galwan Valley in 2021, a still divided Korea. And of course, there are many open domestic conflicts that sometimes do not just breed domestic instability, but can also spill out into other countries. The most intense, of course, being the ongoing civil war in Myanmar, but also crisis of government and government changes in other countries like Bangladesh and previously large-scale unrest in Sri Lanka. There's also a relatively low institutionalization. So if you think that institutions are at least giving stability, predictability, and structure, and also keeping conflicts in check, then it is actually amazing how little there is beyond ASEAN, which is a relatively well institutionalized and deepened regional organization. There just isn't much in this region. And as we have seen, while institutions may not be able to prevent conflicts, like, for example, the one in Ukraine, they certainly offer a forum, at least for dialogue, and to maybe keep impulses that might otherwise result in open conflict in check. So, having gone through this list of factors to be concerned about, however, there are also some that, at least to me, are reason to believe that the future might be more peaceful than some people are expecting. And one of them is the fact that in the Indo-Pacific, there is actually so much to compete over. If you look at that, it is not just home to the majority of the world's population, but also the emerging economic power center of the world. So where growth is really being generated. Alexei already mentioned that the countries in the region are driven ideologically by varieties of capitalism. I would maybe put it slightly differently and say that it is varieties of developmentalism. So the predominant interest for just about every country in the region, maybe with the exception of some extreme cases like North Korea, is in economic development. And there's also a shared understanding, I believe, that this economic development is based on some variant of globalization, of ongoing free trade, of the complex supply chains that have just enabled this region really to jumpstart its own development and to become this highest growth region in the world. Second, there is a tendency to view this issue of competition through a great power lens and to only look at the agency of those great powers. And I think that is wrong. If you turn it around and see how the agency of non-great powers in the region has really changed by the fact that great powers are competing over them for their allegiance, for local influence, for also rights to participate in economic development, then this is really something which is strengthening their leverage in international negotiations. And it is upon external great powers actually to make the most compelling offer when it comes, for example, to infrastructure development. There was China's BRI, and then other countries noticed, okay, this is something we have to compete with. We need to make our own offers. That was really the origin of some of the new programs that you've been seeing, like the European Global Gateway, the Build Back Better World initiative, or before that, the Japanese Agenda for Free and Open Indo-Pacific, which is closely linked with its high-quality infrastructure drive. So it's really in the developmental field where I think local states can leverage this position as takers into a stronger position now. And I think there is this also showcases an awareness that the most desirable future for the region is one of interconnectedness. And all of these form inhibiting factors for conflict, really. There's a shared interest to keep this competition at the level at which it is, maybe to leverage the positive aspects, and certainly to establish so-called guardrails to keep it from going into open, even military conflict. So to tell you a little bit about how European countries and also the European Commission are looking on this region, I think it's again important to review that Europe is not a great power. It does not understand itself as a great power, and due to the fact that it is made up of many, many different countries, none of which themselves qualify as great powers, in my opinion, it also could not play this role even if it wanted. But in a sense, this is also something which is not just shaping how it views the region, but also shaping its own sense of what kinds of competitive strengths and weaknesses it has there. First of all, I think the European awareness of the region is starting with the fact that much of the world's future will be decided in this region. So this is how virtually all of the Indo-Pacific agendas that you are now seeing being published frame this whole issue. And the second one is that the region is as much a field of or a zone of opportunity as it is a zone of risk. So when you look again at, for example, opportunities for also European companies to increase their profits, to diversify, for example, their supply chains, this is really the primary lens to which they're looking at the region. There is a clustering of emerging and already developed economies in this region. And this kind of acknowledgement of the enormous success which many states, not just China, but also, for example, India and much of Southeast Asia have already had in lifting really enormous numbers of people out of poverty and giving them middle-class status is very much being acknowledged and is being seen as a great success, actually, of globalization and of development policy. Now, if you look at how competition shapes the European role in the region, I would raise 3 points here. The first one is that the ongoing, especially US-China rivalry there is also an opportunity to engage like-minded partners. So like-minded, maybe not in the sense that they share the same regimes or that they espouse always the exact same values as European countries internationally, but at least that they have a shared interest in also preserving their own agency in this area of great power competition. So not to be subsumed in the kind of bloc confrontation that we had in the Cold War, but to remain to a great degree independent. Another point is that there is, I think, a shared interest in that the rules that are governing international interactions also are designed often to the benefit actually of smaller countries. So great powers are the ones who can break rules, sometimes with impunity. They are also certainly the ones who have the greatest temptation to do so, whereas smaller powers are the ones who really benefit from the kind of predictability that rules generate. And this is also, I think, where there's an awareness in the region that the European Union has some credibility, especially when it comes to standing up for international law and for working towards a juridification of international relations. In an increasingly divided world, that is also something that's keeping it together. The second one is, I think, a shared interest in the diversification of economic linkages. So the agenda that is being described as de-risking, I think it was actually the European Commission who originated that term, and now others are taking it up as well, is an agenda that's primarily pursued through diversification of economic linkages. So the sense that it is bad for one's own international agency if you're too economically dependent in trade links to one single country. That is actually what's driving economic investment from European countries in regions like South and Southeast Asia nowadays. And finally, so when you look at the Indo-Pacific and how it's being debated, security issues are very much at the forefront, I think, of thinking certainly in China, in the United States, certainly also in India, of course, and maybe for Russia, the same thing goes. But for European countries, there's still a sense that our agency is primarily economic in nature. It may not be able to achieve quite as much as we used to think it could. Basically, that this kind of economic agency can always be a force for peace and that it can bolster cooperation. It's an agenda which, of course, saw a massive setback with the outbreak of war between Russia and Ukraine. But there is a sense still that when looking at what Europeans can do to stabilize the region, that of course, there's some security engagement as well, but these are mostly tokenistic efforts. And I think the biggest move that we can make is to raise the point that our interests are also intricately linked with this region, and that anybody who would start a war there would also jeopardize those interests and then have to face the brunt, for example, of economic sanctions. I think that is the biggest actual deterrent that the European side can make, and to make also a contribution for a positive and peaceful future of this region. I'm going to leave it there. If you're interested in more details on Indo-Pacific strategies of Germany or other European countries, please feel free to raise them in the Q&A. And now I'm looking forward to what the speakers have to say. Thank you very much again.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ebb. Very nicely, presented many aspects, but what I appreciate more is the European perspective, because the European Union is also having some, it has some footprint in in this Indo-Pacific region as well. Looking at your presentation, what I just understood, that there are European Union is looking at the opportunities rather than the risk, and especially to diversify the supply chains. That different initiatives that the European Union and member states have taken in this region, and no doubt the economic part will definitely be there, and many companies, many players, state and non-state actors, private players also, they are European private players are also already, they have started doing different activities in the Indo-Pacific region, whether that is connectivity or laying the submarine cables, etc. So the economic part will definitely be there, but at the same time, maybe we may see more security aspects also. The European Union may look at the security aspects in future also. So thank you so much. Now our next speaker, Professor Sahab E. Khan. Professor Khan is Chief Executive Officer of the Bangladesh Center for Indo-Pacific Affairs. So Professor Khan, over to you.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Please bear with me, because I'm sitting in a public place and you might hear a lot of unwanted noise. Apologies for that. I have just come out from one meeting and stepping into another meeting in 10 minutes of time. Thank you very much. I think this is an outstanding conversation that I was listening to, particularly what Alexei and my good old friend Roger and Pascal, Mr. Pascal, has talked about. And I think the whole idea of great power game has become quite a narrative in this part of the world. So I will limit myself to the South and Southeast Asian landscape rather than looking or stretching myself to other regions. And I think that itself deserves a long conversation. And I think the two clear issues that came up from my previous speakers is that the great power game, whether we accept them as a multipolar entity or we accept them no polar entity or perhaps bipolar entity, but in any case, the whole term of polar is going to be there. And that itself shows that the international relations or international security environment is not going to get away from the polarization anytime soon. Shall that be seen through the prism of trade or security or even institutional approaches towards international relations or our relations with the bilateral, trilateral, multilateral, or even the fancy term, the minilateral. One quick point, which I fully agree with Roger, when he talked about the relationship between the US and China and the term competitiveness. I mean, from Bangladesh's point of view, if you look at our last 10 years of foreign policy, at least I have extensively written about it and spoke at length at the Nesta Center, that the global politics is heavily shaped by how the US and China will behave against each other in the coming years. Very much related to the supply chain. If you look at the countries like Bangladesh, alike, the heavy reliance on the supply chain is originated in China. And the demand side of Bangladesh's economy output is largely in the Middle East and the Europe and, of course, the United States and Canada. So which means many of the countries are heavily interrelated instead of, I would say that, bypassing any kind of other regional norms is heavily interrelated with the Chinese economy and the US economy. So therefore, any kind of competition has a repercussion on the economies like ours. This is one. The second thing, whether there is a potential for conflict between the US and China, at least from our perspective, we do agree that the new Trump administration's assumption of power might come with a new reconfiguration in the global politics as well as the US's foreign policy towards the Indo-Pacific. But most certainly, both China and United States under the Trump presidency will try to avoid any kind of military or strategic escalation. Rather than they will keep themselves confined within the trade war and so on. So therefore, that kind of competition, if I see it from a small power perspective or small country perspective, I think is not necessarily a very bad idea, but certainly we have to be very, very careful when it comes to countries like ours. The second important issue that Roger brought out, and I think this is very interesting when he mentioned that the Yemen was a surprise and Bangladesh was surprised. Absolutely. And if you look at now Bangladesh's relationship with the global powers as well as the regional neighbors is fundamentally going through changes, fundamental changes. And that allows many other countries to follow the suit. And that's what we are going to see in the coming years. That's why when he mentioned about Yemen or Bangladesh, I couldn't resist but to add here that we are going to see a lot of surprise coming from Myanmar too. So if you look at Bangladesh-Myanmar border is no longer the same border that we used to see since last week, because now the border is controlled by the Arakan army, not by the state any longer. So we now have two borders. One is with India. The other one is Myanmar. With India, we have a state-to-state border relationship. And now we are reconfiguring our understanding that what kind of border relationship we have with Myanmar, because essentially the whole border is now controlled by non-state actor, some would say ethnic armed group, or whichever way we put it. So we are now seeing a new kind of border relationship is emerging in our neighborhood. Shall we be surprised to see that this whole border configuration will lead to a new kind of changes Myanmar? That's probably going to happen in a few years of time. So this is another part of the whole story. Then when we look into our Indo-Pacific approach, particularly Bangladesh's Indo-Pacific approach, we do have our Indo-Pacific outlook. I was in Paris last week, and this whole discussion about the French Indo-Pacific strategy aligns with very much with Bangladesh's understanding of Indo-Pacific strategy. Here, the problem is that the Indian understanding of Indo-Pacific, or perhaps the Japanese understanding of Indo-Pacific, and in that case, the US understanding of Indo-Pacific largely varies. And that's where I think one of the critical issue that all these countries will eventually have to come in terms is to harmonize their understanding of the Indo-Pacific region, whether we should heavily focus on the economics, we should focus on trade, or we should bring the security concerns or strategic security concerns in the forefront of our relationship will essentially be a determinant of how the Indo-Pacific region will behave or will remain stable in the coming years. So I think one of the critical feature that we are going to see in the coming months, or perhaps months might be too sooner, in the coming years, is to see that how these major players in international politics and international power game will be acting with each other on the basis of their interest. Now, if you look at the French one, I mean, it has a huge maritime territory, overseas territory. On the other hand, the United States has a huge overseas maritime presence, and the Chinese are escalating their presence to a very rapid scale. So what it means is that again, how will we manage the institutional approach towards governing the Indo-Pacific will also be a big concern. At least my understanding of power lies in three fundamental characteristics: whether a country has the ability to change international institutions, whether the country has ability to alter international system, or whether a country has the ability to provide alternative solutions to the existing institutions. And I think if you take these three perimeters, the Chinese, the Americans, and most certainly the Russians have done considerable, has provided considerable exposure of their capabilities. And hence, that's why we are also seeing that there is a demand coming up for an alternative institutions. Look at BRICS, look at now the conversation on trilateralism or minilateralism in different places, essentially also creates some sort of uneasiness for the countries which are middle power or the smaller, to really see what kind of choice, rational choice we will have when it comes to the existing institutional setup against the alternative institutional setups being proposed by the countries like BRICS and so on. So therefore, my understanding of Indo-Pacific certainly shows that we have, while we have a tremendous potential, and if I see it from the South Asian perspective, the least integrated region in the world compared to Southeast Asia. They do have 25% intra-regional trade. We have less than 5% inter-regional trade, making us much more dependent or interdependent or perhaps complex dependent on Chinese or Americans or Russians or the external powers. Now, that makes another case for us to really think about. And I think this is a great platform where I would definitely be proposing the South Asians and Southeast Asians to really look for a common economic understanding of the Indo-Pacific region. Otherwise, I think the whole great power competition, or beyond the great power competition, if we look into our own economic structures, we will always be in the passive side of globalization. So my two proposals, the first one is that the Southeast and South Asian countries must strengthen their regional institutions. We want to create a resilience against the shocks. And the second is that we need to harmonize our understanding of Indo-Pacific, be it in alignment with the US or France or Japan or China, whichever it is. Then I think we will have a greater framework of cooperation and resilience against another kind of geopolitical, geostrategic, or to say the least, geoeconomic shocks. Thank you very much with that, please.
Thank you, Professor Khan. I must say, very nicely presented the views, especially your last two observations, how we need to strengthen our regional institutions to enable our countries, South Asian countries, for resilience, and also harmonize understanding about the Indo-Pacific, that is need of the hour. But also, you also highlighted what has been Bangladesh approach to the Indo-Pacific, and in the way it wants to balance its relations with major powers like India, China, and the United States, while prioritizing economic development, connectivity, maritime security. So really appreciate that. Now moving to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Uma Purushothaman. Dr. Purushothaman is an associate professor at Jawaharlal Nehru University. Over to you, Dr. Uma.
Thank you, Dr. Shakti. He's also my colleague, so special thanks. First of all, thank you, Dr. Pramod and Nis, for inviting me for this conference. The topic that I was given to speak really was great power competition in the Indo-Pacific. But I thought I need to kind of tweak this title into major power competition in the Pacific, because if you look at the theoretical definition of great powers, other than the US, China, and perhaps Russia, and perhaps China and Russia, I don't think the other powers involved are really great powers if you go by the theoretical definition. And I just want to use this definition which von Drake had used in 1833, that a great power must be able to maintain itself against all others, even when they are united. And by that reasoning and definition, I think my own country, as well as several powers in the Indo-Pacific, would not make the cut. Though, of course, their capabilities are increasing pretty fast, and they may well reach the status of great powers soon. That said, what I intend to do over the next 10 minutes is kind of very quickly outline some of the elements of great power competition, including some of the strategies of the major powers, and look at the challenges associated with this competition and the implications of this competition, both in theoretical and practical terms. One, of course, I think we have heard ad nauseum about what the United States is doing in terms of its Indo-Pacific strategy, the idea of freedom of navigation, and then the alliances that is building, or the partnerships that it is building through the AUKUS and the Quad, the economic frameworks that it's been building, and the fact that it still has a huge military presence in the Indo-Pacific region, whether it is the US bases in Guam, Japan, South Korea, and the kind of naval operations that it has been undertaking in the South China Sea. Then, of course, in terms of the competition with China in trade and supply chains, and in this competition, in this rivalry between the United States and China in the Indo-Pacific, the US has a huge advantage because it has this enduring network of alliances, and among whom they have developed habits of cooperation. So the US has that advantage over the Chinese. In response to the United States' idea of free and open Indo-Pacific, the Chinese have come up with this idea of the community of common destiny, that mankind has a shared future. I'm not sure it received a lot of traction, but still that's what the Chinese have come up with. The other thing we must remember is that as far as the Chinese are concerned, if you look at how the Chinese have responded to the idea of the Indo-Pacific, whether they have been extremely hostile to the concept because they view it as an attempt by the Americans and American allies, as well as partners like India, to contain its rise. And that's why you will never see the Chinese using the term Indo-Pacific in their official documents. As far as strategies go, the Chinese have come up with, of course, the Belt Road Initiative. That's not only meant for the Indo-Pacific, but Indo-Pacific is a large focus there. They have been modernizing their military in terms of whether it is in the South China Sea. They've been expanding their naval capabilities. They've been pursuing dual-use port projects. They have been investing quite substantially in Southeast Asia and Africa. But what you would notice in how the United States and China, the difference is that China's concept or its framework for its activities in the Indo-Pacific is much looser and more complicated. It has much looser and more complicated relationship with the major powers in the region. And so what it has been doing is it's been trying to kind of build on multilateral regional forums like the APEC or the East Asia Summit or the ASEAN Plus 3 Summit and the China-ASEAN Forum. And as far as the Chinese are concerned, these kinds of non-binding strategic partnerships allows it to engage selectively with some of the countries in the region, and they will not, translate into coalitions for deep strategic goals. So my sense is that the Chinese do not seem to be very enamored with the idea of alliances like the United States is. It could also probably be because the Chinese are not very good at building alliances, or they cannot kind of push the narrative like the United States can, in the sense that it's already vilified in a lot of media. But then I still feel the Chinese do not give in to the idea of alliances very easily. I think it's not something that they're very enamored with. They're not very enthusiastic about it. As far as the Russians are concerned, I think compared to the United States and China, the Russian strategic interests and capabilities in the Indo-Pacific are much lower than those of China and the United States. So while the Russians have been saying that they want a greater role in the Indo-Pacific, there are a couple of reasons which constrain its ability to influence the region. And this is particularly because of the focus on the West after the annexation of Crimea and the war war with Ukraine. The second thing is that the Russian Far East still remains underdeveloped. Russia was trying to develop it, but it is going to take some more time to generate capabilities there. As far as Japan is concerned, they are worried about the rise of China, of course, and despite being an economic powerhouse, they do not have, the military wherewithal as such. So they have been having these debates on military expansionism, etc. Now, when you come to India, India has been balancing non-alignment and alignment in terms of its participation with the Quad. It has brought in its own maritime security initiative. It has talked about an Indo-Pacific initiative. But if you look at the initiative, it is more, the Indo-Pacific initiative is more on, marine security, ecosystems, areas where you can actually kind of collaborate with other countries. And here I want to bring to your notice that unlike the United States, which focuses only on towards India's east, India has expanded the geographical reach of the term Indo-Pacific to include the West as well, because as far as India is concerned, the Middle East is a region with profound strategic implications for India, not just strategic, but also economic implications for India. So India is trying to emphasize this balance between India's Act East and activist policy to make both of them an integral part of India's strategy in the Indo-Pacific. Now, as far as the ASEAN countries and Australia are concerned, of course, they're trying to make this balance between, on one hand, having this huge trade with the Chinese versus their economic concerns. On economic dimensions, of course, we have to see the impact of what the decoupling between the United States and China will be on regional trade, because it's not just China which is going to be affected by these trade wars and tariffs. It's also going to be third countries in Southeast Asia which could be affected by this. Then the technological competition between China and the US in terms of this race for semiconductors, AI, and 5G. And this is an area where our chair, Dr. Shakti, is an expert. He offers a course on this, I believe, technology and international relations. Anyway, to move on to soft power in terms of cultural diplomacy, the United States has been utilizing cultural exchanges, the Fulbright programs to enhance understanding. Economic engagements are there, and the Chinese are using the BRI not only as an economic strategy, but also to project their influence, and to increase interdependence, which can lead to political leverage. If you look at cultural institutions, the Chinese have also been building all these Confucius institutes worldwide. So in conclusion, I think one of the speakers before me was talking about the lack, that when we talk about great power competition, we do not talk about the smaller powers, and we behave as if they do not have agency in this. But my sense is that the countries in the Indo-Pacific do not want to be in a situation where they have to choose between the US and China. They want to have a balance which allows them to have cooperation economically with both the United States and China. And maintaining this balance is going to be the challenge for the regional countries. So there is a complex competition among the major powers, and it is intensifying. And there are elements of both economic, military, and ideological competition, which are enmeshed and intrinsic to this competition. Regional cooperation and effective diplomacy, perhaps we will have to work more on that in order to have more stability. And on one hand, while the smaller states are unhappy with the kind of competition, what is happening is that they could both engage with both the powers to maximize their own economic benefits while maintaining sovereignty. There is some potential for cooperation, particularly on issues like climate change or public health crisis. But like as someone already mentioned, the more intense the competition is, the more the risk of miscalculation and the risk of escalation. And then there is the fear of economic fragmentation if there is a de-risking or decoupling between the United States, and it's a big question what would happen if what the consequences of decoupling are. And if you look at the regional polarization, you are seeing the smaller nations being caught between the major powers. So if you look at the impact of this competition, for one, you're seeing the shift away from unipolarity to multipolarity, or like Dr. Roger Kangas said, or non-polar phase. And also, we are witnessing a shift from continental security in Asia to maritime security. If you look at both both China and India, for almost 30-40 years of the independence, they have focused more on the continental threat, and now they are more more focused on their maritime policies. Both of them want to become blue water navies and project power. So balancing great power interest with local autonomy, that is going to be the task for the region. And I think we are going to see more alignments than alliances. I'll come back to this at the end when I talk about the theoretical part. That the states in the region, if you look at whether it's Indonesia, whether it's India, they all value their independence, and they also want to be flexible, so they can immediately react to whatever changing dynamics are there. But the problem here is that the more flexible your foreign policy is, there is also the question of trust deficit, and that could lead to a lack of stability in the region because no one knows who's with whom. But just to come to the theoretical part, so the competition in this Indo-Pacific, the response of the middle powers and other powers in the region, China's lack of enthusiasm for alliances, and the intense desire that we see among the middle powers in the region for autonomy suggests that I think we need to consider using the term alignments instead of alliances for relations for the states in the region. And that would be a shift away from the traditional alliance structures based on military force to more, transient marriages of convenience on specific issues. So Stephen Walt defines this as a alignment as a relationship between two or more states that involve mutual expectations of some degree of policy or some degree of policy coordination on security issues under certain conditions in the future. And so that means this is a much broader canvas than alliances, and this is probably what we're going to witness in more numbers in the Indo-Pacific. We are probably also going to witness more minilateralism, more institutional frameworks for cooperation among the countries in the region, not necessarily the United States or not necessarily China, but among the middle powers in the region, like Dr. Khan had mentioned. For instance, the reinvigoration of existing minilaterals could also happen, as for instance, the BIMSTEC is an idea or an organization which could probably be reinvigorated because it brings in both South and Southeast Asia. So given the complex balancing dynamics in the region, the agency of small and middle powers and major powers in the region, the current competition does not support either domination of the Americans or Chinese domination in the Indo-Pacific. But we will witness more minilaterals coming up. We will witness more alignments happening. So it should be interesting to see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Uma Purushothaman, for highlighting different aspects, and most importantly, the approach of different powers. You have highlighted their approach with clinical precision, I must say, and especially you have mentioned about what the approach that the small states they are going to have in the Indo-Pacific, and underscoring the strategic autonomy, balancing relations, and key and other aspects like what will be the approach with key players in this region, by which they can safeguard their national interest by building a multipolar region. But what I must say, the most important part of your discussion, your presentation was on how the alignment is going to be more important than alliances. So that's really very important observation, I must say. Thank you so much. Now we are moving to our last but not the least speaker, Gitanjali S. Roy. Gitanjali S. Roy is an assistant professor at Jindal School of International Affairs, OP Jindal Global University in India. So over to you, Gitanjali.
Thank you, Chair. A very good evening to everyone. So it's a very interesting panel that we've had. We've had the definition of great power politics, then we've got into the various, countries' perspectives. For example, we had US, we had EU, and the way, Dr. Uma concised the whole idea. I think as our chair said, last but not the least. So the person who's at the last really doesn't have much to say. So I'll actually talk about not great power politics, but I'll talk about something very close to my heart, that's India-Japan relations. And how India-Japan relations can kind of pave the way for future cooperations within the Indo-Pacific. One thing I think which is very close to all of us has been medical diplomacy. During the COVID and post-COVID issues, we faced a lot of issues with regard to how, everybody's had health issues. So today I will talk a little bit more on health issues, medical diplomacy, so that how Southeast Asian countries, South Asia, and even the Pacific Island countries can get that kind of help, which our chair had mentioned initially. So I like to cover those aspects because most of the aspects have been covered. So one of the key areas that India-Japan relations can look at is, for example, the autoimmune disease. During the COVID period, we did not realize that many people developed an autoimmune disease. And now they say that the autoimmune disease is the new pandemic. Specifically, it impacts children from the age of 0 to 5, and obviously, it impacts a lot of women from the age of 25 onwards, and of course, our old age people. I think one very important thing in the census which says this, or I would say the percentage as per the global population, is that pre-COVID times, there was 9% of our population which suffered from autoimmune diseases. At present, the percentage is moving from 25 to 27 with regard to the global population. And of course, Japan is a country which has a huge population. Various other countries in the Indo-Pacific region also have a huge aging population, right? And as we move, India will also have an aging population once the demographic changes takes place. So autoimmune disease is going to be one particular thing which is going to constantly impact every particular country within the broader range of the Indo-Pacific. Unfortunately, the medication that has been given with regard to the autoimmune disease is very toxic and it has severe side effects. Okay, so because of that, you end up gaining weight, you lose hair. There are many other severe side effects which are there. So one solution that rheumatologists have found with regard to autoimmune diseases has been the use of herbal components. And if I may say this, in our country, the state of Assam is in the top 35 countries in the world to have produced high quality medicinal plants and biodiversity. So what is happening is rheumatologists are finding solutions with regard to plant-based components and plant-based medicinal herbs, which are actually helping autoimmune diseases. What I suggest here with regard to autoimmune diseases, if we look at, I'm not only talking about big powers, small powers, middle powers, I'm talking about generally everybody within the Indo-Pacific should look at finding solutions to health-related issues in the future. So my suggestion here is, if India is supported by other countries, India can work with the help of other countries, specifically EU, Japan, US, and other countries from Southeast Asia, and work towards creating a component of plant-based medication for autoimmune. And while you create this thing, these particular countries together can help out more countries in Southeast Asia and the small Pacific Islands. This way, we'll be able to create, I would say, a very good combination of medication and find solutions which are more natural based. So this is a solution or a suggestion, I would say, with regard to autoimmune diseases. The other thing that I have is, uh, unfortunately, globally, there is a rise in cancer. Okay. Indo-Pacific countries within the Indo-Pacific region are also seeing the increase in a lot of cancer cases. I'm going to give you a case study of my own country and a particular state. I'm going to talk about Assam. So Assam and the entire Northeast actually has the highest composition of cancer cases in India. In fact, as per the data, in Assam, 125 lakh population is facing the kind of case has been facing cases of cancer every year. And the Tata Trust has been creating and working on creating 17 cancer care facilities, which is a joint initiative with the government of Assam. Right now, at present, I believe, if I'm correct with the information which I read last, 7 are functioning, and they are functioning with 60% cancer care patients have been able to recover from those from those seven cancer care hospitals, and they have the best radiation facilities. My suggestion again here is, because there is a rise in cancer globally, okay, across, specifically like we have so many countries within the Indo-Pacific region, we need to look at something called the community-based screening and early diagnosis. This way, we'll be able to stop and prevent cancer cases to move to stage 2 and stage 3. And also, when you have a community-based, screening, what will happen is it'll create a role model. So what will happen is, of course, the Indian government has already said that, like they have this Cancer Care Foundation in Assam, they're also looking at creating more such kind of models across India. And my suggestion is that if India can, eventually have these cancer care centers, India will not only become a cancer care hub, and these kind of models which in India, which are being formed, can be further, extended to other Southeast Asian countries, South Asian countries, and even other developed nations can work towards this. Apart from cancer care, the other thing that Indo-Pacific nations, or like nations in the Indo-Pacific, are facing, of course, as I mentioned, health crisis. The problem is intensive care needs nursing. So I think one thing that we should all work towards within the broader perspective is to look at developing a proper skill set for nursing. And the same skills, I mean, and this is one suggestion with regard to skill development. The other skill development that can happen is in the domain of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is something which is been worried about. A lot of countries today have come up with various cybersecurity strategies and initiatives, and they're constantly upgrading their cybersecurity strategies. So I think the other thing that we could do within the broader range of the Indo-Pacific is to look at how skill development can be more profitable for the person who's dealing with cybersecurity cases. The last one that I suggest, again, is in the domain of science, is nanotechnology. If we see today, various countries, the great powers, of course, are working a lot with regard to healthcare application. And I think one very important thing that we are missing is the need to have cheaper, not only medical goods, but also, equipment, which is very, very important. Um, and that is one problem we are facing across the globe, because there is a need to have cheaper machinery. Most places, specifically the underdeveloped or the developing nations within the broader perspective of the Indo-Pacific region, many of the countries don't have proper healthcare. So if together we could work within the broader framework of the Indo-Pacific and work on these lines, a lot of, I would say, uh, uh, medical help can go out, specifically through the line of nanotechnology. So I think I would suggest, of course, India has a lot of, I would say India is ranked third globally with regard to nanotechnology publication, and unfortunately we're not able to patent many things, and the marketing application is also not taking place. So if other countries can also work together in the domain of nanotechnology within the broader perspective of the Indo-Pacific, countries like Japan can come in, US can come in, also Australia can come in, and that kind of community can help the other countries like ASEAN and the Pacific Island nations. So these are certain things that I've suggested, and I tried to make it slightly different because our entire panel had more or less covered something. So that's my humble suggestion. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much. I really, and very interesting in the sense I was highlighting the same thing from the beginning. It is not Indo-Pacific it is not only a strategic chessboard, but a microcosm of challenges and opportunities that define our globalized world. And especially the way you have highlighted some key issues which can, give opportunity for cooperation also, and that can really redefine the Indo-Pacific. That is really, I really appreciate that, especially in the field of medicines, medical facilities, cyber security, and nanotechnology. Thank you so much. Now, our all panel, I mean, our panelists, they have done with their presentations. We have a number of questions in the chat box. I'll just read out them. The first question is, how do European nations, particularly Germany, navigate the complexities of the Indo-Pacific's great power competition? And the second question is, what contributions can the EU's Indo-Pacific strategy offer to balance of power and dynamics and promote stability in the region? I think this question is directed to Dr. Pascal, if you may.
Yeah, happy to take it. I think when it comes to promoting stability, the general strategy here is not to rely on military deterrence, because that would just not match what the EU has in terms of capabilities, and especially capabilities that could be deployed in other regions of the world. I think it's more about boosting a status quo orientation on the sides of all participants in this region. And it's about seeking out a unique role that just matches the EU's general agenda and, again, capabilities, which don't lie in the military realm, but is mostly, again, about economic agency. So when you look at, for example, the security role that is a part, actually, of the Europeans' Indo-Pacific strategy, it is heavily geared towards non-traditional security. So we had an event about maritime security in India a year ago, and most of the presentations on the EU side actually revolved around, for example, anti-piracy and counterterrorism operations. So not kind of the traditional security where you're really deploying permanently major military assets and seeking to deter a state adversary. If you look at the EU's broader agenda for the Indo-Pacific, you will also see that security even is just one of 7 points. And the other ones are much, much more strongly geared towards, for example, developmental agency, about boosting connectivity in the sense of physical infrastructure, but also about digital infrastructure, cooperation in science and technology, for example, training, teaching, and also, especially when it comes to combating climate change. I think this is really going to be a focal region. So I myself, to be honest, I did not know what climate change really meant before being in Pakistan 2 years ago and then experiencing a 45-degree heat wave. This is just not something that happens in Europe. And for all of these reasons, that is, I think, also where the primary focus of the EU when it comes to the Indo-Pacific is going to remain. A kind of a predominantly economic agenda, and even in the security realm, trying to leverage the economic strengths of the EU.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ab. The second question is from Dr. Emadul Islam. I think this question is directed to Dr. Kanjas, if he may. I think there are two questions. One is in the context of great power competition within the Indo-Pacific economic framework, what strategies can emerging powers like India and Indonesia adopt to enhance their economic influence and ensure secure, resilient supply chains in the Indian Ocean region? And the second one is, how can they leverage their strategic positions and growing economic clout to balance the interest of major powers while fostering regional cooperation and stability?
Okay, no, excellent questions, and honestly, I think some of our colleagues can chime in on this as well, because I think a theme that a number of the presentations raised is, while we can look at so-called great powers and say, well, U.S. this or China that, ultimately we're actually talking about a range of powers, and I agree that increasingly we have to look at not even just regional actors, but I think are the contributions on what the Europeans can do is a great example of other external actors of different sizes playing a role. And so for all of that, and this is, I think, a challenge in the region, is when we look at, the supply chains, when we look at different commodities, my worry is we're increasingly going to frame things in bilateral ways. And I know, this is an approach we see out of China. This could be an approach increasingly we'll see out of the US, where our preference is to look at US-India relations, US-Bangladesh relations, US-Sri Lanka relations. In terms of, if you want to say, simplistic mercantilist economics, that's the way to go. But I think what it does is it actually challenges this very issue of supply chains and also of comparative advantages of different countries. We end up working in separate spaces. So, my strong advocacy, just on a personal level, is for regional cooperative efforts. The efforts we see, for example, that are led by countries, like Japan, South Korea, others. We look at regional cooperation in terms of economic supply chains for countries to work with each other. And I think this is going to be particularly advantageous for Southeast Asian states, a number of smaller countries that, quite frankly, will benefit by working collectively. I will say from a corporate level in the US, there are a number of companies that still prefer this. And I think the challenge we're going to see is how the various trade balances, tariff wars, et cetera, may develop. And again, as I noted earlier, may not. I think some of this is also a bargaining issue. So a lot to say on that. And I would say increasingly, and this is just my last point on this, is when we look at engagement of countries in the region, and there's a statistic that I was sort of kept in the back of my mind. If you look at, say, a country like Afghanistan, which I know right now is a pariah state, we don't recognize what's going on in terms of we don't recognize the government in Kabul, but it is a reality. If you go back to the early 2000s, the collective aid budgets and foreign direct investment opportunities of countries working in Afghanistan were overwhelmingly European and American, well over 70%. Towards the end of the international engagement in that country, 2001, so 3 years ago, it was reversed. It was South Asian states, East Asian states, Middle Eastern countries. We haven't really even mentioned those, but the countries from the Gulf, GCC, that is, were more significant investors. We've already seen a shift in supply chains. We've already seen a shift in the capacity of countries to have foreign direct investment in other states. It isn't because the Europeans and the Americans left. It's because other countries became much more involved. I'm curious if this can happen in other spaces in Southeast Asia in particular. And I know, when Shahab Khan mentioned Myanmar, this is a country that we could see potential investment down the road if there's some sort of change or opening. And so I just throw this out as some initial thoughts, but I hope this largely, or at least hopefully, answers the question. I will say one thing in terms of balancing powers. This is going to be part of the equation, but more it's going to be how countries can actually assert and protect their own interests. And I don't want it to all be everyone for themselves in a Hobbesian world, but I do see that countries increasingly should worry less about how do they balance against others and more about how do they, promote and defend, if you will, their own interests. But I'll leave it at that. Sir, back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Kanjas. I think the next question is meant for Professor Khan, but I don't see him. Maybe again to get a different viewpoint, I mean non-South Asian viewpoint, maybe I'll go back to Dr. Ab and Dr. Kanjas, how they see this particular, no, how those, they see this particular issue. The question is, how does Bangladesh position itself in the Indo-Pacific amidst intensifying great power competition? And what role do actors like Bangladesh play in ensuring that the Indo-Pacific remains a zone of cooperation rather than conflict? If both of you can just give a your own views about this particular question, that would be great. Yes, maybe we can start with Dr. Kanji. Yeah.
Okay, just a very quick thought on this, and again, it's unfortunate if Shahab's not here to follow up because he obviously would have a lot to say. Obviously the priority number one is domestic stability and a path forward towards a normalized political structure that, yes, would include elections. And I think when you look at declarations or comments made by international actors, particularly from the West, these become a priority. Not that they then become conditions for assistance and other things. We're going to see assistance in the country, but I think that's going to be all a step in the right direction. I will say, and I know, speaking with Bangladeshi colleagues on this, is it again gets to the area of regional trade and or cooperation. We think of BIMSTEC and other fora, other opportunities, which I know often people look at and say, well, these aren't really effective, but at least the vehicle is there where they could be effective. And I think for Bangladesh, it's so much is going to rely on its ability to get production levels and especially its export commodities on track. To engage with neighbors. And clearly, I would look at its relationship with India being critical, as well as the People's Republic of China, which clearly has a keen interest in what's going on in Bangladesh. And so it really is again about normalizing the domestic situation and then also reaching out to immediate neighborhoods. And I know our Indian colleagues as well probably have some thoughts on this, but Pascal, I'll turn over to you.
So I'm not going to say anything about Bangladesh because this is just completely out of my area of expertise. I can maybe offer some more general thoughts on the part of the question that mentioned what smaller states in general can do. So the really big difference between the current era of great power competition and the Cold War is that we do not, at least not yet, have this kind of bloc confrontation that was really characteristic for the conflict back then, where you had a strong desire on the part of great powers to really tie smaller states very, very closely to themselves. And sometimes also a desire actually by smaller countries to become part of the respective camps just to have a very formal security arrangement with a patron. So I'm not seeing that nowadays. And I think really that this stresses kind of the agency which countries in the region themselves have, that they are not simply subsumed to this whole competition in the sense of purely being objects, but they have their own agency within it. So their decisions are primarily going to decide who gets to shape that region, which agenda is going to prevail. And that creates a kind of competition that really goes both ways, where again, the pressure is on external great powers to make an offer that is particularly compelling. And if it's not, then it's not going to get accepted and you're not going to play much of a role there. So that is really what smaller countries can do to keep external great powers honest and to make sure that they also pursue their competition in a way that is actually healthy, kind of the same way in which we, for example, have rules in place to ensure that competition between companies in a marketplace occurs in a way that is good for overall development. And I think that's really the biggest role, which actually not just countries like Bangladesh, but also, again, external powers like the EU that do not qualify as great powers themselves can play.
Thank you, Dr. Kanjas and Dr. App. Now the next question is, I think Dr. Uma can intervene. This question is, what role does ideology play in shaping the competition between great powers in the Indo-Pacific? And how can nations like India leverage multilateral frameworks to reduce the risks of direct confrontation between major powers? Dr. Uma?
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think one of the speakers mentioned, was it Alexei, I think, mentioned the role of ideology. I honestly do not believe that ideology has any kind of role in shaping the competition among the great powers in the Indo-Pacific, because for one, I don't see China trying to export capitalism with Chinese characteristics to any part of the world. And neither do I see the United States pushing capitalism, particularly under Trump. If anything, it's only going to probably push deglobalization. So I don't think ideology really uh, has much of a role there. I mean, if you're looking in terms of theory, of course, you have the whole structural neoliberalism, all of that. Nations like India leveraging multilateral frameworks, that's exactly what India is doing, right? India has, all kinds of multilateral frameworks, multilaterals with Southeast Asian countries. It has multilaterals with Southeast Asia as well as South Asian countries in BIMSTEC. India is part of the Quad. India is part of numerous, the Solar Alliance, all of that. So India does believe that multilateral frameworks would kind of reduce the risk of direct confrontation between major powers. But the point is, like any great power or any aspiring great power, India will do this only as long as its interests are fulfilled. The moment India itself becomes a great power, I don't think I don't think it would even think about multilateral frameworks like the United States or like China, right? So once your interests are fulfilled, there is absolutely no need for you to get into all of this. So I mean, I know it's a bit cynical, but that's my answer.
Thank you, Dr. Uma. The last question I can see in the chat box. I think Gitanjali Roy can answer this question. The question is, how does the Indo-Pacific great power competition impact non-traditional security challenges such as climate change and cybersecurity? And what strategies can academic and research institutions adopt to influence policy making in the Indo-Pacific's evolving power dynamics? Very interesting question. Yes, Gitanjali, if you can.
Sure.
Yeah.
So firstly, cyber is something I still teach in my university. Climate change, I don't, so it's wrong for me to comment on that. But I'll be very honest because the question is very directed towards how research centers and institutions can work and create something. So that's one thing that I try and do with my students is I make sure they read the original document. So when I tell them that you read the original document, one very important thing I tell them that when we studied World War, we studied the causes and the consequences, what led to it and what was the outcome. So even for a cybersecurity strategy, I mean, any document for that matter, you should understand why a particular country picked that particular strategy up. And if that particular strategy has been picked up, what are the future looking perspectives? So with regard to how policy formulations can be formed with regard to institutions and all, I think one thing we need to look at, we need to create policies which are usable. Most of the times we just give solutions which don't really result into something. It is always better, as we had a lot of conversations with regard to unilateralism and multilateralism and trilateralism. Today, when you work together, I think the answer comes in together. It'll be easy. So with regard to cyber, if I may say this, we need to look at how, if cybersecurity is an issue, how it needs to be dealt with in the future. And for that kind of thing, skill development is one thing that we need to really focus on. The second thing, apart from skill development, is continuous process of upgrading the skill development and training. Third is, after you've developed a particular person in cybersecurity and you've trained the person, what are his or her or their job opportunities in the future and how they can contribute within the broader framework, because everybody cannot work in the government, everybody cannot teach, everybody cannot be in a research setting. What are the various ways? I think this kind of awareness would actually help people, and these are the kind of answers that think tanks and institutions need to find. That is when you'll be able to create that kind of awareness and the need. So this is my submission.
Thank you, Gitanjali. I don't see more questions, so I think we can conclude now. I must say, as we conclude this insightful session on great power competition in Indo-Pacific, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our esteemed panelists for their thought-provoking interventions, and to all of you for your active participation. And my special thanks to my friend Dr. Pramod Jaiswal and his team for organizing such an important conference. Our discussion today, it has illuminated the complexities of this dynamic region, where the interplay of great powers continues to shape the strategic, economic, and political landscape. We have also explored not only the competition among major powers like US, China, Russia, India, but also the growing influence of middle powers and the resilience of smaller nations in asserting their agency. So key takeaways from these sessions, if I may just highlight, it includes the importance of maintaining the regional stability, fostering inclusive partnerships, and ensuring that the Indo-Pacific remains a zone of opportunity than confrontation. If I may highlight what Dr. Uma said, alignments over alliances. Lastly, I thank everybody and thank you once again for your engagement. And I look forward to continuing this important conversation in future forums as well. So thank you. Over to somebody from the NICE Nepal team.
Thank you so much, sir. Now that we've reached the end of this session, I would like to thank Dr. Shakti for chairing this session on great power competition in the Indo-Pacific. Now, I would also like to thank all the speakers for giving their point of view and making this a fruitful session. Now we will be moving on to session E. And before that, I would like to take a break of 5 minutes and we'll be introducing them cordially.